we'll get one of those Dallas fellas over here to help us make sense of the trade, the Luka trade, and just to gauge Brian Schottenheimer mania. Because I'm sure it's through the roof.
Not many people like that.
The dude over here with a hat on. What do you got there, B? You got a read on that?
He's the captain in chief. I don't know.
He's the captain in chief. Where's? Oh, so they're from KC. So he's got a KC captain hat on.
Yeah.
You know what? I get it. If you're from Kansas City, you're going for
do the hell you want.
You want to wear a goofy hat? Fire away. Yesterday, I think news-wise, you kind of had some competing interests, right? Like the biggest football news was the Myles Garrett stuff.
Yeah.
And is he angling for more money? Does he actually want out of Cleveland? That's a real conversation. If he actually wants out, Washington should actually absolutely be involved. There's a lot of moving parts from A to Z on that thing. From the Commander's specific angle on this, Josh Harris spoke yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know. What I'm not left hand up here to do is litigate the name.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, like they're keeping it, dude. He made it very clear. He's been super clear about it the whole time, but everybody just wants to not believe him. So now he's been abundantly clear.
It's not that they don't want to believe him. People are tone deaf. Tone deaf. What they do is sit out here and they come up with what they want to hear and what they want to talk about. And no matter what you say, they're going to talk about what they want to talk about. And that's exactly it. He said that same thing he said yesterday at least 3 times. I know. And still somebody will go away from that and keep saying, oh, I'm telling you, man, they're going to do it. No, they're not. Not happening.
Yeah. And I do think they're going to tweak the uniforms. I will be happy about that. I have never liked the white top. It's a fine-looking uniform. It's just not burgundy and gold. So if you're going to try to stick with it, let's have some consistency. I think you get them back to the striped pants like Beamich wore. I think it'll be cool. I don't think the logo's coming back. Like, there's all these things people want. I don't think any of that's happening. I really don't care to pull that thread and just, like, could we light up the phone? Sure. But will we all get dumber? Yes. So we're in an effort to keep this
I'm not going to get dumber because when that topic comes, that's when I just get rid of it.
White Brian, I'm going to tell you the truth here, bro. I'm going to keep entering the stream, but the internet here just sucks and it's going to keep dropping. So it's not me dropping out of it. I was just in it, and the internet just arbitrarily comes and goes. So for everybody in the stream, we love you. We're trying, but understand that this is a New Orleans issue, not a me and B issue.
Not a JP.
It's been both of us. We both just dropped.
I'm in it.
Yeah, but yesterday it was all day. It was a constant thing.
No, I didn't drop yesterday.
Yes, you did.
Maybe once. He never told me to go back into the thing. He told you.
Brian Mitchell, again, infallible.
I'm just saying.
The biggest thing I think yesterday, news-wise, from Harris talking was he played it cool about his desire to be back at RFK, but it's very clear.
He wants to be there.
Definitely. And then Roger Goodell spoke here in New Orleans, and Nikki Javala asked him about RFK. And I think it's one of the few things we see Goodell open up about, because he talks about his childhood going to RFK Stadium. And, and the one thing when
Goodell went on Capitol Hill with him,
yeah,
he's basically telling you this is what we need. This is what the league wants. You can't tell me the biggest entity in the United States when it comes to sports does not want to have something inside the nation's capital.
My contention all along has been this should be a point of pride. This should be a point of pride for the country. Like, London has Wembley, and Tokyo has that giant dome. I don't know what it's called, but like great cities of the world, great capitals of the world have an awesome stadium to hold major events. Like, that should be a goal for Americans in Iowa and Oregon. You know what I mean? Like, and because we live in a polarized political world, like, nobody will think that way. But I think for Roger Goodell to say a new stadium would be great for our nation, and for Goodell to say it's important we play in an area that's beneficial for fans.
Yep.
I just think that stands out to me so much that, listen, man, that Goodell being on board, the league being on board, certainly doesn't guarantee anything, but damn, it helps. Yeah. You know what they got? Money and connections, and the Harris Group has money and connections, and it feels so different than it previously did. And I find that really exciting. That to me was the headliner yesterday. Denton wants you to look at him, Brian. Denton, live update on Denton's clothing today. He's got cut off jean shorts, so legitimate jorts, not quite Daisy Duke length, but like, let's take a look at those one more time. Should those be a little longer for a dude?
Hell no.
I wouldn't mind a little more length.
No, they're right. Yeah. They're right at the. They're right
back up
the
a little. Let me see you.
They're right at the knee.
No, those are well above the knee, dog.
He's all right though, because if he go up one more inch, then he'll be like somebody might start whistling at him.
Like he's dangerously close to too short. They're not too short, but they're closer to too short than they are too long.
Yeah. You look more like too short than Snoop.
Hold on, back up. You're randomly posting pictures of us. I'm gonna post a picture of you.
I was taking a picture for landfill. I cut these myself, which I'm sure is
sure
stunning.
You did.
Yeah, I'm sure that's stunning.
So he wore them one day as long pants, the next day he go with shorts.
Yeah, landfill just requested a picture of Denton's booty shorts.
I got landfill. You made fun of my shirt. I got security guards who were stopping me saying how much they liked my shirt.
Landfill, tweet that out and ask the people if Denton's shorts are too short. They're just barely long enough.
Which is the proper, that's what you want. You want to flirt with just long enough, but not too long.
I got to be honest, D, I'm a big fan of yours. I love you as a human. I think you're a very smart kid.
I feel like there's a big butt that's coming.
Big butt. Like Sir Mix-a-Lot. Your gear and my gear just don't compute. We're different dudes.
Although you did give me a very nice, it was like a corduroy flannel.
Okay.
Which good. It was the nice pink and brown joint. That goes hard.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you did.
You know what? I have some clothes to give away at the house. I'll bring them in for you.
I would gladly take them.
Okay.
I can make them work.
I'm sure you can, pal. So I ended up just working all day yesterday and had to go over to the Superdome, had to go to the compound. So the domestic compound, for people that understand, is like you know how you always see those wacky TV interviews, especially at big events like Final Four, Super Bowl, whatever, where like somebody runs up behind you and curses or like yells an obscenity or even just like acts weird.
Hey, that's just real life. I keep going.
Right. But at big events like this, they have a television area that's secured, so you don't have to deal with that. So it's called the compound, right? And we went to the compound yesterday to do live shots for Channel 4, and it's by the Superdome, right? So that's what I have in my head. The best location to get to this compound. So you got to also think for a television shot, you want it like in the background, kind of. You don't want to be right up on it. So like ideally you'd be a block or two away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And in Vegas, it was awesome because Vegas is so flat and so spread out that we had this killer shot of the stadium behind us with the mountains behind us. You know, the views you get in Vegas are just crazy. Well, New Orleans, you don't really get that. And so we're kind of like closer to the Superdome than necessarily you want to be for the TV shot. But the location where I had to get dropped off to go to this was a used car lot under Highway 90. And I was like, oh, this looks like a nice part of town. And then you have to walk up like 6 flights of stairs. Kerwin's got all this gear. I helped him carry some of it, but it was a lot. And we get up there and it's fine, whatever. But then you just have time to kill and there's nothing around. Like I couldn't get a bottle of water, like a bag of chips. Like you're in like a desolate, industrial, shady, under the highway area. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping I don't have to go back there. We'll see. Then we went to the Superdome for media night. Media night last night, man, was like this collection of zombies. Like everybody was there hoping to find the wacky person. Like when you did it, I know the Julie Brown thing was a big thing, right? And over the years, like I feel like people from like Telemundo or international outlets would come and kind of like cause a scene. I don't think there was much of that last night. There was one dude dressed up like a genie who was pretty weird.
Yeah, that part right there just throws me. You don't have to look like a damn fool to do an interview. I don't get that. You know, you can walk up in regular clothes and have an interview. You want to come out here and be like some character. And I despise that crap.
Well, this dude, I think, was working on behalf of Make-A-Wish, and that's why he was a genie. But it was like an international thing. I don't really know what he was trying to accomplish. But it was just funny because it was like everybody was focused on trying to find the wacky stuff. The players are just walking around. And obviously, they do podiums for Hurts and A.J. Brown and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, whatever. And those podiums get pretty wild. But, like, all the other players are just walking around. You can talk to assistant coaches. I talked to a front office guy I know from the Eagles for like 10 minutes. We just kind of sat around watching the craziness. But there were a couple people I wanted to see and find. One was Carson Wentz. One was Jahan Dotson. I got to talk to both those guys, got interviews with both those guys. We're going to play those a little later. It was really interesting. With both those guys, they're in the Super Bowl, so they're not too worried about their time in Washington. But Jahan is a young man I've known since he was drafted, and obviously things went sideways here. Mm-hmm. He landed in a great spot. He's in the Super Bowl with the Eagles. He seemed to have some perspective on it all, but it was more just like, man, we're in a wild industry, and this is how life goes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if it was just like, I think Dotson needs to be schemed open. And I think,
but that's strange to me because when he got here,
he could separate.
Everyone to a man said he was the best route runner on the team.
Yeah.
He'll route you to death. Why now you got to scheme him open? I mean, what happened and what happened to his game? What happened to his route running? What happened to where now you got to find a way to get it done? He was a guy that could win all the time. So, I mean, that is when it comes down to the person, the individual. What are you not doing to make sure that you held on to what you had, to move forward?
It's interesting. I don't know the answer, honestly. It's really interesting with him. There's two kids I really enjoyed talking to. I say kids, and I don't mean that derogatory. They're just young.
No, you older. You can say kids. Damn, if they were your children,
right?
they'll be your kids, right?
Right.
So I mean, people got to get over some of the words sometimes. Every damn thing is not a problem.
Oren Burks is a young man from Fairfax County. He went to South County High School, went to Vanderbilt. Got to talk to him for a little bit. He's also the dude. He was in on one of the fumbles in the NFC title game. Which obviously were killers for Washington. I was talking to a Philly coach, and he's like, yeah, man, the final score doesn't show how close that game was. And I was like, yeah, man, I know. The fumbles were just killers.
The fumbles kill you. And I think people,
especially that late one. True. They all matter because they scored off all of them.
Truly know football understand that now. As I would tell you all the time, just because they had a turnover, don't mean you got to give up a touchdown.
Sure.
Let's be real.
Right. And John Allen owned that afterwards. I thought that was impressive. He's like, yeah, we couldn't help our offense out. We needed to. I think, I don't know what's going on with the stream. This might be my computer, but that's currently like I'm in the background and it was just frozen on you, but now it looks like you're back. Landfill was asking, I think he can hear Mike Phillips. Mike Phillips sitting right behind us.
He's seeing.
Phillips has one of the most legendary laughs in pro football. Like, his laugh is so loud and contagious that we have gotten yelled at in opposing press boxes. Not for cheering. Cheering is very much against the rule in the press box. Sometimes just for being too loud. I forgot where I was going because that made me laugh. I was thinking we got yelled at in Cleveland one year in a preseason game. All right, day 2 in New Orleans. Tonight's the media party. I don't know. I am sure we've been to one since. The Atlanta one was dope. Remember that was at the aquarium?
Yeah, the Miami.
You liked the Miami one. I didn't think it was that cool.
I thought it was cool. The location was cool, and that's what we rode in the back of that Tesla.
That was like before the Tesla. All I did was order an Uber XL, and this Tesla showed up, and we cut to the front of this long ass line, and the doors went up, and everybody's like, "Yo, who are those guys?" We were like,
"Be missing Philly."
All right, here's the plan. Logan Paulson is going to join us next. I don't know where is Logan here.
I don't know.
Okay, I know he was.
I know he went to Senior Bowl.
Yeah, so I'm excited to talk to Logan about that. That's like a prime. Let Logan nerd out on like what D lineman sets his feet the best. Like
he does that.
I am here for that. Barcelona Nate going to join us at 11 at noon. We're going to play these interviews. You be the judge. Carson Wentz, Jahan Dotson. See what you think they sound like at this point. I think our boy Joe Maloney's going to pop by at some point. Pack show.
I walked over here with Joe.
Yeah. I am curious. Maloney works for I want to say it's a gaming association, whatever it is. I am fascinated to know what the
number is.
The betting number is going to be this weekend. And I wonder,
where is it leaning?
Well, and I wonder if it'll go down a little, man. I don't think it will, but like everybody keeps saying there's less interest in this game and blah blah blah. Not if you look at the prices.
It's just like people keep saying that they're not following the Commanders, and everything keep going up.
Dude, I also want to take a look at ticket prices because I have heard it is outrageous. I think this joint's going to be pretty damn green.
Get in the door. I saw it 5,000.
Yeah,
way up there.
Yeah, dude. I think Sunday's going to look very, very green, and I'm not talking about Jeff Walker's kind. Nobody go anywhere. Logan Paulson joins us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's Super Bowl 59 week, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel makes it easy for you to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. Here's some of the fun bets in the app right now. Saquon to record 25-plus rushing yards in each quarter. Either quarterback to catch a pass. Jalen Hurts to score an octopus. And a big man touchdown. I'm any offensive lineman to score a TD. An octopus is when the player carries the touchdown, and then he comes back and he carries the ball over the line for the 2-point conversion. Look, I also feel that you can go with the over in this game because I think things could get wide open. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Brian, that's BRIN, and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
Star defensive end Myles Garrett has requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns. The NFL's reigning Defensive Player of the Year has 2 years remaining on a contract extension that he signed back in 2020. And there are some NFL analysts that are saying that the Commanders make perfect sense as a landing spot for Garrett. The Commanders have the third most amount of cap space this offseason, so they can easily afford to bring him on and ink him to a new deal. And people think that Myles Garrett would blend in very well with Dan Quinn's defense. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Folks are starting to fill in here. I saw Kay Adams. Every time I've seen Kay Adams, I'm struck. That's a small woman.
Yeah, she's small.
She's
Why is
beautiful.
my phone ringing from Landfill?
Because he probably wanted us back on the air. I'm going to call it a hunch. Joining us right now via the Rude Guest Hotline, because I don't see him in person, is Mr. Logan Paulson. Logan, what up, man? Where are you?
Where am I? I'm at my house right now. What are you up to?
I thought you'd be at the Super Bowl, man. Making content.
Oh yeah,
He did a week of
really
content.
fancy people out there. I just hang out in Washington, do the show. I got a show. I'll probably see you in a little bit. Actually, I'm coming to the studio, so say hi to you then.
Well, we're in New Orleans.
Yeah, you won't see us.
Dang, I didn't realize you were that big time.
B-Mitch is.
Hey, no.
It's not just beautiful people because they sent Denton down here and he's wearing homemade jean shorts. So like they'll let anybody in, dude. But I definitely want to talk about your trip to Mobile. There are few people better equipped to go on like a serious scouting trip like that. B and I really believe Washington needs to fortify the offensive and defensive lines in this draft cycle. What did you see in Mobile? What stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're looking to fortify the defensive line specifically, like this is the year to do it, man. There's just a lot of really uber talented guys and a lot of guys that, like, when you look through the measurement list that comes out for the Senior Bowl, that just have it, right? They're just tall, long, athletic guys that have a ton of position flexibility. Jared Ivey from Ole Miss is a guy. He's 6'5" and 3/8. He's 283 pounds. He's got 33 and 3/4 inch arms. He can play defensive tackle. He can play defensive end. And when I think about scheme flexibility for the Washington Commanders, he's definitely a guy that fits that mold. Davion Jones, same thing from LSU. Shamir Stewart from Texas A&M was an absolute freak at the Senior Bowl. I thought he would be there when the Washington was picking at 29, but obviously now, like, he's kind of played himself into probably a top 20 pick. So those are just a couple names, but there's a lot of really talented edge rushers. Offensive line, I think, is interesting. I think there's guys that have physical traits, size, speed, athleticism for offensive linemen, but they're kind of developmental guys. You know, if you're looking for a guy that really kind of won the Senior Bowl week, it's Gray Zabit from North Dakota State. He played left tackle in college. He moved inside. He's a guy that just is going to be like the next great offensive lineman out of NDSU. And again, a guy I thought that was going to be there kind of in the late half of the first round, but after a really solid Senior Bowl week, probably bumps up. But again, there's a bunch of guys like Anthony Belton from NC State. He's 6'6". He's 350. He's got 34.5-inch arms. He moves people off the spot. Really, really, really raw. But a guy that maybe in the bottom half of the second you draft for some depth, can play guard, can play tackle. So there's a lot of people that are really, really talented. But again, different type of skill, right? Last year there were all these like top guys that were going to be kind of generational prospects at the offensive line position. This year, a little different construct comparatively.
So do you think they can do that in the draft, or do they have to go and get somebody in free agency to make sure they are fortified? Because offensive line, defensive line going to take you where you need to go. point blank.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think you just look at Philly, you look at Kansas City, you look at Detroit, look at Baltimore, like they're built in that way. And I think Washington should follow that model because that seems to be the model for success for sure. So what I would say is like if you're looking for defensive linemen, yes, draft away, probably draft 2 of them. Like it's going to be a really good opportunity to find some hyper talented guys that are going to make your team a whole lot better. I think with regards to offensive line, it's going to be, you got to be a little bit more selective. You got to kind of say, we like this mold, we like this athlete, and we trust our staff that they're going to develop. And we got a bunch of guys like, Wyatt Millam from West Virginia. He's moving from tackle to guard, struggled a little bit at the Senior Bowl, but again, a guy that has tremendous athletic upside, but is going to need some time to grow. So I think there's a lot of guys like that kind of check the box physically, athletically, but technically still need some work to do. And so if you trust the offensive line coach here to get that done, I do think there's opportunities, but I think you just need to be a little bit more selective than you would with the defensive line in this draft class, which to me, there's so many guys on the defensive line that can impact your roster. You could probably find a guy on day 3 if you were really looking hard for it.
So, Logan, one thing that's interesting is, especially on the offensive line, people are like, oh, well, who are you replacing? And it doesn't necessarily mean that because you're trying to just get depth going.
Yeah.
Even if perhaps there are changes coming. Like if you just look at contract structures, Wiley's going into a year with no guarantees on there, things like that, right? But it was funny. I talked to Chiefs offensive line coach Andy Heck last night, and he's a DC guy, played for the Skins, grew up in Fairfax. So, like, we talk to him seemingly every year. But last night, he openly brought up to me how much he enjoyed watching Wiley and Allegretti, like his guys that got this bigger opportunity. How much overhaul do you think the offensive line needs? Because defensively, we know it's coming just based on the one-year nature of a lot of those guys' contracts. But offensively, it's a little more interesting.
Yeah, it is more interesting, and I like the way you worded that there. It's not so much that you need to replace somebody. I think you just want to cultivate a more competitive environment. Just get guys who are more talented, kind of fit the height, weight, speed measurables a little bit more size, a little bit more physicality. And again, that's not a knock on what the guys did this last year. I just think when you look at the standard, when I look at Philly, when I look at Detroit, like totally. They've got 5 dudes out there that are big, strong, and fast and smart football players. And I do think that this group this year for Washington did a tremendous job, man. And I understand why fans don't want to replace them, but you can't think of it like a fan. You got to think of it like a GM. Like, I want what's best for the roster. And getting more talented, getting more physicality in that group, I think is probably long-term the direction you want to go. So that's where I'd say, yes, like you might not be finding a one replacement, but I want to get a little bit more athletic. I want to get a little bit bigger, want to get a little bit tougher. And that's how you do it. And that's how you continue to cultivate good groups, is never being contented with what's there, but rather always kind of hunting for that extra inch to get you over the hump, right? Because, again, if Washington wants to win a Super Bowl, you got to beat these teams with, the Joneses, the Carters, these tremendous defensive linemen that are really, really disruptive. So that's kind of what you got to be looking at in terms of goalposts.
I think when we were, I don't know if you were on the team at that time, we were in Richmond, and New England Patriots got off the bus. And everybody was like, whoa, that's what a team's supposed to look like. That's how it looks when you look at Philadelphia Eagles line and you look at their defensive line. And I think you got to get to that point where when your guys get off the bus, they put fear in people's heart too. People get replaced in the NFL every year. I don't know many people that have the same offensive line for 10, 15 years. So it
10,
happens.
15 games.
Yeah, it happens. So I think fans got to realize this is not about, the person's going to – free agency means you're not going to be in the same team for the rest of your life.
Well, dude,
it doesn't happen. Going
one step further, Logan, I don't know if you'll agree with this. Talking with our friend Logan Paulson, a ton of Commanders content. Check him out at Logan Paulson82 on Instagram. Did I get that close to right?
I think it's, I don't even know what it is anymore. Logan or Paulson, Logan_Paulson, Logan_Paulson82. There we go.
Logan_Paulson82, and check out all his content on the Commanders website, the Take Command website with our boy Hoffman via Odyssey. But dude, not to give away state secrets, right? But during the Ron era, there was real dissension within that front office on some of the philosophical decision-making as it related to size, where they would eschew. I mean, the easiest thing to point to, and I know there was a screaming match on draft day about the Forbes decision, when Gonzalez was there. They're like, yo, this dude has prototype size, speed, every measurable you have. And then you look at a lot of the decisions during that Ron era, it seemed like they were not scared to move away from what you would want size, speed. Just looking at the people Peters and Quinn brought in through the season, especially like kind of I don't want to say bottom of roster, but like the guys that are coming in practice squad, getting elevated, guys that are getting released over the course of the season, size, physical size, especially on the O&D line, seemed like it was absolutely a priority. Did you notice that as well? And did you kind of notice how the Rivera group did not maybe quantify or seek that out as much?
I definitely did see, specifically with regards to the offensive line, there definitely seemed to be a push to bring in a specific type of body type.
Massive.
I mean, Darkwa from Howard was the biggest offensive lineman in last year's draft. He was a rookie. They brought him into practice squad. Hunt, he's like a 340-pound guard tackle hybrid, right? Like they have a type of person that they're looking for there. And again, when you are there's advantages to big people, there's advantages to small people. Ultimately, you got to play football. But I do think, to your point about the Ron Rivera staff, like, there is a reason there are thresholds for positions. There's reasons that offensive linemen have 34-inch arms. There's a reason that they tend to be 6'4" to 6'6". Like, there's reasons for that, again, because, like, when you look at what's the word I'm looking for? When you're looking at, like, kind of the statistical
Outliers
probability of you making it at the position, those measurements are relevant. So I do think that that's something that I think the Washington Commanders currently have a style, a type of player, a type of body type that they're looking at, high physical upside. But I also think the Rivera staff, they kind of just ignored some of that stuff in favor of good football players. Now, I'm never going to tell you not to take a good football player because of size. I think Mike Sandersville is a perfect example of that. Great leadership, tough competitor. But I do think, like, you got to consider, like, what you're getting and whether that player has the ability to overcome physical limitations that other people have at the positions. I think the Forbes Gonzalez example is a really, really good one there.
But I think
There's always outliers.
Mikey played a position where you can be that size and be great at it, and he was super intelligent, so it works. Some of these other positions, you better not be that little bitty old dude trying to go play against those mammoths.
Right. There's always going to be outliers, but it seemed like the Ron era was about proving how much smarter they were than everyone, and they sought out outliers. That's like generally not how it works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, generally not how it works. I mean, historically not how it works. Like, look at Mike Mayock and what he did in Las Vegas, when he was there with Gruden. Like, they were always kind of going against statistically what people were kind of projecting them to do, and it never really worked out. Like, there's a reason there's like a draft consensus. There's a reason there's a big board. There's a reason you have scouts. There's a reason you go through this whole process is to mitigate risk. And I feel like when you kind of bet on traits and bet on qualities, you're mitigating risk. And Mike Sandersville is an interesting example because even though physically he didn't admit it, like his movement skills are off the chart, his intelligence off the chart, his compete and his toughness are off the chart. And those, in terms of categories, are just as important. So,
yeah. Last thing, because I know we got to let you go. But what do you think of the backs in Mobile? I think running back in the draft is going to be a sneaky priority. Everybody's focused on receiver, understandably. There's 2 under contract, but what do you think of the backs?
Yeah, I mean, I thought all the backs actually were really impressive, just in terms of how they kind of encapsulate what it means to be a modern back. You got Harvey from where's he from? UNC, I want to say, and then you got Etienne from Georgia, guys that can catch the ball well. They've got quick feet. Not the biggest guys in the world, but I think that's the fun thing about this year's draft class is you got a bunch of guys like Martinez from Miami. He's 235 pounds, a big bruiser. He's 6'3.5". Like, they've got your style of back, what you're looking for. It's here. This is a very, very deep running back draft class. There's probably, just from what I've been reading, probably about 20 to 25 guys that are going to get drafted this year playing running back, which is very, very unusual. And so, like, whatever you're looking for, man, all these guys are good football players. They catch the ball well. They run hard. They've got good vision. There's warts on all of them, but I do think if you are looking for something of value in this draft, we talked about defensive line already, the running backs and the tight ends actually are positions where you're going to get great value, a really, really competitive football player, probably in some cases on day 3. So in terms of players I expect them to draft, running back is 100% one of them, partially because of the value there. It's not necessarily an indictment of the guys that were here, but I think there's just such good value there. I think it'd be kind of foolish to pass up on one of those guys.
My now I can update this list. It's my list. I'm free to update, and I will after Indy once we go to the combine. But currently, top of my draft crush list is the kid Restrepo out of Miami. Did you watch him at all?
Yeah, no, I think he's
Logan
a
just
Xavier
laughing
Restrepo, man. He's a
at my
fun
crush
receiver to
list.
watch.
That's Tanner's boy.
Oh, is he? He's tough, dude. I just love toughness in small guys like that can play really. Like you described Zach Ertz route running so beautifully last summer when they signed him and we got to start watching him. Restrepo seems like a slot guy that runs routes like that. And obviously, he doesn't have the body control that Ertz has because Ertz is a freaking block of granite. But I just think that kid's going to help an NFL team.
No, I would 100% agree with that. The way Restrepo runs routes, he reminds me a little bit of Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's like 5'9", he's 200 pounds, a little stockier slot guy, but he's got great short area quickness. He's got a great feel for the speed cut, great feel for zones. He understands how to win versus man-to-man coverage. He's playing a ton of football, and I definitely agree with you. I think he's a guy that's going to make some team very happy. Probably a full-time slot guy, but you need that role, especially in an offense like the one Cliff runs.
Logan, thank you, man. Go lift some weights. It's probably been like 30 minutes since you've done something active.
He loves lifting.
All right, yeah, thanks, guys. Have fun down there in New Orleans. Don't get hurt, okay?
All right, man.
That's our guy. I think the don't get hurt was directed to me, probably not to you.
Nah, not to me.
That's our guy, Logan Paulson. Check him out somewhere on Instagram. None of us are quite able to locate what his Instagram name is. We think it was Logan_Paulson82.
Logan Paulson.
Yeah, just find him.
And just look for his picture.
He's searchable.
That's the way I look at it.
Great football content. If you're looking for great real estate advice, only one dude to call. His name is John Leahy.
Just like our guy Mike. Mike had been a landlord in Germantown for over a decade, and then he no longer wanted to deal with some bad tenants that he had. So he actually lives in Ohio, so he needed someone who was local who could relocate those tenants. So to find someone, he went out to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, and he accomplished all of that. And he got the property sold using their VIP seller program. John and his team got a great offer and a great remote settlement, which led to Mike getting the home sold in only 13 days for 100% of the asking price. If you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, reach out to John and our Fine Living Group. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Here's the thing. If you're thinking about buying or selling a house, right, go to John's website, johnsellsdmv.com. Check out the home valuation tool. That'll give you an honest assessment of the equity you're sitting on in your house. And from there, if you're like, okay, that's a lot of cash, I want to sell this thing, but then you look around and you know you at least need to change out all your windows or you need to get some new doors, you should call our guy Paul Henry if you need it. But if you need some minor upgrades, say you need to spend, 7-8 G's just to get the house ready to market, talk to John. He can front you that cash for upgrades and repairs on the front end, and then you just take it out with him at closing. There's no loans, there's no interest, none of that. John's just trying to get the house sold for you, and any money you put into that house to sell it, you're going to get it back threefold when you sell it at the end. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or it's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Oh.
Mhm. So yesterday the big news was Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Understandably, because he's an absolute star. Cooper Kupp last night-ish tweeted out that the Rams are going to trade him.
But they were talking about that earlier this year, so I'm not surprised by that at all.
I'm not either. He's making real money. Puka's become the better player there.
Yep.
Kupp, when he's right, is an absolute star. He misses a lot of time, dude. He hasn't played a full season since 21 when they won the title, and he almost went for 2,000 yards. But in the last 3 years, he's played 9 games, 12 games, and 12 games.
Yeah.
It's hard to count on that guy.
And look, I would say he's exceptionally talented, but you know what? He's at the position and time of his career where you hit that age where you stay injured, and it comes back and forth. So, would I say go after him? No.
He'll be 32 when training camp starts,
and that's right around the time when you see the last 3 to 4 years what he's done. It doesn't get better.
Yeah, I mean,
if you have a tendency to be injured when you get over 30, it's going to come a little bit more often.
Sure, and I think. With Kupp, like it's one of these things. They're trying to trade him to where he wants to go. What is that trade market like for a dude that has $5 million guaranteed, but he's got a $30 million cap?
I think it comes down to the team. How close is a team to getting there? Is Cooper Kupp worth it for a team that maybe let's take a Kansas City?
Sure.
If we got him for 12, if they got him for 10, 12 weeks, he's good for them.
Buffalo.
Yeah, those type of teams could use him, and I think he still has a lot of value. But if you have a younger team and you're trying to get there, where if he's gone for 8, 9, 7, 8 weeks, 6 weeks, he hurts your team. It's not going to help.
Well, I think LA is going to have to eat a lot of this contract because the way it is currently constituted, it would be a $22 million dead money hit versus a $7.5 million cap savings. So if you're actually trading for this, it becomes like a salary dump. All right, we'll give you a 6 for Kupp if you want us to eat the deal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Cooper Kupp has value. To your point, you almost have to plan. You know what Zach Ertz told me, I guess at Locker Cleanout, was how well DQ took care of veteran players.
Hell yeah.
He's like, man, we didn't practice on Wednesdays. They really seem to know how to take care of
He needs to be on a
vets.
team like that has a lot already.
But Sean is like that. Sean doesn't make those dudes play.
Yeah, but
they don't do any preseason. They don't do week 18.
Sean also understands that I got 2 guys that play the exact same position.
Yeah.
One of them got to go.
And Puka's a young beast.
And this guy here, I basically have for the next 10 years, and the other guy got for the next 2, possibly. Right. So I'm going to go with the guy where I got the longest period to hang with.
Well, and I think Nakua's on a rookie deal that they can't pay him until after the season. You got Puka Nacua for $1 million.
Hey.
And Kupp's on the books for 30. Give me the Nacua one.
Raven Caldwell say, bro, I stood next to Puka Nacua. He said, dude, same height as me.
6'2".
He said he's built a certain way. Puka is not built like a typical receiver.
He's a fullback, dude.
He's like that. So he is built in a way where he's sturdy enough to go the long haul.
Yeah.
So,
Kupp to Washington for me, interesting. They have holes at wideout, but I don't know that Kupp to Washington to me is if he gets to free agency and then the number's really suitable and he decides, I'd love to play with Jaden. I'd love to play for Cliff.
Yeah.
Cool. If you get to be a veteran situation where he wants to be in Washington, everybody keeps saying this is going to happen. Okay, I'll be very interested.
Yeah.
But I'm not giving up a pick for that contract and everything else involved. I think he ends up getting released. I don't know how that ends up getting – I don't know how that split ends up actually happening.
I think most important in Washington is to upgrade your O-line, D-line.
Sure.
Because you have a quarterback who just showed you, if you give me any time,
right,
I'm going to find the people. And if you improve the O-line where he has more time, he becomes even more deadly.
Sure. Here's what we're going to do. Barstool Nate, our guy from New York City, apparently he's deathly ill. We're going to talk to him next.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Travis Kelce has no plans to retire anytime soon, even if the Chiefs win a third straight Super Bowl on Sunday. Kelce was asked on opening night festivities where he plans to be in 3 years. His answer was very direct, quote, hopefully still playing football. And Cooper Kupp, he is on the trading block. The Rams wide receiver announced that they are going to begin efforts to trade him. Via social media post, Kupp said that while he doesn't agree with the Rams' decision, he looks back on his time with the franchise with so much pride. His contract, though, is going to be something to keep an eye on. His 2025 salary calls for him to receive a $7.5 million roster bonus and a $12.5 million base salary. He's also due nearly $20 million in 2026. So it's safe to say that to increase his trade destinations, he's going to need to be willing to renegotiate that contract. This month, only get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
John, you
All right, we're not going to waste any time because I don't know how much time he has left. Our dear friend Eric,
like he's about to go away.
Dog, he tweeted out last night that he's been sick for a week and he's unsure if he should go to the doc. Nate, are you
go
there?
to the damn doctor.
Are you
healthy? Sure. Are you not
on?
stupid? Are you?
Good morning, guys. What an intro. Yeah,
I mean, you've been sick for a week. Take your ass to the doctor.
Well, I'm not soft like you, B-Mitch. My body is.
You
is
can call
able
you. Hey, we know you're soft. You step off a curb and broke your damn ankle. So this stop.
That was over a year ago. I'm fine now, but no, I have a little illness. I'm recovering. I've been sick for about a week, but I think I'm over the hump now. Everything's fine. How are you guys?
All right, so you do feel better.
No, but we're fine. We're fine.
Don't you actually have a fever?
Yeah. I've had
young people. I
fever.
tell you, boy, y'all some dumb people, boy.
He's not even young. He's like 32.
He's young.
You're older than that, aren't you?
I'm 36.
Yeah.
I've had a fever since Thursday night. Chills, cough, stuffy nose, that whole shebang.
Doctor.
But look,
you might got the vid, dude.
The doctor's going to tell me to drink some water and rub some dirt on it, and that's what I'm doing. So
it's
okay.
possible the doc would give you some meds, man. That's all I'm saying. I went to the doctor last week because I got sick. They identified I had bronchitis. They gave me a Z-Pack. Z-Pack might be the best drug in America. Z-Pack gets you right, bro. So I recommend going to the doctor. I'm pro-doctor now. I've been anti-doctor most of my life.
No joke. I'm actually going after this. I'm going to go.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. We're down in New Orleans at the Super Bowl. News of the week from a football perspective. The headliner, Myles Garrett, wants out. Seems like Cooper Kupp might be on the move. I'm not that interested in Cooper Kupp unless it's kind of like a veteran, I just want to play with Jaden thing. But the Myles Garrett thing has me paying attention. What about you, Nate Dogg?
I'm with you on both. I think Cooper Kupp is getting kind of dragged a little bit. He is very productive when he's on the field. Unfortunately, he hasn't played a full season since 2021. But when he does play, he's very good. He played 9 games in 2022, 12 games in 2023 and 2024. But, he's still got 100 targets this season, 67 catches in those 12 games. I would take a flyer on him. I don't think he's done by any means. I don't think he's washed, but, he's struggled a lot to stay on the field. Myles Garrett, obviously, one of the best players in football. You have to give Myles Garrett credit for not demanding a trade until now. He's given everything to Cleveland, and Cleveland has given him nothing back. And when you're Myles Garrett and you're that good at football, enough is enough at some point. He has earned the right to demand a trade. Cleveland is an embarrassing, pathetic franchise that has failed one of the best defensive players or just all-around football players we'll ever see. And I don't know if people, casual people even realize that if he wasn't on Cleveland, this guy's J.J. Watt. This guy is generationally amazing at football, and he's just been drowning up in Cleveland. I would give a lot for him. I don't know how much of the future I would give for him. He's coming into his 30-year-old season. He's still extremely productive. He's going to get a lot for the Browns if they do trade him. I would have to think about how much I want to give, but yeah, I feel like Myles Garrett should demand a trade 5 years.
I think it's not even a comparison with those two guys. Myles is always out there.
Yeah.
Cooper
he hasn't missed a game
plays
since his rookie year.
So I just feel when the guy's always out there, you go and give that a chance. When the other guy, when you have to start our sentence off when he's out there. Once he hit 30 years old, 32, you're done with him.
Well,
and I didn't mean to compare the two. They're just the two guys available. For
me, specific to Garrett, people are like, oh, it starts with a 1 and something else. A 1 and a 3, a 1 and a 4 and a 5.
Hell yeah.
I do it yesterday. Yesterday. Dude, for starters, you're picking 29th this year. So send it. Send it, Jerome. And, I would do 2 1s. 29 this year, and then what you hope is in the 20s next year for Myles Garrett? Dude, to me, it's easy. And then you got to pay him, and you got to pay him what he's worth. And that's probably $35 million a year. And you know what? I would do that too. And Adam Peters, the track record for Peters when he was in San Fran, now he wasn't running the show, but he was third in line in an organization that made aggressive moves. They traded for Trent. They traded for McCaffrey. In the brief time he's been here, they traded for Marshawn Lattimore. Like, this is a dude that identifies blue chip talent and goes to get it. Not only would I have no beef with it, I would fully support it.
Now, on the other hand, I could argue against that, saying that generally these guys who pile up huge sack numbers in the regular season don't often lead their team to a Super Bowl. Guys like the Watts stand out immediately and we took Chase Young super high, Montez Sweat, these guys like that we've seen at home.
I think Von Miller's the reason the Rams won that Super Bowl. When they traded for him.
When he was in Denver.
Yeah.
He took him to the Super Bowl.
Dude, totally.
Peyton was all over the road.
Shell.
But we can go down the list. A guy like DeMarcus Ware, a guy like Jason Taylor,
but look at the whole team, though, Nate.
Yeah.
You got to look at the whole team. Sure. If the rest of the team is garbage, you can get sacked. But if your team can't score, you're not going to go to the Super Bowl. When
Heineke and Howell and Fitz were the quarterback, no, trading for Garrett does not make that sense. But now it does, because you've got a quarterback. They were just in the NFC title game, and then you add an elite pass rusher. That I hear what you're saying, to be devil's advocate. I don't think it applies here.
Sure. Yeah, I see it both ways. I would take a Myles Garrett on my team any day. But then the question goes, all right, you have to pay one guy. Who do you want to pay, Myles Garrett or T. Higgins?
Myles
Garrett. 10 times over. 100%.
Okay. I think it's more of an argument than you guys do, because it's an offensive league and because Jaden is still on the rookie contract and because of my previous argument that edge rushers don't bring you Super Bowls. I am in love with the idea.
Dude, Garrett is more comparable to Jamar Chase.
We scored 20.
Than he is Higgins.
We scored 20-some points. We scored enough points to win more games and be still moving this year, but we couldn't stop nobody. So I don't think that works in this situation.
And the offense ranked, 5th and 7th in points and yards, with De'Ami Brown as your number 2 by January. Like, you would love to add more dynamic pieces to the offense, but Myles Garrett is comparable to Justin Jefferson. Like, it's not a T. Higgins comp.
That's very fair. That's very fair. I thought there was going to be more of a back and forth with that. I was just trying to bring up a pick one guy.
No, we did. We did a whole week on don't pay for T. Higgins. You must have been sick.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
We have, so because we're here in Radio Row, there's somebody we want to sneak in. I want you to give me a Caps update because they're kicking ass.
Who are you kicking me off for?
A friend of ours. Don't worry about it.
Well, I want to see if they're worthy of it.
And you're sick.
Nate Dogg, I love you. You don't get to decide.
Oh, no kidding, JP. Way to go with it. Nothing gets
our friend Maloney. I'm curious how much legal betting will go on this week.
Oh, how exciting. The Caps are good. They're still good. Nothing has changed. We're going to get some time off. 0 guys are playing the Four Nations tournament. That will take up the middle of February. Then they'll come back. Ovi's, 18 away
What is
from
this
Gretzky.
middle of February thing? The Hockey World Cup or something?
More or less, yeah. It's called like the Four Nations tournament. It's United States, Canada, Sweden, and what big country am I missing?
It's only 4 countries?
Canada, Finland, Sweden, USA. It's from February 12th to 20th. It's in Montreal and Boston. And the Caps have 0 guys representing any country, so they will all be in Cancun enjoying some time off.
That is awesome. They just get random 2 weeks off to chill.
Yo,
I wish CK, we need a 4-country radio tournament that B and I aren't part of, and we get 2 weeks off to chill.
Yeah.
JP, you don't need that.
We have to work.
Vacation. We know
I
that.
haven't had a vacation, Nate. I'm about to, though. Watch me. All right, dude, we're going to run.
All right, Nate. Get well, bro.
Thank you, guys.
Go to the doctor,
All right,
buddy.
bro.
All right, that's our boy Barstool Nate. Give him a follow at Barstool Nate, X, Instagram, whatever it is. We love you, Nate Dogg. Get healthy. Joining us now. I tried to guess what this was earlier, so I don't know if I got it right. Our friend Joe Maloney's down here working on behalf, I think, of the American Gaming Association.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
I got it right, B.
About time.
Maloney's a dear friend, worked for the Commanders down here, spreading the gospel of legal betting, which is clearly the most important aspect of this thing. I want to play a little game. Are you cool with that? Joe seems very nervous.
Just want to make sure.
He's like with you. I don't know.
This is nothing to be nervous about. B and I are both going to guess what the legal handle of what the legal dollar amount of sports betting expected this weekend is. I imagine you know that figure, right? Roughly.
Yeah, we have a legal wager estimate.
Okay,
on legal bets.
Legal bets, yes. B and I are both going to guess what it is. Price is Right style, can't go over, and then you tell us the real number.
Okay, what does the winner get? Maybe a Starbucks gift card?
Sure.
How about that?
I mean,
hey, we didn't expect to
yeah,
get anything,
we didn't think
since
we got
adding something to it. We'll take it.
That's where I saw B this morning outside Starbucks.
Okay.
I'm pulling for B.
All right, I'm sure you are. All right, now how many states we got legal now? 36?
39 states in the District of Columbia.
Okay, so 39
What
states
was it last
in
year
DC.
again?
So last year,
Oh,
you want to know what the
ask
number is?
that, dude.
You can.
All right, fine.
You thought it was going to drop.
What was last year's estimated total?
Last year's estimated legal wager total was $1.25 billion.
Damn!
All right, so this year I'm going to go with
Can't go over.
1.8.
That's a big jump. How many more states?
You said
are there?
1.25?
It was 1.25, estimated 1.
I'm going to go 1.5.
Okay. How many more states are there this year than there were last year?
That's not fair to.
Hold on. He gets to ask a question.
Well,
Why not
I
I get to ask
can
it?
change my answer then.
That's fine. You get to change if you want.
The biggest market to come online since last year was North Carolina, and then the only other market, which was very small, was Vermont. So 2 markets came online. Since
Those
last
hippies
year,
aren't
so-
betting.
I'm going to leave it at
Vermont.
1.55.
Carolina, they're betting. Up in Vermont, they're like making their
Now,
own
that's people that
bagels.
really big. They bet. They just don't let you know.
You're at 1.5. That's a big increase, dude. I will go 1.38.
You just want yourself a latte? The legal wager estimate is 1.39.
Damn!
Wow,
that was
that's
pretty good. I had no idea either.
When he says that, when he keeps saying stuff like that, I think he knew.
B, you think I did research? I walked in at 8:59.
JP, you don't do research. You gamble, so people tell you stuff.
We're going to do the forensics on if you got the announcement at 7 a.m.
I did not.
Okay.
I would like to think I'm on your email list, but clearly I'm not.
Well, you've been in the penalty box a couple times based
Wow.
on some of your musings on X.
Oh my
about
gosh! They send me the emails. I've told you this 100 times.
You always say good content rules, and we're working.
I didn't know I was in the penalty box. I thought I was out of the penalty box.
I said you were once in the penalty.
Oh,
box.
okay, cool.
Yeah, you're
I
out.
think I'm out now.
You're out. You're out.
I try to be good to all of our legal gambling partners. So 1.39 billion.
Yeah.
What would that be if you get California and Texas.
Oh my goodness.
It'd be out the roof.
It would be dramatically bigger. I mean, we're talking about some of the larger states, New York and New Jersey, upwards of 200 million in legal wagers just in those states. So I think
just for Super Bowl.
Just for the Super Bowl.
What are these?
So you would have to think that California and Texas would be north of 150 to 200 million just for the game.
What's their excuse? Like California, Texas. Are they trying to make themselves just holier than thou?
It is.
Because they do a lot of crazy stuff already.
Yeah,
both of those states.
They're both super complicated states. Texas doesn't have any gambling whatsoever.
Well,
California
what's funny is they're
tribal
opposite
casinos.
ends of the political spectrum generally, right?
100%. Yeah, and really what it comes down to, particularly with regulated gaming, it comes down to just like how many stakeholders do you have and what are those stakeholder conversations and dialogues that need to take place. And so in a state like California, where there are, I think, over 80 tribal casinos, legal regulated gaming happens on tribal lands and with tribes. So in the instance of how do you platform online sports wagering, the tribes are going to play a very, very important role because gaming customers and consumers in the legal market, like that's what they're used to in that state. That's how that will happen. Texas, it's just a different conversation about just generally social conservatives being opposed to gambling. And again, that'll be a process that will move forward as it fits that jurisdiction. Some states go faster than others. And, our job is to just make sure they have all the information to do it the right way.
I got a theory.
Against game, but then against all the other bad stuff they do.
Right. You can buy a gun at the drugstore. I got a theory that might put me back in the penalty box on California specifically. I think there are, what do you always like to say? Those big shiny buildings in the desert don't get built for free.
Oh no, hell no.
If you are invested in the greater Las Vegas area and Los Angeles and San Diego and all of that, millions and millions of people are, I don't know, a 2-3 hour drive away and they're used to going to Vegas. I have a feeling Las Vegas somehow, perhaps they fund political mechanisms. I don't know how all that works, but I got a feeling Vegas cares very, very greatly about legal gambling in California. I'm not asking for comment.
They could, but I think people still going to go. Vegas is a destination. If I want to go really to casinos, I'm going to Vegas. Even now, I'm not going to right up the street.
Right.
I can do that on a regular basis, but when I'm going with my boys for like a let's get away, we're not going to.
Well, and I think Vegas recognizes that it's a lot more competitive now across all the states, and look, like there are absolutely amazing casinos in California, in the Inland Empire, in that area between LA and Vegas. I mean, look, just leaning into sports, going after these sports franchises for Las Vegas. I mean, building new arenas, building new attractions like the Sphere. Like Vegas is doing pretty well. F1, right? And so like they're attracting. There's all kinds of more reasons to go to Vegas now, and so that's their big piece.
Dude, for me, when I go to Vegas, I don't even really get. When we were there last year for the Super Bowl, I went out one night playing blackjack with bees.
But you're working most of the time too, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, but
if you don't have the work and you go there, you're gambling.
But like, we went for my wife's birthday a couple of years ago, and I bet of 3 nights there, I sat down and played blackjack for like 2 hours. Like Vegas, I go to not if I have $500 in my pocket and I want to go play some cards, I'd rather go to National Harbor and just like have it as a functionality.
My wife's birthday. When you go with your wife, she runs.
That's true.
You don't run things, so that's why you only gamble one night.
Anything folks need to know for this weekend?
Hey, bet responsibly, bet legally. It's just important right now, given the conversation, just as how much this has expanded and scaled. And, above all, it's fun. Keep it fun. Understand what you're betting on.
Yeah.
And just do it legally and do it responsibly. They can go to haveagameplan.org to learn more, to learn about what are the approved and legal operators in your state. DC, Maryland, and Virginia will be a robust betting market. Obviously, it would be a lot more had the Commanders been in the Super Bowl, of course.
Yes. Oh, man.
But yeah, that's the big message this weekend.
Question for you, and I don't know how this can be done, but in the world we live in, everything gets done. Super Bowl squares, I feel like, are one of the most popular ways for like Super Bowl parties, and your aunt can buy a square. You know what I mean? Like there's zero baseline of sports understanding. How can you do the websites offer those? Like, is there a way there?
Yeah. So actually, it's funny. I pulled up one legal app today here in Louisiana, and there was a squares game you could play. You're still betting against the house, I imagine, as opposed to just friendly wagers across with friends.
Gotcha.
But last year we actually did a public survey of how much Americans plan to bet, and it could include wagers such as Super Bowl squares, and that estimate was 23 billion, encompassing all forms of bets.
Yeah.
So there's actually a ton of fun action, and like again, we call those casual friendly wagers.
Yeah.
That like technically are they illegal? Of course, but no one's going to come after you for going to a party and betting on Super Bowl squares.
Right. It's
you guys
$1 square or something.
Yeah, you guys have all been where that can change dramatically. So,
Sure.
But
That's
yes, there are some platforms that
23
have squares.
Boy.
Last question. Did you go to Sawgrass with Brett Sullivan?
May have been on the ground in Sawgrass.
Was my guy Giblin your caddy? I know he was with Sully.
I did not have Giblin, but pretty epic 2 days down there.
What'd you do on 17?
I played it in 1 over. I did first day on the bridge, then landed on the bridge and rolled in.
In?
Yeah, so I was able to drop up by the green, chip in a putt in for my bogey, and then
okay.
You know the bridge that they walk on?
Yeah,
I landed on the bridge and then rolled down the bridge, but I was able to drop from up there instead of the drop area. And then the second day I got a par. So.
Okay. Good for you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for stopping by. You want people to check a website or anything?
Haveagameplan.org.
Haveagameplan.org. When we come back, I want to have a Myles Garrett discussion. Thank you to Joe Maloney.
Appreciate you, brother.
Fresh from Sawgrass. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Law Tires, the motorcycle lawyers. MLB has fired umpire Pat Hoberg for sharing legal betting sports accounts with a friend who bet on baseball and for intentionally deleting messages key to the investigation. So the commissioner of Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred, confirmed that there was no evidence that Hoberg directly was betting on games or manipulating the outcomes of any games that he was the umpire for. Hoberg is only 38 years old and is already widely regarded as the best ball strike umpire in MLB. Now, he can apply for reinstatement, but that won't happen until spring training 2026. He never directly bet on baseball, but shared an account with somebody who did. Hey, Caps fans, the Law Tigers and Harley-Davidson of DC are giving away a one-of-a-kind 50th anniversary Washington Capitals Harley-Davidson. Check it out in person at the DC Auto Show or enter now at capsfansbike.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Darius Dameron in the building. Shout out to Darius. Fresh champion tea. B. Mitch Finley live, Radio Row, baby, New Orleans, Louisiana. Walked over
You
here.
want to change the name of it now? Just call it Media Row?
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Media Row.
It's not just radios over here.
Sure. It's, I mean, let's the stuff we can name. So we're in
He's
this
got
little
huge
Odyssey
name.
corner, which is cool.
Odyssey Corner. Yeah, I like that. Like Tyson's Corner, Odyssey Corner?
Yeah.
All right.
But like right there is what? Is that chat? What does that say? Because the word I was about to say, I don't think.
Chat Sports.
Chat?
That's Wichita. So it's called a Chat Sports.
Because of Wichita?
I guess, but that's what it's called, Chat Sports.
Okay. Shout out to them. I'm going to stop trying to figure out who places are from because it's just a zoo. B, obviously this Garrett thing is one of the biggest stories in media this week.
Yep.
You and I have been pretty clear what we think should happen there. I
Yeah.
want to go to the boys in the aquarium because I don't know that they agree. But this is Marcus Spears had some really good comments about it on ESPN talking about who should go get Myles Garrett. This is Marcus Spears.
I don't think the Cleveland Browns have a clear direction. And no matter how you couch it, a lot of things that are transpiring in Cleveland are a reverberation of the contract they decided to give to Deshaun Watson. It puts you in flux as far as a lot of guys go. But this is more about frustration with Myles Garrett of having to deal with the up and down situation that's been going on in Cleveland. And the bottom line is when you don't get the quarterback position right or you don't have the right infrastructure for a quarterback, these guys start looking around and they start determining, yeah, we really can't win here. And Boogie, I know that like that. So that's my reaction to the Cleveland part. But I'll say this. The Washington Commanders should be on the phone right now trying to figure out how to get Myles Garrett to the D.C. area because that team has a lot of cap space. They're right. And Dan Quinn is the defensive coordinator. Myles Garrett might have 30 sacks if he ends up in Washington.
Damn.
30?
I would love to see B. Mitch sacks. That'd be great.
Yo, I love the excitement there. 30 sacks?
30, that's a lot.
What is the TJ Watt got to 22, right?
Something like that.
What is the sack record?
20, was it 22 or 3?
Well, I know Strahan had it for a minute. Strahan at 22 and a half. TJ
Well,
Watt.
they throw it a lot more
22
now
and a
than they
half.
used to.
TJ Watt just did it 4 years ago. I think
Still, they throw it a lot more. And in this league, we got dudes that want to run around all day and try to hold on to the ball, which give you more opportunities.
Doug, maybe with 18, I don't think they're getting to 30 sacks. But regardless,
somebody will get the 30 sacks here eventually.
Clearly,
you might be 85, but you know,
clearly Myles Garrett is going to be a top candidate around the NFL.
So, Dak, Jalen, and we don't know who's going to be in. We got Jalen, Dak, we got Jaden, and then we got who's going to be in New York.
I don't know.
He won't be sacking his own guy, so I'm saying the other three guys.
Sam Darnold.
Oh, he will give up some sacks. He might get 5 in one damn game.
Nikki Jabala standing here, and I'm just going to make her put a headset on. Nikki Jabala, Washington Post, leads us off. Would you trade for Myles Garrett if you were Adam Peters? Nikki.
What would they be giving up?
I say you give up 29.
I'll give up whatever for him.
29 and another one yesterday. I'd give a pair of ones.
You give up 2 ones.
They're picking 29th.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
What would you give
I'd
up?
be hesitant to give up 2 ones. I'd give up a 1, 2, and 3, but you're right. The 29 is not great.
If it goes the way it's supposed to, don't you think next year's one is
yeah, they're always
23rd?
Be, yeah, they should always be
Right.
low. Right.
So that's why, to me, 2-1. Like, if they were projected to be top 5 picks, I understand.
Yeah.
But I think Myles Garrett, because he's been in Cleveland, I don't think people have appropriately appreciated him. He's an absolute wrecking ball. He just turned 29 a month ago.
He's exceptional.
Doesn't miss games.
Just turned 29, but that means in a year he's going to be 30.
Yeah, but I don't think 30 is.
He doesn't miss games.
30 is not that threshold anymore.
Do you think?
You got to move past that one now because people are playing way beyond it. Especially
they're
his,
playing beyond it, but
especially
they're playing at a level.
Especially his position. I think what they were looking at with like DBs and receivers used to be it. Running backs would get beat the hell up, but DNs and linemen, they play forever. If he gives you 6 years, 5 years at the level he's playing, if he gives you 12 sacks a year, he's better than anybody you had over the last how many years.
Nikki voiced the reason. So you would give up a 1 and a 3 or something?
A 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
That'd be. I mean, I think you got. You think you got to kick the tires on this line. He's exceptional, and you got to get past.
And you also got to pay him.
Yeah. The question is you need. I don't believe in like. Sorry to all the receivers out there. I don't think they should go and get a high-priced receiver. I think
you are
welcome.
Welcome to the party
yes.
because Brian and I have been saying the same thing.
No, like,
I actually wrote that.
No, it's so. I mean, there's some quality. If you're gonna get a veteran, you get like the second tier. Like
totally.
What would
look what they
Allen
did
cost
this
now?
year
like,
with the collection of receivers they had?
Exactly. That's proof in itself. But
and
then you're
Luke
back to having
develops.
2 DN or not 2 DNs, 2 D linemen on pretty sizable contracts. If you go and get Garrett, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I think he's an exceptional player. He's one you go after. I think you got to rework Deron Paynes. I'd say maybe move on from John Allen.
Yeah, I mean, there's no money. There's no guarantee there.
Yeah. But who are you paying next?
Can I compliment you on something? You are an exceptional reporter, very good writer.
Is there a butt?
Yes.
Okay.
You are very bad at keeping the microphone.
Dude, it's like falling
just
down.
Pull it and turn it.
This is
Turn
this
it
is
in.
why I stick to my byline.
There we go.
There we go.
That was not a compliment.
So, all right, keep going. You're telling us how to rebuild the
Jeez.
Nikki Jabala's 5-point plan for the offseason. Not spend it wide out. Call about Garrett.
Yeah, you got to. God, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fix Marshawn.
Yeah.
I'm hoping an offseason where he can get
somebody
fully
like
healthy.
Garrett can fix Marshawn.
Yes. I think I still he hasn't said anything, obviously. They haven't said anything. I still wonder if the hamstring is still bothering him. He doesn't have that first step that he used to, and that he gets beat. Like,
I mean, you saw on
steps.
that 4th and 5, AJ
Yes.
Brown won on the go route
and
pretty
that's
easily.
unlike him.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping with a full offseason, he can be back to Marshawn.
I just
And
always
then-
have believed when you got dominant line play,
Yeah.
everybody else looked better.
Rush helps the coverage.
But like we looked at it and we see it was like Fowler played well down the stretch, Armstrong did, but there is no consistency at getting at a quarterback.
No, agree.
And it hadn't been like that for years.
I know. I agree with you. And I think if you get one good DN and then have a solid DN on the other side, don't get all 4 or 3 even
4 first rounders.
alpha guys like on the no, that did not work out well.
No,
But
it's going to be.
You need a stud on that line.
Totally. I think in the draft you're adding the back. I think of all the vets, Wagner, Ertz, Eckler, we keep going. I mean, Chin. Who's the top of your list? The vet you need back.
I'd say Wagner on 1 year. Keep him back as sort of locker room guy. You don't have a ton of depth at linebacker. He's still playing at a pretty high level. Keep him. Chin. The question is, what is Chin's market going to be? He's still in his prime.
That's a different. You probably need multi-year. You're probably guaranteeing money into a second year on that thing.
I would give him a 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But what could he get elsewhere. Will there be competition for
He
him?
could get a deal kind of like the other guys they signed last year.
Yes.
Dorrance,
Yes.
Biotish. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like those guys got some guarantee into a second year.
Yeah.
Is the reality of it.
I think you keep him. Then you got a solid secondary. You know, you draft another corner. I think you have to.
Like what you have at secondary, if Marshawn gets better,
if Marshawn gets
with
better.
Mikey,
Yeah.
I think those
Quan,
you can
Chin,
become so much better with just some consistent pass rush.
I think Quan is really turning into
Yeah, he
a good
stepped
player.
up. Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing for me specific with this Garrett possibility is one, we know from the San Fran days they will trade for pros, right? They will trade for stars. Trent, McCaffrey. Here, they identified a blue chip player available at a distressed cost, I would say, in Lattimore and made the move because they think he's a star player. Garrett fits that mold, dude. And your defense changes dramatically overnight if one, just by adding Garrett, but if you have Garrett and then you even get 85-90% of what Lattimore was at his best in New Orleans, that defense changes dramatically.
Totally.
Yeah.
And that's not a 3-year rebuild when all of a sudden you realize, this team's already in the NFC title game. What if they could get to Jalen Hurts more regularly in Philly?
That wouldn't just be like a decent defense. That'd be a pretty loaded group back there. If you got Garrett, you got Luvu, who's been a stud.
Yeah.
Marshawn, Chin.
I think Luvu, his impact becomes better if you have a guy like Garrett on the field.
We have to break. Those are the rules of radio. You're welcome to stick around. I don't know what you have going on.
Are you going to criticize my mic usage or?
Nikki is the mic. Jabala is the mic. Jabala is the mic. We'll be right back.
She's going to drop some bars for us.
No.
Yeah, she's staying now. Oh no, man. Tiger Woods' mom passed away.
Really?
Yeah. Certainly send our condolences to the Woods family. I never met her, but she always seemed a very sweet woman. We are live. B-Mitch wants me to rename it Media Row here in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Makes more sense.
It is definitely filling up. Now, it must be contagious. Nikki can't figure out her mic, and now B-Mitch has his mic on the top of his head.
Doritos, and I did not want to. So, Landfill say I crunch, but I'm going to eat when I feel like it. But I'm just saying I didn't want to crunch.
Nikki Jabala from the Washington Post sitting in with us. These tables are all filling up. There's like a lot of these around us yesterday were empty, and there was plenty of kind of workspace. It's all filling up. That was
a Odyssey workspace there till they just roll in and say, "Get the hell out of our seat."
Yeah, that lady looks like she's not messing around. There's a lot of boxes. They mean business. I think one of the most fascinating subplots.
Bring that thing so you get your whole head on the thing.
Doug, you care about the stream at a much higher rate than I do. There we go. My whole head. The assistant coaching stuff. Where are we at with Brian Johnson, David Blau, Tavita Pritchard, Nikki?
As far as I know, Brian Johnson, he interviewed for the Houston. They hired OC yesterday.
Okay. So he's sticking.
Yeah. David Blau, they did block from interviewing with other teams. Clearly, a son, they like him.
Yeah, but because I thought he was interviewing for like passing game coordinator.
Yeah.
How do you block it if it is a promotion?
Yeah.
Because you're probably going to give them something.
That's probably the question. I need to refresh my
It's going to be fascinating because they're going to have to give him a new title.
Rules. Yeah, they've changed the rules multiple times over the last few years to make it better. So you can't just block people from moving up in their career. But
I think what has happened, people have been given these basically empty titles.
Right. Yes.
Oh, passing game coordinator, but he don't do any damn thing with the passing game.
Right.
Assistant head coach, which he does nothing with the.
Right.
So
and they're not uniform team to team. So is it really a promotion just because it's a different title with it?
There you go.
So yeah. But yeah, they clearly like him, which says he has a good rapport with Jaden too. And I get the sense that they really want to create some continuity around Jaden, which
they're probably getting ahead of it for next year.
Next year too. Yes, they want to have depth. So if Cliff does get another head coaching job, that someone is next in line. They have a succession plan.
That was exactly where I was going. And just the other one, Tavita with Jacksonville, right? Has Jacksonville made a hire yet?
I thought they did.
Did they?
I'll do a quick Google search.
Yeah. I think that's the only one I saw for Tavita so far.
Apparently there's a leading candidate, but nobody has emerged. Here's where I want to land. We can all answer this question. Nathan Skill-Chasey from Iowa State is emerging as possibly Liam Cohen's guy. We'll see, but it doesn't seem like that's a done deal with anything.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive coordinator.
Nathan may change his mind in the last minute, like Liam did.
Offensive coordinator and play caller for the Washington Commanders, Week 1, 2026 is who, Brian Mitchell?
2026? It's going to be Brian Johnson.
One vote, Brian Johnson. Week 1, 2026, offensive coordinator, play caller is who, Nikki Jabala?
Yeah, I'm going with Brian Johnson. Yeah.
I kind of think it's Blau, dude. I would have said Brian.
So you think Tavita's gone, or he's going to leapfrog Tavita?
The only dude they blocked is Blau. Everybody else got to interview.
Yeah, because Tavita may be out the picture, but I think Brian and Whitcomb still there. Because if you Blau, I think him being an offensive coordinator is not coming next year. I think that's another 2 years out.
Totally fair. I just look at what transpired, and I think Tavita. I think Brian Johnson.
There's a chance Brian Johnson is gone too. He has.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I think if Brian Johnson has a much higher profile, I think it's possible if they have another really good season that not only is he getting OC interviews, but like, at what point are we running out of Tampa Bay OCs to become head coaches? Like could he get a different list, a different track?
But I would look at it like this a little bit. Blau, and they talk about him and also his familiarity with Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
Does Blau have a better relationship than Tavita? You know, and it's like, is it okay? They feel like, okay, we can let Tavita go, but we still want this working relationship.
Or if Cliff gets this job, is Blau his OC wherever he goes because Cliff's calling the plays?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's a million layers to all this. It's kind of a fun exercise to try to project out. Who the hell knows? Maybe it's still Cliff. No, none of us answered Cliff, by the way.
Yeah, because I think Cliff is the head coach next year.
I think he's the head coach.
I think all the jobs this year kind of sucked.
They sucked. Like,
and I think that's
not
why
just take any job.
Right.
Yeah.
I think next year, man, Cincy, Buffalo. You talk to enough people around the league. Obviously, nothing happened with either of those jobs this year. But like a dude like Kingsbury, where there's no financial impetus to go, he's not taking a job without a stud quarterback.
Yeah, nor should he.
Right.
Nor should any OC with options should not go anywhere without a quarterback.
How many teams with stud quarterbacks you feel are going to just be straight garbage next year?
Since he missed the playoffs this year,
yeah.
If they miss the playoffs again,
maybe not straight garbage, but in the position where they'll want to move on from a head coach, I could see.
I mean, at what point in Buffalo,
yeah,
if Buffalo goes another year where they can't get past KC, do they change something?
That could go the rest of their lives.
I know, but like at some point,
but somebody's got to be the scapegoat. You know how this works. Like,
don't you think at some point? I was talking with somebody last night. It was really interesting. Apparently, the structure in Buffalo is the head coach and the GM report directly to the owner, kind of independent of each other.
Oh, that sounds like.
Well, it also doesn't allow for like the power struggle of like, okay, GM's gonna blame the coach is gonna blame the GM. Try to it's an interesting dynamic in what is a place where they can't win, dude. If we're being nuts, say
Sean is a great communicator.
If we're being crazy, at what point do people in Baltimore ask a couple questions?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, if these teams are loaded and they keep losing to the Chiefs, I don't know.
Know what keeps happening? The offense normally falls short.
I know. Shout out
John is like, ain't me.
Shout out to Denton for getting us wings. Nikki, you are welcome to stay as long as you'd like. Nikki Jambala sitting with us here on Media Row. When we come back, last night I got to catch up with Jahan Dotson and Carson Wentz. We're just going to play those interviews and let you draw your own conclusions. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. The Hall of Fame voter who declined to select Ichiro remains a mystery. So of the 394 people who vote on the Baseball Hall of Fame, all but one voted Ichiro into the Hall. So naturally, people wanted to know who was the person, the lone holdout. Well, today, the BBWAA released the ballots, but the Hall's rules allow each voter the choice whether or not they want to make their ballot public. And of course, the person who didn't vote for Ichiro didn't make their ballot public. So unless that person decides to come forward later, we'll never know who or why they decided to make Ichiro one vote away from being a unanimous selection. And some college football news, former Texas and Washington wide receiver Jonte Cook II, who is the top available prospect in this year's transfer portal, was just arrested on charges of property theft and interference of public duties. The beginning of his career, first 2 years, was spent at Texas, though he decided to part ways and enter the transfer portal. He initially transferred to and enrolled at Washington, but shortly after he arrived on campus, made the decision to move on. He's back in the transfer portal. Hey, Caps fans, the Law Tigers and Harley-Davidson of DC are giving away a one-of-a-kind 50th anniversary Washington Capitals Harley-Davidson. Check it out in person at the DC Auto Show or enter now at capsfansbike.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, 11 a.m. here in New Orleans.
Probably 70 degrees.
It's nice out,
I played golf the other day. I had to come out of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wearing – everybody, when I did TV last night, they were all giving me hell because I was wearing a golf shirt, and I guess it's still cold at home. Joining us now, we are really excited to have Roman Gabriel sitting down with us here at Media Row in New Orleans. Roman, I want to start here. I find this fascinating. Now, you were a Pro Bowl player, an MVP winner, but in 1962, you were the first overall draft pick in the AFL and the second overall draft pick in the NFL.
Well,
how do you decide from
what
there?
You do?
Yeah.
First of all, I want to tell you that your statistics are great, but I am his oldest son. It's okay. My father passed away last year.
Oh wow!
In April. But yes, he was the MVP of the NFL in '69. He was the number one pick of the AFL and the NFL, Al Davis with the Raiders. And he was also the first Filipino quarterback
Wow.
in the NFL. So I'm working hard to get him in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He made it to the quarterfinals last year. And one of the reasons I'm here today is that fathead.com and ourselves are announcing a new Roman Gabriel Legends Fathead collection.
Uh-huh.
And he and Joe Namath, Terry Bradshaw, Roger Staubach, and others. But,
Okay. So all the big names.
Oh yeah, well, hey, he's gonna. You got a life-size stand-up that's going to be coming out, a life-size sticker set, life-size big head.
That's cool.
And Chris Hetherington, who you played against, who was a fullback for San Francisco, the Panthers, in Atlanta. Chris is an incredible friend, and he was happy to keep my father's memory alive. And our foundation is called the Sold Out Youth Foundation, and we do a fentanyl education program in public schools. It's the number one killer of teenagers, and Chris is a father, and so they're going to be working with us to not only highlight my father's career and keep his name out there, but I want to carry on his legacy. He raised over $10 million during his life for different charities.
Uh-huh.
That's all about using your platform to make a difference. So I just did the Rams just did a memorial for him earlier this season that they did a great job on. And we had a bunch of Rams that showed up for a foundation event about 2 weeks ago in Irvine and had a great time with all these Rams from 1969 to 2002. And I was shocked. Guys like Vince Ferragamo, Ron Brown, Leroy Irvin, guys that you played against, that even past that said that my dad had an impact on their life. So I hear from fans all the time about how he made a difference in their lives and how, in a short time they were able to get together and make a difference. So my dad's remembered as not only a great player, but somebody who used their platform to make a difference.
Look, I was doing an interview yesterday, and I told the lady, she asked me one thing that I would tell kids, and I said, have somebody who you respect and live your life to not let them down. So you having this opportunity to go out and push your dad's name, how important is that for you?
Well, it's incredibly important because I played pro football, came out with the Raiders in '82 and then the USFL in '83, and I was a quarterback, had a neck injury that took me out. But when I was 7 years old, I watched my dad do it every single day and show me what a champion looks like. So I wanted to be a pro football player from the time I was 7. So it was really easy because I thought that every player in the NFL, when you're a kid, played 17 years like my dad did. I mean, he started playing when I was born and didn't finish until I graduated from high school. So, my dad was, I would say today he's kind of like a Josh Allen. He was hard to bring down, big guy, great in the pocket, but he could also run the football extremely effectively. So, my football career was because of watching my dad get it done every single day and giving me the impetus and the passion to love football.
Before we sat down, we were talking about Jaden Daniels and how impressed you were with him. When you watch him as a young quarterback, what'd you think of the season they put together?
I'm so impressed by Jaden Daniels because when he came out of college, a lot of people said he might be a little too slender, might be a situation where he could get hurt easily, but he's smart. A lot of these guys today don't get down. He gets out of bounds, he gets down. He doesn't seem to take a lot of big shots, which in the NFL today, you got to live to play another down. So he reminds me a little Patrick Mahomes because Patrick doesn't make sure he stays up and upright. But what I like about him is he goes through his progressions really quickly. And if the play's not a good play, one of the things my dad used to say, getting rid of the football and living to punt is not a bad thing, in a football game. Play field position and make the plays when you can make them. And he certainly has done that. And in the playoffs, he was money. And all you can hope for in a veteran quarterback is when the game's on the line that he's going to get it done. And he did it all year long. So it's really fantastic what he's accomplished. And now that Redskins know they can build around a guy, and they got a lot of people. They got a lot of skilled people. You guys need a couple players here and there, but this is a team that has Super Bowl aspirations.
As you look at this Super Bowl coming up, everybody keep asking me because I played for Philly, but I was under Andy Reid. And I'm an Andy Reid dork, I would guess I say. Pat Mahomes, does he kind of sway this game? Because I think Philly has the better overall team, but they have a magician.
Brian, you know this. If you get to this with the way the confidence they play with and the situationally they love close games, and when there's close game, they're going to win the game. It's just the way it is. Andy Reid, puts together a game plan that I think he and Spags save it for the end of the game.
Yeah.
Stuff that you haven't seen, like they did on the blitz the last play against Buffalo, which was amazing to hold out that blitz for the fourth down play. Yeah, exactly. But here's the way I look at it. Buffalo ran the ball really well in the second half. If Saquon doesn't run the ball, 25, 30 times, they're not going to win.
All right.
Because they got great people on the outside. If they could get Kansas City to stop the run, then Jalen can make some plays down the field because he's got a lot of talent. But if it comes down to Patrick Mahomes gets the ball the last time they have the ball, they're going to win. So you got to beat the champs. You got to beat the champs.
Yeah.
Buffalo was playing it too close to the vest. You can't count on a fourth and inches at somebody else's field to win.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fascinating matchup because they just played a couple years ago, kind of came down to the wire, and I think Philly is significantly better now than they were then. But so's KC. They got alligator blood, man.
Well, KC's what they got going for him this year, and that's what I think Patrick understands is he doesn't have to be Superman. He just needs to put the cape on when he needs it. Their defense is super. They don't give up big plays. They're great man-to-man defense, so Spags could blitz a bunch because his secondary behind was going to play well.
Sure.
So that's why I think their weakness is when Buffalo ran the ball at them, they had a great deal of success. But how do you not give it to your best back the last two series? That killed them.
Yeah.
So I really think Philadelphia, if they're able to establish a run, Saquon gets over 100 yards, they win the game. These games come down to who can run the football and who can stop the run, and both these teams are pretty good at that.
Tell us a little bit about all the work you do, the Sold Out Foundation.
I started this foundation in 2008. I and my wife have been involved in drug and alcohol education and abstinence education since 1997. So we're very proud of this organization. My dad was as well, because he was all about kids and all about giving back to the next generation. As you guys know, post-COVID and with this fentanyl problem in our country that's become the number one killer of kids in our country, it's devastating.
Mm-hmm.
It's a poison that can be in food. It's a poison that a kid can order a fake pill online.
It's crazy.
It's laced with fentanyl. It can be in vape, marijuana. So unlike the cocaine problem of the 70s, this is poison. It's odorless, tasteless. It costs about $1 a pill, and parents and kids alike don't know what it is. So we're working with the DEA. They have a one pill kills program. Ours is an online program for K through 12 public schools. And we basically educate every administrator, staff member, parent, and student about the dangers of fentanyl. Mm-hmm. Here's what's terrible. Kids get their phone in 4th grade. Their parents give them to them for a safety item. Hey, if you get in trouble, call me. Well, the problem is places like Snapchat and TikTok are actually targeting our kids with these fake fentanyl pills online. And the kids don't know any better. And 7 of those 10 pills are laced with fentanyl.
Yeah.
And 42% of those 7 have enough to kill you. So this isn't a chance thing. If you're experimenting and you're an innocent kid who says, hey, I got the right to do that, like all of our generations did, but we couldn't die. So there's enough fentanyl in the country that's come over. Even if you close the border today, we've got enough to kill people 1 and 2 times over. So what we're doing with this for your fans out there, hashtag tackling fentanyl is what we're doing. I need you to go to soldouttv.com. At the top of that page, we have a fentanyl education program that you can get on the privacy of your own phone at home. Soldouttv.com. Just click on fentanyl education. Send the link to your friends. Send it to your fellow, your students. Send it to your coworkers, because 90% of these accidental deaths are preventable. They're preventable. So go to the site, and cool thing is you can send the link out to anybody you want. It's free from our organization. That way you can sit down with your kids, tell them the dangers of this, so that when they do make decisions, they're making it with the right facts.
I think a lot of people always think that you're trying to use fear tactics, but hell, if one pill can kill you, then all of a sudden you might want to have a little fear with it, because I think a lot of kids are willing to try and do everything. Right. And if you know that if I make this decision, it could be it.
Right.
You may not make that decision.
Well, we had 5 kids in Amherst, Virginia last year, 10-year-olds, that were poisoned by gummy bears in their lunch.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
So we're not talking about kids that are drug addicts. We're not talking about kids that have a drug problem. We're just talking about innocent kids who have a friend who says, hey, I got some vape from a guy I trust.
Yeah.
Or I went online and I bought this Xanax. Same thing with college students during finals. They go on, they want to stay awake, they order a Xanax. They're printed and pressed to look exactly like the pharmaceutical pill. But everybody, to your fans and to your people that listen, the only place to have guarantees is at a pharmacy. If you're purchasing anything that looks like a pharmaceutical pill, or even recreational drugs or vape online, you're putting yourself in danger, because that stuff's out there. So go to our website, go to the education. Parents, educate your kids, and hopefully we can cut down the hospitalizations and deaths with this.
Seriously, man. Well, Roman, thank you for the time, man. Hopefully folks learn.
Appreciate you, man.
SoldOutTV.com, right?
Yeah, and I'll be in touch with you guys. The Roman Gabriel Fathead collection should be coming out here in a couple of months, and we'll definitely send you something and get you the messaging, because we're really excited about it.
They say we already have Fathead collections. You just walk around every day with it.
Both of you guys have the Fathead going.
Roman, thank you very much, man.
Appreciate
Check out
it, man.
Sold Out is the foundation. Plenty more information there. Check out the Fatheads. We got a break real quick. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to get into Goodell, Wentz, Dotson, a whole lot more coming up. It's B. Mitch and Finley from New Orleans.
You lie. BBC Philly 106.7 The Fan coming to you live from Media Row, Radio Row as they call it. We call it Media Row. Live from the Convention Center here in New Orleans as we get ready for Super Bowl 59. Oh, Lord, I put the Commanders in the Super Bowl.
That'd be cool.
Chiefs taking on
That'd be a lot cooler.
the Philadelphia Eagles. So interesting things going on around here, but it's getting packed.
Yeah, man, it's definitely filling in here. We had Roger Goodell speaking yesterday at length, right?
Uh-huh.
And I don't know. I don't even know that I really feel like exploring this, but Cody Betts just had a hell of a. I think Cody Betts really enjoyed our interview there. Cody Betts just sent a picture of Nancy Reagan saying, "Just say no," which is correct, man. That stuff's no joke. I'm not gonna make.
Hey, but the stuff about that's some serious crap. I've done a few PSAs about it, and you'll be amazed where people get it at. So,
I think yesterday with Goodell was pretty fascinating, Brian, and a lot of what he said that stood out to me. He said there's still. He basically was like, we are a long way away from 18-game season. How far away do you actually think they are?
A year or two. I think they're trying to push it as much as they can, but I really believe that the NFLPA and their people better realize you don't just flow into this thing. You make sure that the players are highly compensated for the extra games. If you have sat here and you have all this stuff about people getting beat up and hurt in 16 games, you added the 17th one now just to throw another one in, you better make sure they're going to be taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, I think whenever the NFLPA has a press conference, I think Friday. What's your guy's name? I know that's your boy, the new head of the PA, the new executive director. Lloyd Howell, maybe?
Yeah.
I am very curious to see how he handles this, because if it's growth at all costs, then you take the extra game and you get more money out of it. But at what point, I mean, you were a union rep, like at what point does that balancing act get difficult?
About the money?
Adding an extra game versus getting more money.
Well, I don't think it's not a balancing act. If you add an extra game, I need to get more money. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't come like, because they're going to get more money if they add another game. Why shouldn't the players get the same thing? And then on top of it, you're going to also have to add another damn bye week. You got to figure this thing out. But the league normally promotes it as, oh, the fans want it. And the fans always want it. But if you were complaining when it was 16 games and players getting hurt and you add two more, you have to believe that that's going to put more wear and tear on them. So how do you normally make most people happy no matter what the situation is? You line their damn pockets. And the league can easily give these players the ton of money. Like, my thing is, we're making 1.7 in a 17-game season, and then I come in an 18-game season. You can't tell me I have a contract for 1.7. The contract needs to be 1.8 to 9 or 1.9, because you add in the game, you need to add that prorated amount to my contract as well. That's where I think it goes, and the minimums need to go up if we add an extra game to it.
Well, especially the minimums need to go up because you're probably going to churn through more players. Like, by the end of a 17-game regular season at this point, you have a bunch of different players kind of on your roster. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, the bottom 10 roster spots are kind of churning through. Now, they've done a good job of expanding the roster size, like the practice squad rules, all that stuff. And I just think it's going to be fascinating to see. It certainly seems like it's coming. Do you think that?
The 18 game? Yeah, I believe it's coming. But one thing I also know, Lloyd is a money guy. And he believes in people getting their fair share. I don't think this is going to be like it used to be where we're going to just go and litigate everything. No. If we're going to be partners and move forward, the players are going to be taken care of properly.
Let's hope they get it.
I don't think they can. There's no, like, this league is not being hurt by anything when it comes down to finances. You know, we just heard how much Jerry Jones' team has worked. We saw what the Commanders sold for. We got teams that were normally teams that don't even work to sell their stuff. Their values are going way up. The league is winning.
Sure.
And nobody is watching Goodell. Nobody is watching these owners. They're watching the players. So the players should be given their fair share. Every time something goes up, get your share. And I think you can make people cool with that. But if you just try to throw something at me and you don't bring my fair share, then I'm going to have a problem with everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch how that shakes out. And the other part of this is how far out do they have Super Bowls booked? Do we know that? Like,
normally they have it like 2 years or so, 3 years ahead, but they already got a line of people waiting to where they now.
Next year is Santa Clara, and then I think the year beyond that is back to LA, is back to SoFi. I'm curious, so I think they have it. This is Super Bowl 25, Louisiana. Okay,
59.
Next year is 60, Santa Clara. 61 looks like LA, and then 28. January of 28 is Atlanta.
Okay.
Now these venues, so that is the next 3 beyond this Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm.
These venues book up and out years in advance.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like only the next 2 have dates. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, because they have to figure out that date for the next one because they don't know.
Right. But that to me tells you. So if February 8th is booked in California next year, there's clearly not going to 18 next year.
Uh-huh.
And Valentine's Day is the Super Bowl in LA 2 years from now.
And that's 14th.
That's the 14th.
That's basically like a week later.
They starts to
move
look
into
like
there. You know what I mean? So
now some of that could be Labor Day or whatever. You know what I mean? Like how it all kind of intermingles. But that starts to get quite interesting. So that is what? February 14th of 27. And you just back out the date, that is a full week later.
Yeah.
So that would mean.
But my question is, you add the 18th. I would hope if you add an 18th game, everybody has a bye by week 10. You know what I mean? No one should have to go like Washington did this. What they went all the way to week 12?
Dude, I think it was closer to 13.
13, 14, whatever it is. Everyone should be having a buy. This is what I'm talking about. We watch this team make money, and I'm going to be honest with you. You can be a damn idiot and make money in the NFL because people are spending it. Yeah, we see it over and over again.
Sell a team for $6 billion.
But you can't damn tell me you don't think about how to make it for people.
Their buy was week 14.
So you should never, if you're going to try to add another game, you need to make sure the buys are by the latest, week 9 or 10. And if you are going to have a team play until week 15 before they get a body, you're lying about everything that you say. And I think the PA, just like the league think they're strong on. The PA got to be able to come back at them with some stuff too. We're not going to allow guys to play for straight 15 weeks. If you're doing this stuff because you claim that it's about safety, then you can't make one team play till week 15 and the other team. One team take a bye at week 2 or 3, and then they got to play the rest of the damn year. No, that doesn't bode well with me.
I hear you. Do you think the league, the PA will be strong enough to stand up to that? Because I think last deal,
I think the last deal was done like in a sense to make certain people feel good about themselves, not necessarily to take care of the players. I think moving forward, it's going to always be money is going to be taking care of the players. I believe that. From the one small conversation I had with Lloyd, I believe that his mindset is don't run around talking about we're partners and then we're only partners when you're trying to benefit. We're partners all the way through this thing.
All right, so this is interesting. So President's Day weekend is the 3rd Monday of February.
Okay.
That 3rd Monday.
That's about the one we're trying to push to President's Day weekend.
Well, then the Monday after the Super Bowl is a holiday.
Yeah, they should have been tried that one. You know, get it where people can have a time to recuperate. Because Super Bowl Sunday is a rough day for a lot of folks.
For sure. I think it. I don't know. Kind of interesting to watch all this unfold, man. and it gets harder and harder to think it's not coming. As much as Goodell's going to play it cool, you know what I mean? Like I think I think everybody kind of recognizes once the wheels of this league, dude. Did I tell you where I had dinner last night?
Right.
So before media night, they had a media workroom set up at the Superdome, and they provided a meal, and it was fine. It was like chicken breasts and salad, basically. Nothing awesome, but it was fine. Yeah. I got some more food later, but do you know where the NFL created the media workroom?
Where?
It was a parking lot outside of the Superdome, a garage.
Okay.
And they turned it into
eating area.
They put up walls. They had tables and desks. Like I thought,
put up walls and stuff. That's cool. I mean, I went out to Gallo and they had all of the.
There's nothing these people can't do. Is what I'm
saying.
So
that's what I'm saying. Like when I went there, instead of going find a restaurant, they say we're gonna move some barrels out, put some stuff up, boom, boom, boom. This is the restaurant inside the cellars.
Yeah, man, they know what they're doing. And that's why I just think, like, all right, if they're saying they're going to get to 18, they're going to get to 18. And if the fact that the Super Bowl 2 years from now, it's not that far away, is scheduled for President's Day weekend, I doubt it's an accident.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right. Listen, man, one thing about them, we say it all the time. You and I agree on this. You know, we may disagree on some stuff, but we end up at this. If the NFL wants it, they normally get it.
Yeah.
And I think that the PA has to understand the NFL can't get anything without your players. So if they want to get it, and you know they're going to get it, you need to make sure your guys are taken care of along the way.
I agree with that. All right, Ahmet's texting us this, and I think you're going to care about this.
Well, I just hit him.
Well, forget him. Tell the audience that's listening. So there's a lot. I've heard this conversation because there has never been a three-peat in the NFL. No team has ever won 3 in a row. And I get Pat Riley may have trademarked it, but it doesn't mean we can't say the word. Kansas City's going for their 3rd Super Bowl in a row. This was kind of interesting. I think Nick Wright actually said this on a podcast I was listening to, that the Eagles have actually already broken up another three-peat attempt because it went Pats in, if I have my dates right, I think the Pats won in 16, then they lost to the Eagles in 17, and then they won in 18.
Yeah.
So if they beat the Eagles, they might have already had a three-peat.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever done that. Mahomes right now has 3 Super Bowl wins in 7 years.
Yeah.
He's going for 4 in 8,
and we're participating
including
in 5.
the first ever three-peat.
Yeah.
As a country, recency bias is a real, very real thing.
It is.
What do you think the conversation starts to turn to when,
I think
when
immediately
you compare
turn.
Mahomes
I think Stephen A. may say some outlandish stuff. I believe that people will start saying exactly what Stephen A. said. And the reason I'll say is this, Ahmed. If you really look at the run that he had in New England, there are like 2 of those wins, Super Bowl, where the offense stunk. And Vinatieri came in and bailed them out. The defense, some other games bailed them out.
Early on in the Patriots run, it was definitely defensive driven.
Yeah, I'm saying, but like the thing of it would be this. Tom played 21 years, right? And he won 7 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
He participated in 10.
Yeah.
If Pat wins this one, that would be 4 in 8 years. He would have participated in 5. And people don't ever say, well, he probably won't participate in more. They're going to automatically assume he's going to participate in some more of them, right? And you will definitely see a contingent start to say he's a guy. Because we would have won 50% of them. 50% of the games that he was, the Super Bowl that he was in the league. Not the ones that he had participated in. He'll be at 80% if he goes with that in the first 8 years of his career. And I think people will automatically, because this is not the first. This is the thing you got to realize. Stephen A. don't normally just talk about stuff just sometimes talk about it. I've been hearing people talk about this all year. People been mentioning this stuff all year. So he's not the first guy to have said that.
I agree with that. I don't know that I could go there yet, but the path Mahomes is on, I said it, I think, after he won his first, that he was on a path to maybe be the GOAT. I think the one dude in our recency bias world that we disrespect might be too strong of a word, but it is not considered enough is Joe Montana.
Mm-hmm. But see, yeah, Joe was great, but you got to realize when Joe rolled out, Steve rolled in and won another Super Bowl. So that's those you always have those people like, okay, when Washington 91 team, what people say? Oh, that wasn't a great. They didn't have no great individual. They had a great team. Well, what is this football team, right? And Joe was exceptional. Didn't have the strongest arm. He just threw the SOB right on point all the time. Okay. He won, I think, a total of 3 of them.
4. Montana?
Yeah.
4.
So in the 4, and then I thought Steve was on one of those things, but
that they have 5. I think Montana has 4.
Okay. So he wins 4.
Undefeated in all Super Bowls. Never lost.
But when you that team also was loaded on both sides of the ball.
Sure.
But still, Joe, whenever people start asking me the best, Joe's still involved.
Well,
but like recency, younger folks, they don't want to talk about Joe. Joe, listen, I sat on the
I
side.
imagine Jeff wants nothing to do with the Joe.
I sat on the sideline, dog, and I watched Joe Montana throw pass after pass where the receiver we were playing against in the old field they had. What was the old field they had out there in Candlestick Park? Yeah. Every pass land right past the finger of Alvin Walton and other DBs and land right in the hands of their players. I was on the sideline because I used to say he's not that good. His arm's not that strong. You look for the strong arm.
Right.
That dude put on a damn clinic that day. And I left that game saying, you know what? This dude is as good as anything I've ever seen.
Just an absolute monster, man.
Yes.
Montana was a monster. I don't know that I'm ready to say Mahomes is the dude, but damn, he's getting close.
He's getting close.
And you win this one.
And I think that, like the thing of it, he may not be, but you start to guess that he could be because look what he's done so quickly.
Totally. It's what he's been able to do that fast is just to get the 3 and 7. Let's ignore this weekend's events is outrageous. I mean, think about what he's got more Super Bowl wins than John Elway and Dan Marino combined.
He would have, if he wanted to win, he had more Super Bowl wins. Just like Tom Brady has more, he would have had more Super Bowl wins at 4 than most teams also. Tom has more than anybody. But you think about if he does that in 8 years, what do you start thinking about in the next 8 years?
Dude, and like the infrastructure, having Andy, I don't know how long you have Kelsey, but having Chris Jones, like they're just loaded, man. And there's no reason to think it's not going to continue. We're going to take a quick break here. Going to go around the NFL, think about some moves that could happen. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, 2 legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app, and if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in and watch the showdown live during Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Brian and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. FanDuel is supposed to be the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Super Bowl week continues as we cover things down in New Orleans. Lots of other sports going on locally, though. The Wizards on a winning streak. They won again last night, beating Charlotte 124-114. Bilal Coulibaly led the way with 26. Wizards winning back-to-back games for the first time since late October. They will look for 3 in a row at Brooklyn tomorrow night. Capitals, the opposite is true for them. They're trying to snap a 2-game skid, hosting Florida tonight, 7 p.m. face-off for Caps hockey here in the Fan. Caps have lost 3 of 4, but Ovi scored the other night, so 18 away now from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time scoring record. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fam. One thing I was bummed about, Jameis Winston was at media night last night. I didn't see him, man. I'd like to think I would have noticed Jameis. He's a big old unit, man. Here's what I'd like to do. Last night I did get to catch up with Jahan Dotson. Obviously a weird year. There was a lot of excitement. I remember people calling into the show and telling us Commanders early people were calling in and telling me the Commanders have a top 5 receiver room because of Terry and Jahan. Clearly things went sideways. Jahan gets traded in August. Now he's in the Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. Caught up with him last night. You and I have done a lot of interviews. How different is everything nowadays?
A lot different. It's a lot different, but it's really cool. You know, I'm taking it all in, enjoying the process, just enjoying being here, and living every day to the max.
There's no way this is on your mind. A year ago today was when Dan Quinn was hired. Like how much has your life changed in the last year?
A lot. If I wrote a book about the last year of my life, you'd be amazed. But, you know, it's been awesome. Through faith, through trusting in the process, trusting in my plans, you know, I'm living out my dreams. So it's honestly a dream come true that I'm able to be here and be where I'm at, knowing the things that I've been through. It's pretty awesome.
I mean, you're at the Super Bowl. Yeah. This got to feel incredible. I mean, you guys have an opportunity, take down the Chiefs, stop the three-peat. Do you allow yourself to kind of get in that moment?
Yeah, for sure, a little bit. Obviously, early in the week, knowing that you're here, everything's kind of brand new to me, and then just taking it all in. But, you know, we came down here for a game. It's a business trip at the end of the day. We're trying to leave with a ring on our finger.
What was it like playing Washington in the NFC title game to get here?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was a great experience, especially coming out on top. It was really cool. We knew they were a good opponent, going to give us a lot of fits, but we managed to come out with a big victory.
Have there been, like, after the trade and stuff, were you hurt? Were there some low moments there?
I wouldn't say I was hurt. It's all a part of business. And it's a part of your everyday life. You sometimes you get hit with adversity. You got to move on, and just make the most of your opportunities. And that's what I did when I came here. Just trying to make the most of every opportunity I've been dealt with. So, you know, it's been awesome, and I'm enjoying my time.
And I mean, how do you get ready for this game? I know you guys all approach everything day by day by day, but it's a Super Bowl, dude. I mean, this is nuts. I don't even know what's going on over there. Like, how do you mentally lock in for this?
You know, being around a bunch of great guys on this team, it's really easy to get caught up in your preparation. That's the thing that guys on this team take very seriously, from the coaching staff down to the players. Everyone prepares like champions. It's the reason that we're here today. It's the reason I'm here today, because, you know, we prepare like no other. So we're not going to treat this any differently than the NFC Championship, than the divisional round, than Week 18, Week 17. You know, we're coming in here. We know this is really cool being here, Super Bowl and everything, but, you know, we came here to get a victory.
Hey, man, good luck. Thank you for taking some time. Yep. It's been wild to watch this. And then the NFC title game was like, wow, like John's there and everybody's here. It's just nuts, man.
It's pretty crazy.
You going to play what is it, Madden?
Madden, I guess. I haven't played it yet this year, so we'll see how my skills shape up.
You're in the Super Bowl, and that's got to be easier, right?
Right.
Thanks, dude. Yep. All right, that was Jahan Dotson. What'd you think, B?
Seeing a little bit more. I'm not saying subdued, but like he's learned some stuff. And, you know, and like, let's be real, it's part of the business, but damn, you still get hurt. Anytime somebody question you or don't think you're the guy, that hurts your feelings, you know, hands down, point blank.
I think he did a good job of kind of keeping it cool and not saying, yeah, it pissed me off or whatever.
Yeah, but if he had said it pissed him off, what's wrong with that?
Right.
You know, because most guys will tell you somebody let you go, that's motivation. And when you get motivated, sometimes you're pissed, you're upset, you want to prove a point, or you look deep inside of yourself, as I stated earlier, and you figure out what you need to do better. And if that sparked that, it all worked out.
Yeah, I agree. It's been I don't know, man. I think we can, as a group, like, be cool with Jahan. They got a third-round pick back for him that they used to flip to get Marshawn Lattimore. They still have 3 picks in the top 80.
Mhm.
You know, like, wish Jahan well. He played much better in Washington than he has in Philly. I don't. It's weird, kind of the regression of his career from what was a really good rookie season.
Mhm.
It's one of those things that I wonder, and maybe it's specific to Scott Turner, who's with the Jets now. I don't know kind of the how or where it lands, but like maybe he's a system guy and he's just got to be in the right system. I don't know.
But if that's the case, then every system is not the same. You could be out the league.
Right.
And like when it happened, I said there were things I felt he needed to learn.
Sure. Maybe
and I still feel he has to learn that, because just like when we have a draft, we always say we got to wait a few years to see if the draft was good. Everybody immediately go, oh, that was a great draft.
Right.
You don't know that.
Right.
You don't know it until you see the guy play and see how they stick on.
Right.
And right now he's playing in a Super Bowl. Okay. That doesn't mean he got exceptionally better.
Totally.
So you would know in a year or two, did that thing really work for him? Did he learn? Because if he's still with Philly and performing, yes. If he's not and somewhere else, you start questioning what's going on.
That was Jahan Dotson. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitchell Finley live, Media Row, New Orleans. Coming right back.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Some Commanders news here on Super Bowl week. Jonathan Jones, CBS Sports, reporting just a short time ago that the Commanders are bringing in longtime special teams coordinator Brian Schneider to be Washington's assistant special teams coordinator here in D.C. He was most recently with the San Francisco 49ers and worked alongside Dan Quinn for several seasons while they were in Seattle. Of course, the upcoming offseason means it's trade season now coming up in the NFL. Rams made it known last night they're looking to deal receiver Cooper Kupp and one of the league's top pass rushers, Browns defensive end Myles Garrett, on Monday requested a trade in Cleveland. Our old friend Kirk Cousins said in an interview today that an arm injury was the reason for his poor play late last season that led to his benching in Atlanta. Cousins said he hurt his right shoulder and elbow after a hit he took in a Week 10 game against New Orleans. Caps hockey tonight. Capitals trying to snap a 2-game skid hosting Florida. 7 p.m. face-off here on the Fan. Ovi now 18 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. And the Wizards won again last night, beating Charlotte 2 in a row. Back-to-back wins for the Wiz for the first time since October. Power up your future. Enroll tuition-free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 the Fan. It's interesting to watch all this. B, I don't know. Did you see this? That there's going to be an NFL game in Australia?
Yeah.
Yo,
I just saw that.
That is far, dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going to that game, though.
Yeah, but like, I don't know how you build that one out for the rest of the schedule. I mean, Philly. What is Philly to Australia?
Well, whatever it is, it got to be that game right there has to. That person needs to have a bye after that game. You know
For
what I mean?
sure. And I almost feel like you have to play it on a Thursday night or something and give them like a longer trip, you know. But I guess the last thing you need is that on a short week. Is it the opener though? Because at least if it's the opener, you can kind of control a lot more for when you go down there. Does the audio seem funny to you?
No.
Okay. Seems like there's an open mic somewhere.
Could be that mic or that which one was on?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see when they get back.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody does anything. Would you like doing that if you were a player? Australia's far, dude.
Yeah, it's far, but still, I think that you see the team has to prepare that. If it's far, you're not going like the night before. You need to go like that week, be that whole damn week. Figure it out.
So, the distance, the physical distance from Philadelphia to Australia is 10,500 miles.
Okay.
How
many hours?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's got to be.
So they're flying at about 300-400 miles per hour?
Well, dude, can you go that far? Do you have to stop?
There's flights going to Australia every day now. Do they fly all the way or do they stop somewhere?
I know, like, L.A., you could get there no problem. But L.A. to Philly's what, 5-6 hours?
Yeah. So about 10 hours?
No, dude. I bet it's
more. I flew from Atlanta to Maui. That was about a 11-hour flight.
So they're saying the flight from Philly to Australia is 22 hours.
It's a long damn time.
Yeah, that's a long time. What's the farthest flight you took? Was it Atlanta to Maui?
Atlanta to Maui.
How far was that?
I don't know the distance. It was about 11 hours.
I did, on our honeymoon, we went to Cape Town, South Africa, and we did Dulles to London, London to Cape Town, and that was by far the longest flight I've ever taken. I want to say it was like 14 hours or something. It was long, dude. And not necessarily places you want to be, man. it was 22 hours on a plane to go play a football game. To me, it's if you want to go to Australia for vacation or whatever, awesome. That's kind of your.
Yeah, but see, you're gonna be there. You got to be there the whole week.
I think I don't know if any of the Philly guys are around. They did
if you're going to
Brazil.
spend 44 hours on a plane, you got to be there for more than a week.
I mean, once you play the game, you're done, Lanford. You're coming back. You're flying. You don't give a damn about nothing. What do you have to do? But lay down and go to damn sleep.
That's horrible, though. That's like, I
don't care about it being horrible. It's what people do every damn day. You don't have to be there longer than a week. I'm saying a week just to give yourself a chance to be able to play the game. Once you're done, you're going back home.
That is long, dude. That's 2 full days of your life on an airplane. I think you think they'll go for a week? I don't know where it is on this. Do we know where it is on the schedule? Is it the season opener?
Not sure.
Like if it's the season opener, it's one thing because then you can build your way into it. But say it's week 5 or whatever it is. Like they also have a game the previous Sunday. So then you got
October.
It's in October, right? So, I mean, the earliest you could do is fly there Monday, right? Or Sunday night, I guess. That is significant travel, dude. The league's going to keep doing all this. Like, we got to stop the pearl clutching in reaction to it, I guess, because they're only going to keep continuing for world domination.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised they haven't played a game in China yet. I feel like kind of the English-speaking markets in Europe are where they're having their biggest growth.
Yeah.
Certainly. Dude, I talked to this guy from Germany last night. He was here to announce the game for the German audience. And he was an interesting cat, for sure. He was wearing this, like, crazy black and white outfit. But I think the NFL in Germany is huge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because they're doing games in Munich, Frankfurt, Berlin, right? I think
they're doing it all over the place. I just pulled up some flights to go there, and almost every flight is 2 stops.
Right. Now, I get they can get a charter, but still can
a charter won't be
that?
It won't be 2 stops. It'll probably be 1 stop.
Once you get past
I
Los Angeles, there's not a lot of places to stop. It's a big-ass ocean.
The amount of hours that you have is probably because of the multiple stops on these things. Because every one of them, 2 stops or more.
Where are you stopping? Hawaii?
Mm-hmm.
Guam? Midway?
Can't help me with that.
My guess is you fly Philly to LA, LA to Sydney. I assume the game's in Sydney. Maybe I don't know enough there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, it's going to be in Melbourne, which they say is Melbourne, but Melbourne to us. So I don't even – is that further? That is crazy, dude.
Do they ever think about how far people – they ever find a way?
So Jeff's the only one of us that's been to Australia. Jeffrey, what was your flight like? What was that travel like?
I went from BWI, and we went to LAX, and then we flew to Australia. And the flight wasn't that bad, considering the fact that all I did was watch movies, fall asleep, and wake up when they brought food to us.
But you stopped one time.
Yeah, we only stopped at LAX, and then we flew.
And I promise you, that flight right there is probably less than 22 hours, depending on how long the layover actually was.
But Jeff didn't then have to wake up and get ready for a football game.
But Jeff don't get ready for a football game normally. Football players normally have – no, I'm saying football players normally go through crazy circumstances and they go play football. Like they played Tampa, they played Cincinnati at night, got on the plane, flew to Arizona, was out there in Arizona in a different time zone. They played the game that weekend and they beat the hell out of them.
They had 5 days.
Yeah, they had 5 days, but still, that is no different than if they were to get to what's called and play the game 5 to 7 days later.
I think a 3-hour time zone difference and the other side of the world, or I'm not. The football players are going to football play. That's what they do. I get what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, but like,
it is just more significant.
You don't have to. You're not going to be able to add much more time in the middle of a football season for them to do it, unless you got a bye week afterwards or a bye week before it. And if the bye week is before it, then you're going to leave a little earlier.
Wouldn't you rather have it after? I'm asking.
Hey, man, I don't. If the game is there, believe me, they'll find a way to play it.
Oh, they're playing, undoubtedly. My boy Luke just texted me you could do the military planes that refuel in the air. You think the NFL's got that kind of
The
clout?
fastest nonstop flight from Los Angeles to Melbourne is 15 hours. So you fly to Los Angeles, it's going to take another 5 hours. And it's going to be right at 20, 21, 22 because of the time.
You telling me Goodell and Jeffrey Lurie, Jalen Hurts, they can't get military refueling in the air like Air Force One?
No, they're not doing that with a plane, with a big plane like that.
Air Force One's a giant plane, isn't it?
Yeah, but Air Force One is set up where they're going to have a certain amount of people there. Not going to be a whole damn football team on there.
Hold on. Has White Brian also been to Australia?
I have. I was only 4, though.
4 years old on a 24-hour flight? Goodness.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
I still don't know what was going through my parents' brain to put me on that flight, but I remember it going pretty well.
Why did you go to Australia at 4 years old?
My uncle had a job in Sydney, so my dad and I visited him.
And it was just your pop in charge of a 4-year-old on a 24-hour flight?
Yeah, and to this day, I still don't know how he did it, but it was a fun trip.
Dude, I don't know.
It's 22. The fastest flight from East Coast over is 22 hours and 4 minutes. 43 minutes, I mean.
Dude, I have 2 daughters that I have never taken on a plane without my wife, let alone a 4-year-old on a plane to Australia without my wife. Have you ever flown with your daughters without
Hawaii
Monica?
with Bria.
How old was she, though?
She might have been about 4 or 5. We went to Maui for the NFLPA thing.
For the Pro Bowl, I thought.
No, definitely NFLPA.
What, Monica didn't go?
No, she didn't go that. I thought she might have been
or something?
She was pregnant or something with one of the other kids.
Okay. How was that?
Cool. Every time
movies.
They come on and say, "You want something to drink?" I say, "Yeah, let me get a champagne." And Bria say, "Can I get a Sprite in the champagne glass? I want to look like my daddy."
That's awesome.
So it was cool. I mean, I guess she had flown there before with all of us, but then she go on with me. She was cool.
The Commanders' options for a international game, I feel like, are dwindling. Still a lot of hope that the Madrid game, I think. I don't know if hope's the right term. I'm not sure. Some people probably are against it.
In Spain?
I know you and I are for it.
I will take that one any day.
I think that is Miami playing a home game, and we know that Washington play. You know what, dude? I'm gonna look at this way, Brian. Washington is playing at Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So at worst, we're going to Miami. That's a net win. If it's Madrid, cool. If it's Miami, cool.
Yeah. I have no problem with either one of those.
This is not like if we were going to Cleveland. And it's like, oh, man, we can go to Cleveland or we can go to Spain. Like Miami, I'm not saying Miami, Spain, but Miami's pretty damn dope.
Yeah.
Especially if it's late in the year. You give me Miami in December,
yeah,
sold, baby.
Still can play golf.
And just have some warmth. We were there. The last couple times we've been.
The last time we were there was too damn warm. You said that picture where we.
That was the game, though. That was the Callahan
hot.
game.
That was hot, bro.
Yeah, that popped up on my phone. That photo.
Yeah, I don't need that.
We were there though last summer for the practices. That was hot.
But that game was hotter than that practice.
The game was hotter that day, but the humidity during those practices was
it was hell. It was hell.
Unbelievable. I don't know, man. I think you start looking at the schedule and what the NFL is doing. They could do anything they want. That's just the reality. We're all kind of just.
I'm gonna say Qantas has a nonstop from Dallas. Takes 17 hours.
Yeah, but Dallas ain't going. It's Philly, and
so
these are charters.
It's 20-something hours. Yeah, it's 20-something hours total, and that's what it's gonna take you. But like, if they're going out there to play, we are assuming. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a week to week in 2 days. They'll be on their way and back. They're not going to be out there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. No, they're not gonna do all that.
Well, dude, here's what's interesting. I agree with you. A friend of ours that knows stuff, Danny, just texted me. Thank you for listening. He said, I bet the teams that are playing in Australia are actually going to be playing like in LA the week before.
Probably so.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I don't know who is that?
Or
game?
if you play a Thursday night game,
it's the Eagles playing the Rams.
Yeah.
So it's LA's going to be at home. Do the Eagles play the Chargers? Yeah, because Washington, they play the AFC West. I bet the week before it's at LA against the Chargers, and then that makes the flight way more bearable because you're already out west. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. But apparently, Laurie, his condition was.
Well, I'm just told by someone who used to work for the NFL that they used to have preseason games in Sydney years ago. So it's not the first time they're doing this.
They've had one in 99. The Broncos played the Chargers. Apparently, Philly's really into it, but they won't give up a home game. So this is a Chargers home game.
Okay.
Which is generally like the big NFC East teams, especially, but like when the Giants go to London, that's a Jags home game. You know, it generally works like that. Denton, if you notice B. Mitch looking at you, it's because he wanted catfish.
He did want catfish.
I texted him.
He didn't tell me where to get the catfish.
They say right over there. There's CK told me somewhere over there.
I am not
CK. He could tell you.
Yeah, but I've seen some. They got some crazy stuff going on. Obviously, they got the wings. They had yesterday.
While we talking right here, we won't find out where that catfish is. CK right there.
No, hold on.
CK.
The bratwursts are there. There's cupcakes at Pittsburgh. I would like a cupcake.
You want a cupcake?
Pittsburgh apparently has cupcakes. I have not seen nor heard of anybody mentioning catfish except you. Now you have incredible catfish radar.
CK came over here with catfish in the thing and said you need to get some catfish.
I think you might have the best catfish radar of any American.
He came over here with catfish in a little tray saying, "Did y'all get some?" And I said, "No, we're gonna get Denton to get some."
You can tell CK's the boss now because we're asking Denton to go get us some. CK's just bragging that he's got it, not offering to share, nothing.
I was
out here cluster
standing in
busting.
line taping interviews, and I'm just getting text message about you got to go run and get catfish with no direction of where that is.
I didn't say run. I say
I will talk to the
Grant. Are you aware of catfish? Grant also not aware of catfish. So that's apparently.
Are we sure there's actual catfish?
I can't confirm.
Well, I can confirm. CK had
Kerwin
some.
saw it.
CK had some.
Kerwin has seen the
You think
catfish.
I'm going to call and ask for something that I don't think is here? I'm not that damn stupid, okay? One thing about me, when I ask for something, I more than likely know 100%
that is here. All right, I will talk.
I'm not
to
you
CK,
all. I don't play the games.
and I will get B. Mitch some catfish.
What about me?
I will get you some catfish.
No, he don't believe it's here.
Do
To
you
hell
want
with him.
catfish?
I
or do you
don't
want
not believe
catfish?
it's here. I just can't confirm it's here.
But we don't need you to confirm it.
I will go talk to a primary source.
Depending
I
how
will do
much
my
catfish
journalist-
exists, sure.
Okay.
I'd almost vote cupcake ahead of catfish.
So cupcake, catfish.
I'll take the catfish that he doesn't want. And
double
mine.
catfish.
Perhaps
Okay.
a diet soda. That's upstairs.
Yeah,
I'll try to do that myself.
How many arms do I have?
You're on cupcake catfish duty. Preferably
Pause.
not a catfish flavored cupcake, however.
Yeah, I would not do that.
That
to
sounds
you.
gross.
Yeah.
B, I like this from Andy Reid. Asked about coaching against Jeremiah Trotter's son, because obviously Trotter was on those Eagles team. Andy Reid I love his simplicity. He just said, "It means I'm old. Nobody go anywhere. The great catfish hunt continues on B. Mitch and Finley."
I'm Earl Forsing, and here's what's happening. Start with a Commanders note. As CBS Sports' Jonathan Jones reported a short time ago, Commanders are hiring longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider to be an assistant special teams coordinator in Washington. He was fired after a couple of seasons in San Francisco back in January. He's also worked alongside Dan Quinn for several years while they were in Seattle. Capitals on the ice tonight, hoping to snap a 2-game skid home against Florida. 7 p.m. face-off for Caps hockey tonight on the Fan. Alex Ovechkin just 18 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Wizards won again last night, back-to-back wins, 124-114 in Charlotte. Bilal Coulibaly led the way with 26. First time the Wiz have won back-to-back games since late October. And college hoops tonight, Georgetown on the road at Xavier. That'll be an 8:30 p.m. tip-off, so 8:15 pregame for Hoyas Hoops tonight on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Breaking news on the Fan. Denton was able to locate the catfish. So they have catfish, confirmed. B-Mitch ate it. How was it?
I don't have no catfish, man. I need some more.
That was a – listen,
that was a swallow.
Shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. I understand that. That was free catfish. That was a very limited portion of free catfish.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are going to love this. Like
who's giving – let's at least pub them. Who's giving away the catfish?
It's a local New Orleans.
Oh, they were giving shrimp out yesterday?
Yeah, they were shrimp out. So it's in the corner by the Bleacher Report set, kind of all the way to our right to JP's left if you're watching on stream. This dude grabbed a piece of catfish, and it was a big piece of catfish, and then he broke it in half, and I was like, guy, you're about to get me killed. Because I didn't give B-Mitch enough catfish.
I'm not kidding, man. It was good. It was
I
real
was
good.
like, come on, guy. But I'm glad it was good. And you haven't eaten your cupcake yet, but your cupcake looks very good.
It does look good. Kerwin just went on a soda run, and I didn't want to tap into the cupcake till I had something to wash it down with. Look, let's see. B-Mitch requested a ginger ale. Did he get it? Oh,
man, Kerwin's the guy.
Everything's coming up B right now. Whoa. I don't know. Kerwin smuggled a Diet Coke in for me. This is a Pepsi town, and we're out here smuggling.
Okay, show that on the stream to where they blanked out. They put tape over the Coke.
I don't know that they did. I have a feeling we did. Also, I don't think my stream is working. Here, I'll put it up on B's. Is yours working?
I got to enter the studio again.
Yeah. Doug, the cameras, White Brian, we're trying, buddy. Things just keep dying down here. Not people.
I think they got to stop saying the cameras died and just say that the internet thing failed.
The internet is
camera ain't dying.
Yeah.
Camera's still working.
Agreed. It's going to be a very interesting kind of week as things really ramp up towards the game on Sunday because it's already pretty damn full in here.
Oh, it is.
Then, have you worked at Radio Row before? All right, so this is your first time. CK. Throw that headset on real quick.
Is there any open tables?
Dude, the open tables we had yesterday are gone.
I think I see two over there. I'm going to need one for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's busy.
We've done a lot of these. I'm sure you've done a lot of these.
Too many.
This is packed.
Yes.
I'm surprised by it.
The NFL's pretty big. People are really into this. I think people love to come to New Orleans. I wonder what next year will look like in Santa Clara. That's a lot tougher to get to.
And it's spread out.
Do you think this is you could drive here from probably Jacksonville to Houston to Nashville?
Houston drove. That's why they brought this recliner, because they were able to drive it here in a truck.
Because that's what, 3 hours?
4.
4?
Yep.
How far is Nashville, Memphis?
Nashville is going to be a little bit long, but much longer than that.
What about Atlanta?
Atlanta is to New Orleans is going to be about 6.5, 7 hours.
It is drivable, probably.
I'm just saying, I wonder if the drivability of this is a factor. I know one of the big things with the combine in Indy is because it's in the middle of the country, they get so many people that drive there because you get a full week, you get a million different pieces of content. Vegas, unless you're on the West Coast, you ain't driving to Vegas last year. And Vegas was way cooler But like, I don't think Vegas was close to this crowded. Do you?
Nah.
And flights here from DC were not that expensive.
No, there were a lot of people in Vegas. It's just
not early in the week like this.
No. I told you yesterday. I've never seen that many people on a Monday.
Yeah, it's big. And again, there's a lot of people doing what we do now, like not just radio, but just content. Period. And so there's a lot. I mean, who knows what some of these people are, right?
Well, I also wonder. I walked by it today. ESPN was building out a set at one of these big casinos that's a Harrah's, but also called Caesars, has this pretty cool like street you can walk down in between it.
That's two different casinos.
They're rebranding everything as Caesars, apparently. I don't know.
Yeah, Harrah's is being rebranded Caesars.
Yeah. But you walk down and ESPN's building a set in this like kind of courtyardy area that looks pretty cool. But Fox, obviously, because it's their Super Bowl, has got their own set somewhere else.
Well, so I heard Fox literally rented a street. They rented every single business on that street, every restaurant, every gift shop.
Well, Brendan's is hooked up in DraftKings got them for the rest of the week.
Yes.
Right. Like, I mean,
that's their command center.
Fox literally rented an entire street. Like
well, think about how many different sets they
most of the people at Fox living in the casino, in the hotel that I'm in.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They
live at the bar too, TK.
They're not at the hotel I'm in.
What is yours?
I don't want to say the name of it. It is terrible.
Is that where Denton is too?
No, Denton and Darius got the nice hotel. I got the crappy one.
How'd that shake out?
It's a long story, but it is the pits.
Hold on, let's get to that story. Put those put that headset on. CK is literally
a damn troublemaker,
dude. That's what I'm good at. That dude earlier asked me what I'm good at. I couldn't come up with an answer.
I had to go downstairs and ask the guy at the front desk, "How do I turn the shower on?" Because there's like a handle to like do the hot and cold, but I couldn't figure out how to go from the bath to the shower. And he goes, "Oh yeah, no one can figure that out. You have to reach into the faucet and pull this little lever down."
I've been in hotels where I've had to do
old
that.
school right there, brother.
Does that hotel still exist?
I don't know. It shouldn't after this week.
How far away are you?
It's about a mile. Yeah.
So you Ubering or walking?
I'm mostly Ubering. Yeah.
Where are you, Den?
He put Darius and I up at the Lowe's, which is like 0.8 miles. So I'd be walking, like I walked to get
Oh, the
coffee.
Lowe's is right next to us. That's
right
across
next
the
to-
street.
Yeah, it's right across.
That's
the
a
street.
nice hotel.
I got to
It is
take
a
care of my
nice
guys.
hotel.
I got to take care of my
Yeah,
guys.
I mean, he really did. He took care of us.
Where is Grant?
Here are some of the nice accommodations. There's the mini fridge and the microwave on top of each other in that little enclave right there.
Yo, is that absurdly small? It looks like I understand the concept of a mini fridge, but that microwave looks like you could barely heat up a
mini microwave,
a cheese sandwich.
Yeah, I think
they put the emphasis on midi on that.
Yeah, that doesn't look terrible.
It's so knobs.
Yeah. You're not gonna like impress a lady when you tell her you're staying at that hotel.
One of the guys in our crew came back to his bed, all the stuff had been taken off the bed and just left on the floor, and then they just left and didn't finish it.
Oh, like the cleaning people?
Yes, the cleaning people. So all the sheets and blankets and everything on the floor, okay? And so he went down the front desk, and he's like, hey, like, here's what my room looks like. What the heck happened? And the guy goes, I'm sorry for that. Let me get you some new sheets, and handed him new sheets and said, good night to you.
Via con Dios.
And the guy was like, you want me to make my bed back up? Are you serious? And no one's going to come take the other stuff that's on the floor? Like, that's where we're at right
For
now.
context, my hotel texted me an hour ago asking if I needed new towels.
Thanks, Derek. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Great.
Damn, dog. All right. The Lowe's is a nice hotel, so good for you.
It's very nice.
I'm right across the street. Maybe we'll hang. Now, B. Mitch, should we be offended? All of the DC Odyssey people hung out last night except us.
Nobody asked me.
Nobody asked me. We were invited to nothing.
I didn't organize that. But I'll see you guys tonight.
Yeah, it's the media party. You don't get credit for that one.
I'll buy you drinks
The
after.
whole damn world is invited tonight.
Let's get dinner tomorrow night.
You were working because you had told us that you were working basically all night.
Yeah, he told me that too.
And B-Mitch didn't want to hang out with us. He didn't want to hang out with us.
B, you were hanging with LeVar all day?
We sat at the bar.
When I talked to B around 8, I was like, he might be going to sleep.
I didn't go to sleep. I ended up going back downstairs. I mean, I'm serious. The hotel, the Marriott, they got food, they got gumbo, etouffee, and drinks.
That's all you need, man.
And then I go to the M Lounge for all my snacks.
Was the gumbo good? I need good gumbo.
It was chicken. It was chicken and sausage, chicken and andouille sausage gumbo. It was good.
I have had zero. I guess.
And the fried oysters were fantastic.
I had fried oysters Sunday night when we got in. Those were banging. Last night was like the least New Orleans meal I've ever had in New Orleans. The food at the media night was fine, but it was like chicken and green beans. There was no
There's no Creole.
No, and then
chicken and gravy. You should have stayed in D.C. right,
dog. And then I had a club sandwich at 10:15 because I was starving when I got back to the hotel, of which I only had half, and then Brian and I just shared the other
Darius
half.
was doing a bit, the producer for Grant. We were walking to our dinner on Sunday, and there was like an Italian
Another dinner
shop.
they all had together.
You weren't even here yet.
I was here on Sunday.
This was before you were here. You landed like at 8 p.m., right?
I was.
Brian was here.
Again, did you want to hang out with us?
Yes.
All right.
I like hanging out.
I'll see you tonight. But Darius walked past this Italian shop. He's like, we should go to the Italian shop. And we're like, buddy, we're not eating Italian in New Orleans.
There's some good Italian places
I
here,
bet
though.
there are, but this Jimmy's Italian spot on the corner is probably not it.
I bet there are very good Italian spots. I bet that one was not one.
That one was
Actually, last night driving home from media night. So first off, to get out of there, I'm going to guess that of the 7 of us or so that are amassed here, like nobody paid attention to media night unless you were there. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So at media night, there were had to be 500, I would say, high school, middle school age kids as part of this massive marching band and performance, kind of that one of the great things about New Orleans, the unique culture, they had the giant feathery costumes and all that stuff.
Mardi Gras.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So at the end, so everything around the Superdome, there's a security perimeter. So we had to be over there inside the perimeter early to do TV stuff. Kerwin found a parking spot in there. But to then get out of the perimeter later is damn near impossible. And so we tried to put in into your phone directions back to the hotel, but it just ain't happening because your phone is unaware of the perimeter. And the people with large guns are very aware of the perimeter. So we ended up in this and everything's kind of like a weird half parking lot, half RoboCop set. Everything's very desolate. You're under highways. There's a whole lot of storage containers. And we end up in this parking lot with 40 school buses, just packed with school buses. And Kermit's like, what do we do? And my
follow the buses.
My mindset is let's just go, dude. We'll figure it out. And he's like, there's nowhere to go. And so we kind of wiggle our way through some school buses and end up at this spot where it's just barricaded off and there's a bus and there's nowhere to go. And this security dude looks over and he's looking at us and he just walks over and starts laughing. He's like, what are you guys doing? How'd you end up here? And we're like, I don't know, man. And he's like, well, I can't help you. And we were like, can you maybe just move those barricades and we'll sneak out? He's like, yeah, what the hell? And he just moved them out of the way and let us go. And then we were just cruising in the perimeter. And then there was
that's who the police was talking about now.
There was another security guard with the big barrel cones, it was the next boss we had to beat. And the dude saw us coming and he just moved it. He was like, see ya, have a good night. And I was like, let's
the other dude called and let him know.
Going. Just keep
the other guy
going.
called and let him know, hey, these guys don't know what the hell they're doing. Let them through.
But we drove by coming back. There was a little, from 5 blocks out, we saw the lights of this little restaurant. Kind of looked like a cool little New Orleans bistro. Maybe get a drink, a late bite, because we could park right outside. And as we got closer, we're like, huh. And then as we get there, there's 3 dudes outside smoking a hookah. A homeless dude passed out on a table. And I was like, let's just go back to the hotel. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets.
Oh, boy.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Media Row. Getting ready for the Super Bowl. Grant and Danny coming on next. GP sitting down with us. What up, Grant? What do you guys got?
What's up, fellas?
What do you got cooking today, man?
Actually, it's going to be a busy one for us. We're feeling good. Just put together the rundown.
Well, you've been here since 6:30.
Hey, early bird gets the worm, B.
I got here at 8:58.
Yes. Actually, Brian was nervous a little bit.
8:58. No, he got here at 8:59. He was right there at 8:58.
Was there a little bit of you that thought maybe he wasn't showing
I
up?
would have just started the show up.
I got to say, the security people here move at a glacial speed. There's not a lot of like up and at them with the security
They are
professionals.
very, very nice.
Polite.
But
certainly.
they are not in a rush.
How many people call you baby?
Oh,
How you
God,
doing,
everybody.
babe?
No, this has never happened to me, right? This guy today is like taking my stuff at security. He looks at me. He goes, "How do you get your hair to go to the side like that?" And I was like, "You're asking me about my look? Like, wow, you really are a nice guy." No, we feel good. So today, among others, we've got Thomas Dimitroff, the longtime GM, who worked with Dan Quinn for years, worked with Adam Peters for years, and predicted before the season started that Washington had a hell of a tandem.
Dude, I was reading something from Dimitroff, and I thought this was really interesting. And I think he wouldn't mind getting a chance to run a team again, obviously.
Sure.
But he said, perhaps DQ's success will push this forward. You saw Pete Carroll get another job, Vrabel get another job. And everything's so cyclical. Maybe right now it's not only young offensive minds. Maybe there's more space for older.
Andy should be able to do that.
Right, regardless. But Dimitroff was saying, he's like, it's cool that coaches get second chances. GMs never do, because you spend the bulk of your first interview just defending things that went wrong in your first stop.
It's true.
I mean, because we're already questioning the Lattimore move. You know what I mean? Who knows what that'll actually look like 3 years from now or whatever. But you go back on Dimitroff's record in Atlanta, I'm sure there's some misses, and nobody wants to talk about the hits.
No.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that job, I think we approach it wrong, because everyone wants to talk about you missed this. The batting average at 600 means you're great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you hit 60, 65% of the time, you did a really, really good job. So we're chasing ghosts because you mess one thing up, and that's the focus. But obviously, Peters had a heck of a year. But, so we'll talk to Thomas Dimitroff at 5 today. Mike Florio stopping by at 6 o'clock. We've got Solomon Wilcots, who's one of my favorite longtime NFL analysts, on today as well. And then you guys know the fellas from over at PFF that have now gone to 33rd team, Sam Monson, Steve Palazzolo, the Check the Mic guys. They're coming by to help us preview the Super Bowl. So we're loaded, man. It's going to be a good show.
I have never known how to pronounce that dude's name.
Palazzolo. He is giant. Have you seen him walking around here?
I've seen him.
He's legit 6'8". He was a pro baseball pitcher.
The first time I saw him was in Indy 10 years ago or whatever. And I was like, damn, who is that guy? All right.
He looks like a left tackle.
He does, dude. All right. So if your radio's currently on and you're listening to me and
leave it here.
Keep it on and listen to Grant and Danny. Check them out on the stream, the app, wherever you get your stuff.
What are you guys getting into this evening?
We're going to go to the
I'm about to go play golf.
Are you really?
Yes. Man,
where are the golf courses around here? I flew in. I didn't see one. I saw nothing but
You
swamps.
got one in Destrehan. He was a Destrehan. We
They're
got TPC. We go right across the street.
Louisiana when we were here.
It's golf courses.
There's golf. There's golf.
If anybody can find them, I will.
I am not. I'm gonna go do some interviews, do some live hits, tape a show.
The TV media experience in the early days of Super Bowl is a little different.
Yeah,
you guys are just making the rounds.
Just busy.
Yeah,
but better to be busy than not, man. Listen to Grand Danny. They're coming up next. We're gonna make some bets. Close the show out.
Heard it here first.
Did we even make bets yesterday?
I don't know.
Denton says no.
Gather around. Did we make bets yesterday?
We did not.
We did.
All right, so I went.
So everybody 1-0.
I was undefeated.
Everybody's 1-0 then.
All right, let's make some bets today. Denton is here. We'll let Denton get in. Denton's probably got some wacky college hoops game.
Denton's gonna be here every day.
He's doing stuff. He's running around.
He's still gonna be here.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I promise.
beat me some more catfish.
I got my bet ready.
What you
All
got?
right,
Go
fire
ahead,
away, Jeff.
I'm taking the Sixers over the Mavericks money line. They will pay for getting rid of Luka. They will pay. They will pay.
You mad at that, Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff, you sound big mad, dog.
Hey, bro, I've seen, like, I have friends that's Mavericks fans, and I just seen the disappointment. It's hilarious because it's Dallas. Anything in Dallas, I want to fall. But you don't give away, that's any team. You don't give away your prime player that just took you to the finals. You just don't do that. So they're going to lose.
He must be a
It's
real
gonna be some
man.
other stuff coming out. You'll be happy. You'll figure it out. Give me the Clippers over the Lakers. Money line.
The new Luka Lakers, you're fading them?
Yeah.
Landini, what do you like? Caps play tonight?
Well,
Caps, Wiz, anything?
I was gonna take the Sixers, but now that Jeff's taking them, I'm very nervous. So I'm gonna take the Mavs.
I like that.
I was hot last week. You tripping.
Caps do play today, JP, against Florida.
Yeah, dude. Can I get that puck line plus 1.5? No, that's too much cash. To hell with it. I'm taking the Caps. At home, give me the Caps. Alex Ovechkin. Is that everybody? White Brian, you got to pick?
Auburn minus 18. War Eagle.
Ooh, that's your
I don't think he
squad.
watched anything other than college.
He loves Auburn. But didn't Auburn just lose to Vandy?
No.
They've had a game since.
Someone did.
Who they
Take
playing that
UCLA
they're
minus 2.5
laying
tonight.
18.
Oklahoma. Auburn's undefeated in the SEC.
Sooners must have struggled. What's your pick then?
UCLA at home against Michigan State. Lay the 2.5.
When did
that line stinks.
When do the Turtles play? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
What time and who?
God, time zones now. I don't know.
Playing Illinois? We'll get on that tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get on that tomorrow.
In the next 24 hours, we'll find out who Maryland's playing. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Logan Paulson. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Roman Gabriel III for joining us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Dent knows you some catfish.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The guys will keep you up to date all week long. Super Bowl 59 coming up this weekend in New Orleans. Of course, big media night was last night. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs asked about going for the three-peat.
I think it's just preparation and relying on your teammates. I mean, you don't make the game bigger than what it is. You prepare for these moments your entire life, and your teammates do the same. And whenever you put all that work in together, you can go out there and do special things. And that's what we do is we just continue to work and don't make it bigger than what it is. Just play our best at the best moments.
No team has ever won 3 in a row. Kansas City still about a 1.5 favorite. Some news concerning the Commanders today, as there is another coaching change. Jonathan Jones, CBS Sports, reporting Commanders will hire longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider to be the assistant special teams coordinator in Washington. News concerning former Washington QB Kirk Cousins, who said in an interview today an arm injury was the reason for his poor play that led to his benching late last season in Atlanta. Cousins said he hurt his right shoulder and elbow after a Week 10 hit in a game against New Orleans. Capitals on the ice tonight, hosting Florida. Caps trying to snap a 2-game skid, 7 p.m. face-off for Caps hockey here in the Fan. College hoops, Georgetown Xavier tonight, 8:30 on the Team 980. Power your future. Enroll tuition-free in sustainable energy program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good afternoon and welcome in to Grant and Danny live on 106.7 The Fan from Radio Row at Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. Danny's holding down the fort back in our D.C. studios. We've got a bang-up show for you today. Coming up in a half hour, Sam Monson, Steve Palazzolo, a couple of the guys who were the stars of PFF went over to the 33rd team. They have a great football show. They will be joining us to preview the Super Bowl at 2:30. We will also be talking today with Solomon Wilcots, longtime analyst at NFL Network, some other stops, including CBS along the way. He's got some thoughts on the Commanders' 2024 campaign. Trevor Sikma of PFF thinks it's a no-brainer that Washington should be offering 2 first-round picks for Myles Garrett. We'll talk to him at 4:30. Former NFL GM Thomas Dimitroff swings by at 5 o'clock live on set. Dimitroff worked with Dan Quinn in Atlanta, hand in hand. He was the Adam Peters to Dan Quinn with the Falcons for many, many years as the GM there in Atlanta. And then Mike Florio was on the show at 6 o'clock today. So it's going to be big, fat, juicy. Put some bacon and cheese on it, and let's eat this burger together. Danny, how are you?
Busy little bees today, my friend. So sometimes the show is so big, like this one, where whatever you've got going on personally, leave it at the door. If you're looking at the YouTube stream, you're gonna see that's a Paw Patrol Band-Aid on my finger. I'm playing hurt today. All right, I have a cut. It required me to wash it. I put a little Neosporin on it and a Paw Patrol Band-Aid that my kid helped me put on this morning. So, you know what I mean? Like adversity strikes and you strike right back. I'm coming in to do the radio show. I thought about calling out. I mean, you could see, look at this thing. Look how painful that is. You can't even see because there's a Band-Aid, but it hurts, man. But you know what? It would hurt more to miss a show like this.
Was there a knife involved?
No.
What led to the cutting? How
So I
did you get
couldn't
it cut?
believe this. Aluminum foil got me. So aluminum foil on top of like one of those more firm aluminum foil cases. You follow that? So it's like
Yes.
the base of the dish that was going to be reheated in the oven was that like sturdier, more shape aluminum foil. Then someone made an aluminum foil cover for that. And all I was doing, and this was my own fault, was taking off the top part of the aluminum foil to try to like eat the food that I just heated up. And it sliced me. It was, gruesome. There's no blood or anything. I mean, there was a little, but like it really hurt. And I was, I made a sound, but it's like I'm so tough that I just kind of like, got it through it. I ate my dinner anyway. You know what I mean? Like that's the level of toughness that you have to have. You want to be a dad in the 25.
Yeah, perseverance, man.
Yeah, right.
I think that there are certainly people, Gen Z specifically, but people in general that may have taken off from work today after the adversity that you suffered, but you're pushing through it, which I appreciate. I got to tell you, things are officially hopping out here at Radio Row in New Orleans. I don't know if you could tell based on either the volume of noise and or the traffic behind me if you're watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube, but today was the day where NFL players all over the joint, past and present, everybody has descended upon this city. I am a believer in the Super Bowl being held in both New Orleans and Vegas, alternating and nowhere else. But I understand that the league likes to push the Super Bowl around a little bit. But you know this, man. You've been out here enough with me. It's just a great city.
It's the best.
All it is fun. Our buddy Christian last night wined and dined us at Brennan's. We ate everything on their menu.
I'm so jealous.
It was such an amazing time to just kick back with the fellas that made the trip from the station. I will tell you that Christian actually ate with us. He eats at his restaurant that he runs like once or twice a year tops. And so because we had the big boss sitting at the table eating with us, within the first 2 minutes of us sitting down, like 3 or 4 people came over, and he's like, I'm just going to tell you guys, this is going to be really annoying. He's like, everyone's going to be on their marks. Everyone's going to be doing everything that they were told to do on the first day of training. And so you're going to be bugged constantly tonight. But we had a blast. It was a really, really good time. And then I wandered around Bourbon Street a little bit. I got to say, though, Bourbon Street solo, not the same as Bourbon Street with a lot of buddies. We did go to Pat O'Brien's. We had ourselves a hurricane and a drink and hung out for a little bit. And the boys went back to their hotel. And then I was just there by myself to waddle around. It's not quite the same.
It's strange. Like I did that once forever ago when I was in my early 20s when I was fun. And just like it was sort of between things where I had like a couple hours to kill. I was like, well, let me just see. I'm going to see the sights. Like I'm going to walk around, just get a feel for it. And, there's the hand grenade on one thing and the hurricane on the other. And this guy in front of a strip club's like, come on in. I'm like, why? And he's like, well, if you have to ask, you probably shouldn't come in. Like the whole thing. And it was cool, but I was sort of like, it's just not the same without a buddy to go, hey, look at that. You know what I mean?
This is the issue. When you're walking Bourbon Street alone, what I found is the assumption is that you're a creepy weirdo, I guess. You cannot go 15 steps without somebody bothering you, coming up and propositioning you or telling you to go into a gentleman's club or, whatever it is. And it's like, I mean, I'm a normal guy. I'm just staying by myself. And my hotel's not the same as my colleague's hotel. So I'm not really ready to go back to the room yet. So I just kind of was doing some people watching. That's a long conversation to have with the dude outside of the Larry Flint Hustler Club.
Not that I know it. I've heard of it.
Right, exactly. But there's so much of that. It's like, hey, man, you want to come in here? I got the girls waiting for you. And he's like, 2 of them told me that you specifically.
Like, really? They asked about me?
I'm like, this is no more believable than when the person slides into my Instagram DMs and is like, I thought you were cute, but I don't want to actually send you a message on Instagram. So can you email me to this account? I'm like, oh, no problem.
Sure.
You clearly love me. I'm married and have children, but let's see what happens here, bot.
It's so funny you picked me, of all people. But that's great. I'm happy to do it.
Yeah. So that's what went down. But I got to say, it's fun. Just bumping into a bunch of people from your football past. Like, you're walking down Bourbon Street, and there's Trey Wingo, and we're talking about all the times. He's like, where's Danny at? I'm like, yeah, he's not a traveling kind of guy. He doesn't like to do the Bourbon Street traveling thing. Well, okay, tell him I said hello.
All right.
Just a weird experience, man.
Yeah, and that's so funny. Like, with the other guy, don't you guys?
Yeah, everyone kind of thinks that you and I traveled
No,
together.
you guys live together, right?
One of the storylines that came out of last night's opening night at the Super Bowl was Travis Kelce hinting at the fact that he's not done. I don't know why I thought this, but I've kind of talked myself into this potentially being the last year for Travis Kelce, or maybe that he would play one more year. Do I overrate the fact that he looks 100 and can barely move? And I know that he caught 97 balls for 825 yards, which, by the way, is a terrible 8.5 yard per catch average. He inexplicably had the longest catch of his playoff career during this run, which is hilarious because it came against Houston when they just had a big coverage bust. But if you watch a video of Travis Kelce from like that 13 seconds left, let's go beat the Bills 2022 game, and then you watch him now, it's like he's 2 different people. So I've just kind of assumed he's dating Taylor Swift. Seems like they have a serious relationship. He's got one of the most popular media empires being built now in America. Him and his brother are everywhere. If he plays another season, I'd be a little bit surprised, but it's not going to be more than one. Am I the only person thinking this? He's acting like he's going to be playing forever.
Yeah, so I actually thought he would be a guy. This is how I had it categorized in my mind. I realized once he said that I hadn't been thinking about it. Okay, so the way if you had asked me before he commented on anything, Travis Kelce, I go, that's a guy that's just going to keep playing. That's going to play probably long after the expiration date. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's one of those dudes that even he wouldn't acknowledge. Like, he's now more than a step slower. He's several steps slower. Still an effective player, by the way, as you alluded to, but 97 catches for 823 yards tells the whole story, right? There's nothing dynamic there. And I know I saw that highlight like everyone else did, but your point is 100% right, down in and down out. A lot of it, though, is I think they're being so smart about how they use him now, right? You're not being asked to do near as much. You still got to block. You still got to be part of the offense. Obviously, you still got to be on the field and do all the things asked of you. But there's a lot less downfield dynamic, a lot less, 35 yards on the seam route or whatever. It's underneath, it's check down, it's outlet. Then once we get to winning time, aka January football, all right, now you're going to get your double-digit targets. Now we'll ride the horse a little bit. I don't know how much longer you can do that, but it's different than when he was, receiving 150 targets a handful of years ago. That's not who they are anymore.
How many times this season do you think Travis Kelce finished with 30 or fewer receiving yards?
Gosh, I'd say 6-7 times.
7 times.
Yeah.
You say that casually, like it's not a terrible, like that's not Ben Sinnott.
Yeah, I had him on my fantasy squad on one of my teams. I did not win any championships this year.
That's almost half of the football season.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you're talking about like 40% of the football season where he caught a couple of balls for 30 or fewer yards.
Yeah, there's a 4 for 27, a 2 for 8. I remember just being so annoyed about it.
Now, he had 2 100-yard games. He had 3 90-yard games. And, in fact, he had 5 80-plus-yard games. So there were still some big contests that 95% of the tight ends in the league cannot have. But 7 out of 17 games, he was not only fairly unproductive, but it was like second or third tight end on a not particularly good offense.
Yeah, the years of 1,400 yards, 11 touchdowns are long gone. That's not who he is.
Totally. I bring this up just to say I have been thinking we're going to see him retire after this season or next year for a long, long time. And the Taylor Swift thing plays into it because it's like, don't you just want to go travel the world and go to concerts and she's a billionaire and you're a millionaire and what do you need to keep playing for? But this was Kelce last night at the big opening night media frenzy talking about his future, and he made it seem like he's got a lot of football left ahead of him.
Where will I be in 3 years? Oh man, I don't know. Hopefully still playing football. I love doing this. I love coming into work every day, and I feel like I still got a lot of good football left in me, but we'll see what happens. I know I've been setting myself up for other opportunities in my life, and that's always been the goal, knowing that football only lasts for so long. You got to find a way to get into another career, into another, profession. And I've been doing that in my off seasons, but for the most part, I plan on being a Kansas City Chief and playing football.
Travis Kelce last evening. So that's 3 more years at least that he's saying he's hoping he's still playing football. And he's going to get paid handsomely. So I guess I understand that you want to make that money. But that was just surprising to me last night. Where would you rank him all time among tight ends? He is number 3 all time in catches behind Tony Gonzalez, who's in the Hall of Fame, Jason Witten, and then it's Kelce. He's ahead of Gates, Hall of Famer Shannon Sharp. Interestingly, by the way, Zach Ertz is 6th all-time in catches.
Sneaky, right?
At the tight end position. Kelce, if you're looking at yards, similarly, is right there at number 2 behind Tony Gonzalez. So there's been basically one tight end ever more productive than him, but I think you'd have to include Rob Gronkowski in any conversation about who the best tight end ever was. Probably Shannon Sharp, maybe even Antonio Gates or
Tony Gonzalez.
Jason Witten.
Yeah.
Well, Gonzalez to me is the de facto answer. It's like him and Kelce, and then the other guys are like Gronk, Gates, Sharp, maybe Witten. But who's your number 1 tight end ever?
Tony Gonzalez is my number 1. Now, somebody who's really plugged into ball could tell me that Gonzalez wasn't near the blocker that Kelce is. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm spitballing here, right? So Travis Kelce is more valuable. Well, then if you consider how dominant Rob Gronkowski was as a run blocker, sometimes they'd leave him, alone in pass pro and then kind of as a late release. So it depends on the eye of the beholder. But as receiving tight ends go, which is how I think of Kelce, he is a 1A or a 2 right behind Gonzalez to me. Because Tony Gonzalez to me is the original gangster of the basketball power forward who was, quick as all hell, unbelievable hands, could do everything from run away from you to box you out to, set you up and break you down. He was perfect as far as tight ends go to me. And that's kind of the quintessential. So he'd be my 1 seed.
Played in an era earlier than Kelsey by one generation where passing wasn't quite as prolific. So I think you've got to bake that into the conversation here. He only had 1 catch, 1 year where he had 100 catches, and he only had 8 years where he had 80 catches. Whereas Kelsey, because he played his entire career essentially in the pass-happy era, had a very different career in terms of catches, yards. But he 3 times caught 100 balls. He is now on 7 occasions caught 90 or more balls. I'm going to say Kelsey, because I've seen his entire career arc, was the best pass-catching tight end of my lifetime, with apologies to Gonzalez. I remember how great he was. I remember him dunking on the goalpost after touchdowns. I just think Kelsey, before he got old, the last couple of years, his ability to change directions, like he used to be a coupe, a 2-door small car. Now he is a SUV. Tony Gonzalez at the end of his career was an 18-wheeler where everything he did was kind of slow and methodical. I'm sure there was a time where he was a former basketball player, taking people off the dribble as a 4. Like, he was athletic. But I don't know, Kelsey, I just think of as being one of the hardest guys in the history of the league at that position to tackle in the open field.
There's no wrong answer there when you're talking about up the top. That's partly out of the beholders. So just for frame of reference, Pro Football Reference, by the way, does their Hall of Fame monitor where they kind of use all your stats plus contemporaries. So, like, a guy like John Mackey, who played before you and I were born, who caught 15 balls, well, that's like 75 in today's game. You know what I mean? Just sort of my point of reference. Tony Gonzalez, number 1 in Hall of Fame monitoring, and Kelsey's number 2. So the point is, that's the conversation. Like, that's who's 1 and 2 in terms of that dynamic receiving tight end. Your top 5, if you're curious: Gonzalez 1, Kelsey 2, Gronkowski 3, Gates 4, Shannon Sharp 5. So we're pretty much right on there as that modern tight end that was more dynamic, where that became a matchup advantage more so than the guy that was a blocker who could also catch. This kind of became hey, if you're in your base defense, you're getting smoked here. And if you dare bring a small guy down, we could check to that run and knock you into next week, or, my guy can box you out in terms of Gonzalez and company. But all those guys from the more recent era, shout out to some of the older players, the Dave Caspers, the Kellen Winslows, the Ozzie Newsomes, who are dynamic and great in their own right. But this is kind of that. These guys can run like that, but are also 250, 260 pounds who can, knock safeties into next week.
From Kelsey's legacy, which I think is pretty entrenched, and we know he's going to go down as one of the best to ever play his position, to that of Jalen Hurts, who I find to be probably the most interesting player and star in this Super Bowl, because I go back and forth on Hurts all the time. Like, we know how good Mahomes is. We know how good Kelsey is. Saquon Barkley will go down as a Hall of Fame great running back. He's one of 9 guys to ever run for 2,000. When you look at the marquee players and the stars in this game, Danny, I think they've all kind of established themselves, but it does seem like there is an undulation in narrative on Hurts. Sometimes we feel like he's one of the top 7 quarterbacks in the NFL. There's times where he's ranked 18 to 20 over a several-week stretch. He's inconsistent. I don't know. Maybe I'm too disrespectful of him, but I just think when he's in the pocket and he is not healthy enough to run, which we've seen at different points during his career with banged-up knee, he is as pedestrian as it gets. He does not beat you from the pocket. It's a size thing for me primarily. Doesn't seem like he sees over the line of scrimmage very well, and he's not Drew Brees in terms of finding little passing lanes. You kind of have to move him outside the pocket a little bit. But I will say, and maybe it was just that he was healthy, and so they had to play him a little bit differently. He was terrific standing in the pocket against Washington in the NFC Championship game. But Hurts is a guy that I kind of go back and forth on constantly. A couple of years ago, he was an MVP candidate, got Philly to the Super Bowl, outplayed Mahomes in this game, and I was ready to put him not only in the top 10, but right in the back end of the top 5 behind the big boys as maybe the best of the rest. He slid into the middle of the pack for me at this point. I don't know where you're at on Hurts, but he's someone that I actually still find really curious in terms of trying to find his standing within the league.
Yeah, and as you said, narrative swings wildly like a pendulum on him. So if you're just talking about specific subcategories, and here's where I'm going. If you were to grade him and other quarterbacks in the league of you are not allowed to run. You can Tom Brady this thing and slide around in the pocket to avoid a rush or two, but you can't leave the tackle box. He's 20th, 21st, 22nd to me. When you add in everything else.
Because like to that point, like Jaden Daniels is less affected by that. You're not allowed to leave. You have to throw. He's still going to find a way to beat you.
Yeah.
There are guys that are dual threats that Lamar even though I think he's overrated throwing down the field and some things. I think there's plenty of games where he could stand in the pocket and win a football game. I don't put Hurts on that level. Am I disrespectful to him?
I think you're a little low on where he should be, but I think the point here in this part of the conversation stands. It's not to say that he doesn't know which hand to throw with and is back there like throwing up on himself, but I would take other guys in that one subcategory over him. And the point that I think a lot of people have made over the years is eventually it's going to be 3rd and 8. At some point, you have to win from that spot. It's less true now maybe than it's ever been with the way offenses are run, but still, in the 4th quarter, everyone knows you're passing. How do you fare, compared to maybe the next guy? And there's a lot of guys that take over him. But when you start adding in every other component to quarterbacking, I've got him still really high on my list, right? Like how good he is at ball handling, the RPO game, how good he is, kind of off the cuff as a scrambler, as a runner, some of the decision-making therein. He's the perfect fit for that offense, and I think he's good.
This was Jalen Hurts talking about this Eagles team now in the Super Bowl at Media Night last night.
How ready are you guys for Super Sunday?
We've just been taking it a day at a time. As everyone else has said, it's a great opportunity. Put a lot of work in to have these moments, and it's something you want to take advantage of.
I heard you said, I believe it was last week, you did an interview where you were quoted as saying you knew from training camp that this was or could be a Super Bowl team. Why?
I think that's the mentality every year. Just when it all begins, that's what you work for, to have these opportunities, and it's paid off to have what we have in front of us.
I wanted to play that because I have always loved his demeanor since the day that I found out what kind of dude he was when the rest of America did.
Yep.
Remember in the national championship game?
Never forget
where he got benched for Tua, and he just handled the slap in the face like a love tap, and he couldn't have been a better teammate. I was like, I like this guy.
Yep,
I will root for this guy. I always like how he handles himself. So I do root for him. And I don't want to see him get a ring, frankly, because I can't root for the Eagles, and I want the Chiefs to beat them. But I will personally be happy for him and the way he's conducted himself for years if he wins. I know that they had a 2,000-yard back. There's only been 9 of those ever. So you're going to pay the price as a passer with numbers. But 15 games, didn't get to 3,000 yards, 20 picks the last 2 years. For me, he's more in the good category than he is great. I think he's regressed from when he was in the Super Bowl out playing Mahomes a couple years ago, but he's got a chance to spin that narrative a little bit. We'll ask Sam Monson and Steve Palazzolo of the 33rd team about Jalen Hurts and where he comes in among the top quarterbacks in the NFL at this point. Also want to get their thoughts on the Commanders' offseason. Priorities for them. Should they be trying to land T. Higgins, Myles Garrett, any of the big fish they're going to be swimming around? We'll talk to those fellas next, live from Radio Row in New Orleans. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. News in New Orleans. Kansas City Chiefs are in the big game for a 5th time in 6 years. Why stop now? Andy Reid said today he'll return as Chiefs head coach next season. It will be his 27th season in the NFL, his 13th season coming up next year in Kansas City. Kirk Cousins said in an interview today an arm injury was the reason for his poor play late last season. Had a right shoulder and elbow injury suffered in Week 10, eventually led to his benching late last season in Atlanta. CBS Sports reporting today, Commanders will hire longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider to be assistant special teams coordinator in Washington. Caps are back on the ice tonight. Capitals trying to snap a 2-game skid, hosting Florida, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back to New Orleans and Media Row, where we are live ahead of Super Bowl 59 on Grant and Danny live in Washington, D.C. Danny is holding down the fort back in D.C. I'm out here in New Orleans. We've tracked down a couple of guys we've had on the show many, many times and get to enjoy insight from in person. Steve Palazzolo, Sam Monson. You can check out their show, Check the Mic, which I listen to all of the time over with the 33rd team. Gentlemen, thank you for the time. We appreciate you.
Anytime. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
It's good to see you guys again. You'll be hearing Danny back there. There'll be the voice from above that is asking you
the
questions.
angelic voice, the melody in your ears. Yes.
Love it.
I wanted to start, though, before we get to the Commanders. We were just talking about this. I want to get your thoughts. I find Jalen Hurts fascinating because, like with Barkley, with Kelsey, with Mahomes, we know where these guys stand. These are Hall of Fame types. I've kind of gone up and down and back and forth on Hurts. Where are you guys on like what he is as a player, and compare that to what he was when he was outperforming Mahomes in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago? Because it feels like he's dipped since then.
Yeah, I mean, I've been feeling the same thing as far as the roller coaster ride goes with Hurts, but I think he's solid overall, and I think most NFL teams, you want to have that elite quarterback that is situation proof, and I don't think Hurts is that guy. But he's been blessed with one of the best situations, much like, say, Brock Purdy with the Niners overall. So, but Hurts makes it run pretty well, right? He has some games where he doesn't get the ball outside to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. He has games where he does. But he's still a threat with his legs, does the tush-push thing, right? You've got some value there with his legs. And overall, I think manages the game, does a pretty good job. But, yeah, we saw him play great in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. We haven't seen much of that since. So I think he's still solid in a very good situation. But I don't know if you want him going, blow for blow with the elite quarterbacks.
No, I think that's definitely true. But I think he also has a little bit of that intangible quality that great quarterbacks have, where they are able to elevate their game in those important situations. Like, I think Hurts is able to do that, even if he's coming from a lower starting point. And then the other thing is that value with his legs is really important, because we talk about that all the time for, new young quarterbacks that aren't good enough really to be starting quarterbacks in the NFL. They can buy themselves some time, some growing room with their athletic threat. Well, Hurts is good enough to be a quarterback, but then he also gets to buy himself that extra room with that rushing threat. So it helps to bridge the gap between the elite quarterbacks and him, even if he's not an elite passer.
Gents, I know from the eye test that my Washington defense couldn't handle it, couldn't slow Jalen Hurts down, but this Kansas City defense is a different animal here. Talk about that matchup here, this KC defense versus what we're just talking about here with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I think the Spags defense, the way I like to describe them, is they just create low percentage opportunities for the offense. Doesn't mean that they're not going to, complete some passes down the field, but they don't give up a whole lot at the intermediate level, that 10 to 25 yard level. There's just not a lot of easy throws there, and that's where, most NFL quarterbacks make their money. So they're going to make you hit a tight window shot down the field. And then, like that famous 4th and 5 Josh Allen play, even if there are open receivers, they're going to make you, with an overload blitz or whatever it is, make a very quick decision and go ahead, try to find the open guy, try to find somebody. very quickly. So they just create low percentage opportunities, Kansas City. And overall, I think they do a pretty good job against the run. I think if you stick with it, though, if Philadelphia can find some creases, and, we know what Saquon Barkley does when he has a crease. So I think they should stick with the run game, but they might be feel like they're, banging their head against the wall for a little bit against Kansas City's front. So low percentage shots, and it's going to come down to Saquon Barkley finding that crease and A.J. Brown creating some of those big plays and on those tight window throws.
I want to pivot to the Commanders for our listening audience back home. They were so close. It doesn't feel like it. I guess they weren't that close, but they played in the game before this game, obviously, in the NFC. How authentic do you think the run was, as much as it was kind of the Cinderella journey where the clock struck midnight? And what should our expectations in town be going into next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was legit. But the further you get into the playoffs, the finer the margins are. And, they're the only team to beat Philadelphia during this run, and they needed to be almost perfect to make that happen the first time around. And they were far from perfect in the NFC Championship game, so they weren't able to repeat the trick. But the constituent parts are there. I mean, this team with Jaden Daniels, a quarterback, looked absolutely transformed. Daniels is another one of those guys that has that dynamic ability to win in a variety of different ways, who's able to come up clutch in those critical moments. It's able to allow you to go for it on fourth down in a way a lot of teams won't, because they don't have that quarterback that can just pick things up even when the play that you called isn't necessarily going to work. There's a defender there. Jaden Daniels can make it right anyway. So that side of the ball, I think, is in great shape. They've got weapons. They've got the ability to win. And then the defense is more of a work in progress. But, they've shown that they can go on that kind of run and go toe-to-toe with the best teams in the NFL. So if they can add a little bit of talent to that side of the ball this offseason, there's no reason that they can't be kind of where the Lions were a year or two ago, right? A team that's clearly on the rise and able to just keep adding and get back there again.
Tim Monson, Steve Palazzolo, 33rd team with us here on Grant and Danny. So what should their offseason plan be, talking about Washington's? I mean, normally first year of a rebuild, you're 6-11, maybe 7-10 if you get a doink in the positive direction. But they kind of went past everybody's expectations, ours included. How should they be approaching this offseason, right? Does that mean more aggressive? Does that mean smarter? Like, if you guys are getting calls to advise right now, how should Washington's offseason go?
Yeah, first off, by the way, I mean, you found the quarterback, and I hate to oversimplify things, but you found the quarterback, right? So it's almost like you can't let that mask everything else, right? So because Jaden Daniels, I think, is special, it makes it feel like all the other moves this offseason were great. And I think they were fine. I think Adam Peters has done a fantastic job of reshaping this roster, mixing veterans with a pretty good draft. And I like the way they drafted the best players available. They didn't reach all that stuff. But there's still holes, right? So you can't let Jaden, just because I think Jaden Daniels helped elevate this thing. Offensive line still needs work. Defensive line depth obviously got depleted over the last couple of years. That needs to get rebuilt up again. I think that's the key, is getting back to the trenches. O-line, D-line. You can't get overly aggressive, but because of the first contract quarterback, yeah, you can make a big splash, right? Like, of the few teams that are in the Myles Garrett sweepstakes, I think Washington's in there, right? Most fan bases say, yes, we want that, but yeah, we don't want to give up a 1+. We don't want to pay $40 million over 4 years. Washington can make that move, right? They could bring in a Myles Garrett, structure the contract so that he comes off the books at the time where Jaden's going to have to get paid. So they are in position to be aggressive, but I think another year of building through the draft and continuing to reshape the roster is going to be huge.
I think it was you guys that put out the graphic, Sam. 2 firsts for Myles Garrett would be a starting point.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Wait, 33rd put out a graphic for every team saying, I separate myself from our social media team.
It's such a tough thing, because you've got, that's a really difficult contract to move if you're Cleveland. Just to make it happen, the Browns are going to need to do some things to just allow it to happen. So they don't want to move him anyway, because he's their best player, and he's been a great for that team. And the contract is a nightmare to shift from their perspective. So if anyone is able to actually make that happen, what they're going to need to give up is, I think, going to be more than they're going to be willing to give up, right? So it almost feels like a deal that isn't going to happen to me unless a team is, desperate enough, aggressive enough that they're just going to put a deal on the table that the Browns can't really turn down. But from a fit standpoint, adding Myles Garrett to this team would be an incredible addition. But I really think, because they found the quarterback, the key for Washington is just don't do anything crazy. Just, you've already made the single biggest leap that you can make. Now just play everything by the numbers, right? You hit the best tee shot you could make. You're right on the fringe. Now let's just play by the percentages and get the thing in the hole.
Top golf reference.
Top golf.
So
Because they brought him to Top Golf.
You wouldn't be aggressive then in like a Myles Garrett, T. Higgins. You're not going big.
I mean, look, I'm going to pick up the phone. I'm going to find out what the cost is. But my suspicion is that the deal you would need to put in front of Cleveland is so much that I would walk away from that deal if I'm Washington. T. Higgins is a different scenario. Maybe that's a deal that absolutely could make sense for everybody. But yeah, like I'm not, because I think I'm close, because I'm in the NFC Championship game, because I got my quarterback, I'm not using that as an excuse to go, let's pay over the odds and bring in Myles Garrett and make him the best paid defensive player in football. You know, if that becomes too rich, then you need to walk away and just put your priorities elsewhere.
I'd be interested in Higgins plus McLaurin, though. I'd be interested in that, or at least any kind of wide receiver too.
Right.
You know, bump everybody down the wide receiver depth chart and just continue to put pressure on.
They only have
opposing
two
defenses.
guys under contract, right?
Yeah.
It's McLaurin and Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Otherwise, and most of those guys are journeymen anyway. We're talking to the fellas from Check the Mic 33rd team. You can check out their show. Sam Monson, Steve Palazzolo with us here on Grant and Danny in DC. As far as the coaching carousel went, was there anything that was particularly baffling to you guys, or whether someone who didn't get a job or somebody that did? What stands out to you?
I think it's probably Pete Carroll coming back.
Yeah,
with the Raiders. I mean, with a team that's not close, right? In his 70s, with a team that's not close, and everything that the Raiders have done to, they're being aggressive. It's a fascinating AFC West with all of those coaches, with Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, and now Pete Carroll all there. That's the biggest surprise for me.
I think we've seen this for a couple of years now as well. These potential head coaching candidates are being pickier than they used to be, right? You used to just take the job that was on offer, regardless of what the job was. It might never come around again. You've got, Liam Cohen being like, no, I'm not interested in the current setup. Then the current setup was removed from his responsibilities, and suddenly he was more interested.
Power move.
You've got Ben Johnson, who's been picky for the last couple of years. You've got various people saying, I'm not interested in the Saints job as it currently stands. Like, this, I think, is a new era of coaches picking their spots.
I think Trent Baalke should just lean in, by the way, and just nickname himself the current setup. I think that would be hysterical.
The current setup. We've removed the current setup.
Yeah, okay,
come back now.
In 3 years, is Bill Belichick still coaching at UNC?
No.
Steve is. Steve Belichick.
Yeah.
Might be the master
I think
plan.
that's
The
the
whole
master
thing
plan,
feels
yeah.
like a con job just to get Steve the job.
Yeah, I don't think he's still there.
Will he be in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, he does feel like the guy he's not just going to do media for the rest of his life. I do think he'll continue to try to coach.
Don't you feel it just feels like such a hard sell now, though? Like, it felt like a hard sell once he was fired from the Patriots because of his age, because of the weird, setup that New England had for so many years, like the unique situation. The Pete Carroll thing complicates it, obviously, but who's going to want to buy into Bill Belichick at his age, which is only getting a year older every year, with whatever setup he's been accustomed to? It is his giant manifesto. Like, who wants to turn the keys over to that?
Writing a book. He's got his whole book.
I love the manifesto.
The manifesto is being published right now.
Like Shad Khan might, but he just hired people.
The Pete Carroll things, it is different, though, because he's going to be a culture setter.
Yeah.
Maybe pass it off in a couple of years and just reshape the culture. Belichick's not that guy. He's like a do it my way, and then
his
no one
culture,
can replicate this
his
thing.
culture might not be a good thing to add to a team.
So yeah, maybe not. Maybe he's never in the NFL.
That would be stunning, but we're headed that way after he went to North Carolina, so nothing will surprise me anymore. Fellas, have a great week. Enjoy the game.
You too.
Thank you for
Thanks,
stopping
boys.
through. Love your work. Next, Cooper Kupp is available. Is that a name that Washington might kick the tires on? You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Guys, it's GP. Super Bowl 59. One game, two teams, endless possibilities. There is no better way to make every play more exciting than with the FanDuel Sportsbook. You know, I'm a FanDuel guy. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown or who's going to be the MVP of the game or who's going to go over or under their yardage props, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets to feel the thrill of every single moment for the Super Bowl. Live betting all game long. You can jump in on the action one way or the other after the game starts. I actually think that's how we're going to be betting this Super Bowl and trying to win because it's a tight spread. Make Super Bowl 59 even sweeter. New customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Again, $5 bet, $200 in bonus bets. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Live from Radio Row in New Orleans, Super Bowl 59. Grant Paulson, Danny Rouillet, you're listening to The Fan. Solomon Wilcots stops by to go around the NFL with us right at 3 o'clock at the top of the hour. Next hour, I want to get into what Josh Harris had to say about a location for the new stadium because, Danny, we're all putting all of our eggs in the D.C. basket. I didn't expect anything otherwise, but I do want to play the audio and react to it. He was pretty non-committal on a location. Like, his suggestion in his press conference yesterday was, well, the reason all of our momentum was on DC and everything we've been doing is about the city is just because we needed to get them to the table. But now that they're at the table, we're willing to talk to Maryland and Virginia again. I'm not really sure that's how it's working.
Right.
But that was what he was suggesting yesterday.
Yeah, you don't get yourself to the point where you can spend billions of dollars by giving away things. You know what I mean? Like, that's just good negotiating. That just means that DC, hey, you guys can't bend me over. And get some sort of sweetheart deal. We're working. We'll turn this car around, even if they have no intention. You still got to actually be able to follow through with the threat. So I still think it's DC or bust to a degree, but you never know. I mean, I'm telling you, do not underestimate any municipality at this point that we call home to screw this up. I'll just tell you that. Like, it might get done. In fact, it probably will. But do not be surprised at rug pulls, shenanigans, nonsense. It is the staple to me when you involve federal, local, in this big stew of ineptitude.
So, Danny, I am interested in T. Higgins. I would not pay him what it costs, I think, ultimately on the open market this year, based on his injury history, to come to Washington to play for the Commanders. But on a binary, is that something I'm compelled by or not? The answer is yes, right?
Yep.
We talked about Myles Garrett yesterday. We'll talk more about him today. I am very interested in that. And, in fact, could talk myself into trading for him depending on the price. I would put him at the top of the list over T. Higgins and anybody else we'll be discussing in terms of here's a star big-name player that I could see making a move for. There's another guy that's available, though, and that's Cooper Kupp. We found out last night that the Rams are making calls, trying to trade him. He was surprised and maybe blindsided by it. By the way, the Rams, it feels like when they are done with you, they are done with you.
They're ready to move on.
Like, ask Jared Goff, man.
Yeah,
it doesn't really matter what pelts you put on the wall for us. If we've decided you don't have a lot of football left or you're not useful to us anymore, we are going to tell you to enjoy the other side of that door.
They're pretty cutthroat, and this is the league, man. It's like there's no room for sentiment. If we think your best days are behind you, you're out the door. That has been a Ram staple, certainly. But to Kupp himself, so we talked about this before the season. Remember, what would you trade for Cooper Kupp? Would you want to give something up? I was willing to give up a decent amount. I can't remember what the actual draft pick associated with it was for our conversation, but I was in. This year has kind of waned me off of that. He's not the same guy. He was never all about, explosive, and he was never, an AJ Brown or a complete physical freak. It was about precision, great hands, great footwork, really good route running. Not to say he was slow, but he's slower now than he was. The injuries have caught up, and it's always something where he's banged up. I think the Rams finally got tired of it, to be honest with you. Not like tired of his act, like he's a problem child or anything like that. But I think they got tired of saying, we can't count on you on a weekly basis to have you as a future part of our game plans. So we're not going to. You saw his usage down the stretch plummet in a way that I thought was stunning. I thought, okay, now that they're fully armed and operational, they got Puka Nacua on one side, Kupp on the other. I mean, obviously they'll line up on the same side sometimes, but you see the point. And this is going to be a dynamic group that's impossible to stop. And they basically said, we're not interested in targeting Cooper Kupp. It was Higbee getting all the looks in some of these huge moments. Nacua, of course, got his. Kyron Williams got his. And Kupp was an afterthought. It sort of told you what they thought there internally.
Well, and it's amazing because at the beginning of the year, he was Cooper Kupp from his prime. The first week of the season, if you remember their opener against the Lions that went to overtime, 14 catches for 110 yards and a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
He had a game a couple weeks after that in September in Seattle where he went 11 grabs for 104 yards. He had a 20-target game at the beginning of the season. 20 targets. I understand, Puka Nacua had to get healthy and get back into the fold and whatever, but that's still staggering to then have 3 out of your final 4 games of the season where you don't have a pass thrown to you, where you catch 1 ball. And that's how his year ended. But they obviously made the decision he can't really help us that much. Now, it seemed like he would always make a huge catch, normally acrobatic or athletic, falling out of bounds or coming back against the grain and being interfered with or whatever. He had a decent enough year, 67 grabs, 710 yards, 6 touchdowns. Here's the problem, though. Have you seen his cap numbers? His cap numbers are a show.
They're unwielding, yeah.
$29.8 million this year, and then $27.3 million next year for the final 2 years of his deal. What I think actually ends up happening is that the Rams probably have to cut him because nobody's going to take that salary if they're dead set on moving on from him, unless they want to eat some salary and trade him. But I think they may end up cutting him, which is about $22 million in dead money. And if that happens, now I'm intrigued because now I get to renegotiate. Maybe I can get him on the cheap, and possibly, Danny, you have a situation where he's chasing a ring. He sees a team that played in an NFC title game. Remember, Washington's now the cool team. They got the cool quarterback.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to play with Jaden Daniels. Like, I would be interested in that. It's not like I don't think Cooper Kupp can help me. It's that I am not willing to pay him almost $30 million against the cap for 2 years. That is a non-starter.
Yeah, so in 21 and 22, 2021, he has 145 catches for almost 2,000 yards, 16 touchdowns. The following year, he was on a 90% of that pace. That guy at that cap number, yeah, sure, fine. Let's do it. Sign me up. I don't know that guy's walking through the door. But it doesn't mean you don't want Cooper Kupp at all, but you can't do it at that price. If, to your point, there's something cheaper available, and it's a guy that's now your third guy, or a nice safety valve or someone that's working underneath for you, there's room on your roster for a Cooper Kupp.
Solomon Wilcots, one of our favorite NFL analysts, an Emmy Award-winning broadcaster who is all over the dial, but over on SiriusXM does a lot of NFL content. He's going to stop by to help us get ready for the Super Bowl, look ahead to Washington's offseason. Live from Radio Row in New Orleans, he's Danny Rouhier. I'm Grant Paulson. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders filled a vacancy on their coaching staff, left when John Glenn left to be the linebackers coach last week in Vegas. CBS Sports first to report today, Jonathan Jones, that the Commanders will hire longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider to take his place as the assistant special teams coordinator with Washington. He was most recently with the 49ers in San Francisco and has worked alongside Dan Quinn several years when they were in Seattle. In New Orleans today, Andy Reid said he will return as the Chiefs head coach next season. Not a big surprise as they look for another Super Bowl win, 3 in a row. This Sunday, it'll be his 27th season as a head coach next year in the NFL, 13th in Kansas City. Kirk Cousins said in an interview today that an arm injury was the reason for his poor play last season that led to his benching in Atlanta. Cousins said he hurt his right shoulder and elbow after a hit he took Week 10 against New Orleans and admitted today his future is still kind of uncertain in Atlanta. Caps are hoping to get that 2-game skid snap tonight, hosting Florida, 7 p.m. face-off Caps hockey on the Fan. College hoops, Georgetown Xavier, 8:30 on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
On site at Radio Row in New Orleans. Grant and Danny live on the Fan all over D.C. 106.7, the flagship in the DMV. Now in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1 for the next 3 hours as well. However you're listening, over the air, on the radio, or on the Odyssey app. If you're watching us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, we appreciate that. The show's brought to you today and every day by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murrah. They will help get you squared away for all of the important stuff that's sometimes difficult to think about, maybe you don't want to do, but it is time. If you are a grown-up, you got kids, start taking care of the tough stuff, and they will do that paperwork for you. Check them out, kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. If you need to protect your family's assets or schedule a consultation with them, real estate transactions, probate administration, they do it all. Danny's back in studio. I'm out here in New Orleans, and I'm happy right now to tell you that Solomon Wilcots is joining us, one of my favorite NFL broadcasters, who is with Sumer Sports. And I've been watching you for years, calling games, always enjoyed the way that you break the game down. I'm curious just to start, do you think the Chiefs getting to the Super Bowl 5 out of 6 and being in the AFC title game 7 years in a row, is that good for football?
I think it's good. I think it's good for whenever you have someone who's great or something that's great. I think what we tend to do is not enjoy the greatness, and because we kind of we prefer that, there's some kind of trade-off that okay, you had your turn, now it's somebody else's turn to do it. But I think we need to understand that this is a highly competitive league. That's why we have this kind of parity, right? If you see the first 4 weeks or first 8 weeks of the season, all those teams are even. And then as soon as they get to late November, you start to see the separation. You start to see the guys who are really good. And what really separates them, obviously you got to stay healthy, but it's an intensity, it's a focus factor. It's like what we call that Mamba. In the NBA, you hear it as Mamba mentality. Michael Jordan had it. Kobe had it. Remember the early days of Tiger Woods when he was dominated? When he was dominating, was that bad for golf? I mean, I'm looking around at the table. Y'all, I want to see some heads. If you didn't think it was when he was dominating, was that bad for golf?
I would say no.
No. But now that no one's dominating, maybe Scotty Scheffler or whatever, but now nobody's dominating, it's not getting near the ratings. There is no one to fixate on. What we need to understand is when we're selling a game, because we are, that winner, that consistent guy on top of the mountain was Tom Brady for 20 years. You got to understand, champions don't care if you love them or hate them, long as you come see the show. You ain't leaving. You're not turning your head. Muhammad Ali was that guy. Muhammad Ali That's why he became great. He was greatness. And guess what? He lost some fights, right? But he come back and win it 3 times. Most people came to see his fights to see him lose, man, because he was a trash-talking dude. But that's what really selling the sport is all about. So first of all, you don't have to be happy that the Chiefs are about to win 3 in a row if they do it. You're not turning away from it, though. You're not turning the TV set off. You are going to watch. That's all that matters here. It's like people, so many of you guys, especially your generation, you want to be liked so much.
True.
Guess what, man? There are also great movies where the protagonist was a villain. In fact, some of your greatest movies, The Godfathers, they were all bad people. They're not good people. The Godfathers.
They're mobsters.
They made 3 of them. There's a trilogy of them. They don't mind being bad. They were the bad. But guess what? That movie sold out, took home all kind of Oscars. Al Pacino's famous for it, right? He was a bad guy. He wasn't a good guy. He was a bad guy. Didn't care. Went all the way to the bank. He's selling a movie. So that's what we're doing here. We're selling sports. We're selling the NFL. And last I checked, they're doing well at it.
Yeah.
They're doing just fine. Solomon,
go.
here's what's
Who is
amazing
that?
to
Who's
me.
I'm listening to?
That's the voice back in voice from God back in studio.
It is.
That's right. Too handsome for New Orleans. This has been remarkable to me. I think this has kind of gone under talked about, Solomon. What's your take on it? Their point differential this year, talking about Kansas City, was 59 points. That was when they went 15-2. Basically, average margin of victory is just basically less than a field goal almost for each of these games. It's a worse point differential than an Alex Smith 9-7 team back from 2014. I mean, you look at some of the dominant teams they've had, didn't have this kind of record. I don't think this is getting kind of enough run or appreciated enough how good a coaching job this is, how this is a totally different identity than they were just a handful of years ago with this prolific offense scoring 500 points. They're totally different now, and they're as good as they've ever been.
Yeah, the margins are thin for this Chiefs team. And I think a lot of people, their takeaway is that this team's not as good as it was last year, or maybe they're not that great. But let's dissect it. Let's peel the onion a little bit. Early in training camp, Hollywood Brown never even made it out the blocks. He's hurt. He's injured. And we thought he was going to be gone for the year. And then you lose the bet, who at the time was the best receiver in the league. When Rashee Rice went down, he was the league leader, right, in receptions, I think also in receiving yards. But he was having a phenomenal season. And so now he goes down. And now you have to rely on a rookie? Well, your rookie's not going to be your lead receiver for the entire season. So now they got to go to the streets, right? They got to try to get some guys. And they end up getting DeAndre Hopkins. You end up getting Juju Smith-Schuster. He comes, he gets hurt, he comes back. And then they lose Isaiah Pacheco, remember, in that early month of September. He gets hurt. I think against Cincinnati Bengals, right? They had to go on the street, had to get another guy, Kareem Hunt, bring back Kareem Hunt, who once led the league in rushing, by the way, in 2017 as a rookie. My point is they were getting by on spare parts. These aren't the parts that they had really planned to be their leading actors or leading productive players at those positions. All they did is just patch it together and just kept winning. That's why they were just winning by the skin of their teeth. But at the end of the day, this is what good coaching does. This is what good quarterback play. As long as you're not turning it over. There was a stretch where Mahomes was turning it over and they were still winning. But now I think they've hit their stride. I think they finally kind of got some balance and playing comprehensive football, and they've got some people back. When you get Hollywood Brown back, he's able to play well. So I think that really does help the offense. I think it gives them great continuity going into this Super Bowl game.
Solomon Wilcots is with us here on Grant and Danny. You have long been one of the guys from your generation of players who did buy into analytics and some of the information and data that we now have that maybe wasn't even available to you as a player the way that it is now, obviously. I bring this up because you worked at PFF. You're now working with Sumer Sports. But one of the things that's really important in growing the game in that way is the conduits who could take the information and say, hey, guys, this isn't as scary as you think it is. Like, where are we with players buying into the data? And maybe in football, it's more important from a coaching and a front office standpoint. We just saw Dan Quinn go for almost 50 fourth downs this year. The playoffs, Washington was 4 or 5 times a game. They were going for fourth downs.
That's right.
They missed 3 all year. It was one of the biggest reasons they made the NFC
Dan
title game.
Campbell's a former player, right? He's all in, man. That dude, he's 10 toes down on going for it on 4th down, right? Here's what I've been trying to get our coaches to understand, former players. I said, look, I worked in a management training program. I worked as an underwriter. We learned to use data analytics in the insurance industry. They've been doing it probably longer than anyone else. And here is why I can tell you this. Do you notice you pay different price for insurance? I pay different price, everyone. And nobody argues. Nobody seems to have a problem with, well, why is his insurance cheaper than mine? You know why? Because they're using analytical data to tell you the probability of how you might wreck that Porsche 911, right? And that's going to be based on certain metrics, including the car you drive. If you have the same metrics, but the other guy drives a minivan, well, he's going to pay less on his insurance. Not because the car is less expensive, but because the car leads to you driving more safely. You see what I'm saying? You drive a minivan much more safer than you do a sports car when you kind of going on 2 wheels when you're turning the corner. So analytics is a tool that measures probability, predictability. We're saying that it can see around corners because it can. If you do certain things, what's the best predictor of future behavior? Past behavior. So what we do is we take the past behavior, we analyze it, we put numbers to it, right? We put it in a machine, we can do calculations and formula. It spits out the probabilities, right? And that we go with those numbers. Now, it's just a tool. You don't have to live up by that, right? We do know, like in baseball, in order to drive in a lot of runs, you got to get a lot of at-bats. You ain't driving in a lot of runs, you don't get a lot of at-bats. So we start talking about, batting at, on base percentage, but you have to get in the batter's box. And then once you get in the batter's box, let's just get a bunch of people on base. We get a lot of people on base, we're going to score a lot of runs. So that's just one example of how analytics works in predicting future behavior, in this case, successful outcomes.
I'm going to use the car insurance model. I love that.
Yeah.
Solomon Wilcots here on G&D, made possible by Macy. Tell us about what you're discussing on Radio Row today.
Well, I'm representing, Vericel, and they have a wonderful, wonderful product that's called Macy. And Macy is really just an autologous science where the doctors will use your cells to grow tissue. So basically, this is a treatment to repair cartilage damage. And what they do orthoscopically, they go in and they take a piece of your healthy cartilage, the healthy tissue, they grow it in a laboratory, and then they bring it back and they orthoscopically go back in and they put it back in. It adheres to the healthy tissue as well as to the bones. It keeps you from deteriorating where you no longer have any cartilage at all. And now you're bone on bone. And then after that, you're going to need a total knee replacement surgery. So this totally reverses the deterioration of your cartilage, and it gives you that vitality. So that as long as you're a basketball player, you're a pickleball player, you just play golf, but you won't find yourself getting 60 years old and now you're needing joint replacement surgery in the knee. Go to the website, Macy.com, MACI.com, to find out more about it or either find a doctor in your area.
And you play pickleball?
I don't play pickleball because I want to stay off the operating table.
That voice you were hearing back in studio?
Yeah.
He's a pickleball fiend, that guy.
Hey, look, I know a lot of people are playing it, but I know a lot of doctors who are rubbing their hands together saying,
You're 100% right.
This has been good for business.
Yeah, I actually talked to one, Solomon, not too long ago, who just goes, listen, it's not an if, it's when. You're going to come see me. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, see, I was told that by my doctor. Said, if you keep playing basketball, you're going to tear your Achilles tendon. Sure enough, man, I tore my Achilles tendon. And then when he did it, he said, now, if you go back and play, you're going to tear the other one. I never played again. I told Coach K that story. He said, the hoop dream dies hard. But we all had a story. I remember I was sitting at a table because I used to cover college basketball. And we all told our story of when basketball ended for us, how the hoop dream died. He said he was up in the field house playing with a group of, he was still a young coach at Duke. He was playing with some of the kids, pick up basketball. Some kid caught an elbow, knocked his 2 front teeth out. Can you imagine you're a kid, you knock out Coach K's teeth? So he said He was like, I had enough of this. I'm not. You know, he was a great player. He played at West Point, played for Bobby Knight when he was at West Point. So he had a love for the game. It goes beyond coaching, but as a player, just like most of us, basketball is one of those hard sports to give up. And I'm sure pickleball allows you at an advanced state to go back out there and feel that energy again, you know, to feel athletic again. But I'm here to tell you, you're not.
Correct.
Hey, before we let you go, who do you got Sunday?
Look,
What do you think?
I think the Eagles they're going to be hard to beat, man.
They're really good.
They're good.
Just saw them in the
Yeah,
NFC title
man.
game in person. Obviously, with Washington being up in Philly.
Saquon Barkley is
They're
a difference
loaded.
maker. I think he could be the difference between this time and the last time they play. I will tell you this. So if I had to put money on it, I'm not betting against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I'm just not. Just not. And I said this the last time 2 years ago. I thought the Eagles should win the game, but I think Philly's going to win it because good coaching matters. And then the quarterback that doesn't flinch when it's on the line. This guy's won 17 straight games in games that were decided by one score less. That tells you when the games get tighter, he gets better.
Staggering.
Yeah, man. Look, if you're going to beat him, you better keep him on the sideline standing next to Andy Reid. I'll tell you where – I'm going to tell you this, and I'll let you guys go. Here's why the Bills can't beat the Chiefs. It's not because they're not good enough. They are. Josh Allen is good enough. His numbers are a mirror image of what Pat Mahomes' numbers are. And this is on Sean McDermott, who I like a lot. You got to manage clock while scoring. You got to – this is analytical stuff too. Go look at it. When you score, you better not leaving even a full minute on that clock. So you're not just playing against Pat Mahomes. You're not just playing against Andy Reid. You're playing against Andy Reid. You're playing against Pat Mahomes. And you're playing against that clock. Because if you leave him time when you score and he has the ball last, bro, you're getting beat.
But here's the scary part.
You're not winning.
How much time's too much? Because the Bills at one point gave him 13 seconds.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And it still was too much.
0. 1 second.
You got to have the ball last.
You got to have that ball last, man. I'm just here to tell you. The best way to beat him is to keep him standing on that sideline next to Andy Reid. Last I checked, he can't score from over there. we got you, man. We got you. I'm telling you now. That's what happens every single time. They give him the ball back. The Cincinnati Bengals had a stretch in 2022 and 2021, 2022. They beat them 3 out of 4 games. And I watched how Zach Taylor managed those games at the end. I watched how Joe Burrow, 4 minutes left. They're on the plus 40. That means they're across the 50. And the fans are starting to boo because they're not trying to score.
Time, yeah.
They're not trying. Yeah, we're trying to score. We're just not trying to score right now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, that's hard to do against a really good Steve Spagnuolo defense. See, these teams get afraid to get into third down because, we don't get third down now, we're not going to win. Yeah, hey, look, man, even if you score now, you're not going to win. How about that? That's a novel thought. Am I right?
Yeah.
People think that if you score 2 minutes left, we won.
You did not.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. All you did was create a little more drama. Thank you for that.
But they're inevitable.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's over, bro. You just gave him the ball.
It's going to be a blast of a weekend. Enjoy the week. We always love chatting with you.
Love talking
Thanks
to
for
you
coming
guys,
on.
too. Smart
thank you.
group. You guys are talent. Keep up the good work. Appreciate
you, sir.
Okay?
Solomon Wilcots with us here, live from New Orleans. Always great to catch up with him. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Let's do this next. I want to localize the convo for the Commanders fans back home, back to D.C. I want to talk about Josh Harris leaving open the possibility of a stadium being built somewhere other than D.C. in his press conference yesterday. We'll get to that next on The Fan. Guys, GP, the FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back. This time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends, the two brothers, Peyton and Eli, are going head-to-head, sudden death, field goal showdown, live in New Orleans. One kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who's going to rise to the moment? Pick your winner now. You can do it in the FanDuel app. And if you back the right brother, you're going to earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's a cool deal. So here's how it works. It's free. You get on FanDuel. You pick either Eli or Peyton. The winner, Eli or Peyton, will then have all of the participants that backed them divvying up $10 million via FanDuel. Pretty cool. 3 p.m. Eastern is when they do the competition on the Fox pregame show. You can watch it live. FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Got to be 21 in VA. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders have filled a vacancy on their coaching staff. Longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider reportedly being brought on to be the assistant special teams coordinator in Washington. He had worked for a few years with Dan Quinn while they were in Seattle. Rams made it known last night they're looking to deal wide receiver Cooper Kupp. More on that today from Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, who says the Rams are willing to eat a chunk of his salary, nearly $40 million over the next 2 years, to help facilitate a deal and want to get a trade done, as Rap Sheet puts it, immediately. We've got hockey tonight. Caps open to snap a 2-game skid. Home hosting Florida, 7 p.m. face-off here in the Fan. This month, only get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. At Paul Henry's Window Installation, schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. You are listening to The Fan. I'm in New Orleans. Danny's in D.C. Radio Row, Super Bowl 59. Josh Harris spoke yesterday, covered everything that matters, right? The name, the stadium, the uniforms, and free agency and the draft ahead and the aggressiveness of the team this offseason. I don't think it should be a surprise, Danny, that he left open the possibility that the stadium could end up in Virginia or Maryland. But I was a little bit interested in his logic, or at least his rationale, that the reason everything's been so hyper fixated on DC is just because they weren't at the table yet, and they had to get them to the table. So that was the priority, which I don't necessarily believe. I think they really want the stadium in DC, and that's why it's been the priority. But they're trying, I guess, to, for lack of a better term, this sounds nefarious, but I don't mean it that way. They're trying to drag Maryland and Virginia along just in case still, right? Because if something falls through, you can't tell those two to kick rocks and then go back to them.
If you've ever had a yard sale and someone's sitting there and only one person shows interest in like your 30-cent item, you're getting 30 cents for it. If 3 people do, you might get $1 for it. It's the same principle. If there's no other demand for you, then you're going to end up, you're desperate for the thing. You don't get the tax break. You got to pay more up front. It's going to be harder for you. This is just good business to me. So to your point, I actually think he's just being smart here and not kind of giving away the ghost, not giving away the business. Basically, they want DC. They've wanted DC the whole time. They could have already gone to Maryland for the sweetheart deals of all time with the current land they already own, mind you. Right? I mean, what's easier than land you already are in possession
That's
of?
so true, by the way. They could have already broken ground.
Yeah, they could
be building in Maryland right now.
Yeah, and they could have been building in Maryland at that spot in Landover, Rowjohn, whatever the hell it's called. Now, in other spots in Maryland, they could be building on land they own with an injection of capital from the state months ago. They could have already started, shoveled the ground. There's a reason they didn't. We all know it. They want that RFK site for a million reasons. But that's the most important thing. Is that location, that's Super Bowls, that's NCAA Final Fours, that's the mega concerts, that's the nostalgia, that's the right play, that's the most central location for all 3 municipalities. It just makes the most sense and everybody knows it. So having more people at the negotiating table for you can only be a benefit. So in that sense, I believe them, but, little truth serum, they want RFK. In fact, they need RFK.
Let's play this clip from yesterday. This was Josh Harris meeting with the media on if DC remains the option, the main option, the primary focus for a new stadium.
Yeah, look, I think that obviously the DMV, right, is 3 jurisdictions, and it turns out DC's in the middle. Plus, it's the location maybe, but plus because of the history. It's location that when we do surveys is the most acceptable. But there's a lot of things that go into this, and we play in Maryland right now. We have an amazing relationship with Maryland. And like I said, it's not just our decision. Like the decision is about the specific regions and areas and states themselves and DC itself. So like we have a lot of dialogue going with everyone, and we're going to keep pushing forward. That I continue to, kind of just be transparent about what the surveys say and how the area feels at large. But that doesn't mean that there's not a lot of support in Maryland, a lot of support in Virginia. There is. But obviously DC is, kind of aligned with the history and happens to be the easiest place to get to for the most number of fans.
And I don't think you have to read too much between the lines there, even though he's keeping Maryland and Virginia in the dialogue, that he's also acknowledging DC makes the most sense. And he gave some reasons why.
Mm-hmm.
Cut 6 is Josh Harris on if the stadium timeline has changed at all with the team success. I think this is related and interesting because it's not like they're expediting anything or trying to move any of their decisions up. They still know this is going to take a lot of time. They got a long fight ahead, particularly in DC. But here was Harris on the timeline.
Yeah, look, anytime that you win on the field, I mean, we all now experienced what it was like here, right? And it was the reawakening of Washington football here in the DMV and everywhere, right? Because there's lots of people who grew up with the team that I grew up with, and so anytime that you get that reawakening, right, the population at large is supportive, right? And so there's no question that there's some momentum, and we would hope to capitalize on it. But I mean, obviously, we're in dialogue with jurisdictions, with Washington, with Maryland, and really they're what they want to do is a big part of it also. And so and every indication is that everyone is supportive, and so we're just gonna try to move it forward as fast as possible.
You know what I find funny, Danny?
What's
and
that?
We've joked about this as a show a bunch. Even when he, in that answer, talks about the options, he mentions DC and Maryland, Virginia just isn't really interested in stadiums, right? I mean, they just don't seem to really care that much or want to have them.
There are, for every one person that does that's influential, there are 3 that don't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's the
You mean like the politician? Like,
yeah, at like the highest levels. Like there are absolute, I promise you, there are absolutely people who go, yeah, this would be a great thing. Now, whether you agree with them or not, I don't care. Put your big boy pants on. We're just having a conversation here. But whether you agree or not, there are advocates everywhere, sprinkled throughout the state of Virginia. There are, I promise you. And then there are plenty who are going to say, you might get far enough down the line, but you're getting torpedoed because of whether it's my proclivities, I got a different interest, or some other kind of conflicting thing. Who knows? But they can't get their act together. So that whole Capital One, Leonsis, Monumental Sports fiasco just put Virginia in such a harsh timeout that I don't care. Like, anybody willing to do business with them in that regard has to say, how can I take you seriously? How could I believe you at face value? Even if you mean it, even if you are telling me the truth. I've seen that legislative process play out. I've seen the memes, bro. I know that after a press conference, after everybody's announced something, the thing is dead, and sort of that's the end. So trying to bring them to the table just as a threat, I think would be valuable for any businessman in Harris and Company's case. But you can't take Virginia seriously in that regard.
But how do we keep falling for it? I remember for a few years we talked about Loudoun County and the metro expansion out that way. What is that? The White Line or the Silver Line or whatever? That basically the stadium was going to be built out that way, out west. I remember for multiple years on the show, the people that cover this and the experts in this were telling us that was the most likely thing. And now it's a distant part of any conversation. It's like if DC falls through, and then if something crazy happens where Maryland's out, then maybe Virginia would almost have to step up to the plate. The same thing we had the exact same press conference decades ago at that National Landing site, and they did it again past year for the basketball and the hockey team, and we all kind of took it hook, line, and sinker. We keep falling for the same thing, and all these years later, Virginia's never had a team for any of these professional clubs at the highest level of the 4 major sports, and probably hasn't been overly interested. I want to play one more clip, though, really quickly, Danny, which is Josh Harris on his vision for the new stadium, which is cut 5. We have not seen him talk much publicly about what he wants in the new stadium. So even though there's not a lot of meat on the bone here, I think just the fact that he offered any intel on his vision is probably the story. So this was Harris with the media yesterday on what he wants out of a new stadium.
Yeah, so I have 3 or 4 things in mind. I mean, obviously for me personally, I grew up with a great stadium, and I understand what it's like to play in a stadium that, where it's hard for the visiting team to play, right? I mean, we've experienced different stadiums. Like I said, I've been to every game for the last 2 years, and I see differences. And so, the primary objective is to create a stadium that we're going to win in, because I think if we do that, and so there's all kinds of decisions that go into that. But I also think that we have a responsibility. When a city, takes land and utilizes it, for a stadium, right? They're taking it away from other things they could do. And so it's our responsibility to make it, an amazing economic development opportunity for where it is, and create a lot of jobs and, help that area, right? And so as I think everyone knows, we're considering multiple jurisdictions, but in each case, right, those areas need help, need improvement, and so that's got to be part of it. And the cities themselves have to have their own input as to what they want. These are political processes, right, and they matter to the neighborhoods and to the greater areas. So we're right now in the middle of all that, and so I think it's both. But for me personally, I start with we need to have a great place where our fans can show up and feel and as much as possible, we want that to be an advantage to our team in terms of winning on the field.
It's Josh Harris, owner of the Commanders, meeting with the media yesterday. I think when you ask the question, what's your vision? You want him to tell you if there's going to be a dome and, what the if there's a moat on the outside of the stadium.
If you come in gate A, you'll see this sculpture. He can't go that far, of course.
He's not going to give you the details. I'm sure they're delivering renderings, every single day and making tweaks and changes. But I've said all along, I've had too many people that are too high up over the years with the team in multiple factions tell me that there's going to be a roof on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time they always say that it's probably not going to be retractable, both because of cost and it's viewed almost as unnecessary because it's just not used very often to open and close. But I do think it'll be an enclosed stadium when they build this stadium. And I do think it's going to be in D.C. at the RFK site. I would go as far as to say, Danny, I will be shocked if that's not the case.
Shocked is probably too far to me.
How? I mean, the land, man. They got the land. What else is there?
The gross ineptitude, preening, selfishness, lack of local support, D.C. council, who knows who'll be mayor at that point. I mean, I don't know, man. But
sorry, let me do it this way then.
Yeah. I mean, you're correct. On paper, of course, it's a no-brainer. 1 + 1 is 2. And of course you're right. But right. This is one of those, I feel like one of those characters. I've seen too much, man. These eyes have seen too many things to not expect shenanigans.
These eyes. No, I get you. And you've been around the block in this regard longer than I have, and you lived in D.C.
Yeah.
So you know better than anybody talking right now about whether or not this is going to be a seamless process, if you know what I mean. But if I'm saying, and I'm making these numbers up completely out of left field, I'm acknowledging this. But for me, I feel like there's an 85% chance it ends up at the RFK site. You think that's too high?
No, I think it's probably about right. 80, 85, somewhere in there. It's all signs look right. It looks like all systems go. But again, that you're don't. All I'm saying is don't be surprised at that article. And you know exactly what I mean when that article, that news story comes out. We're live outside the office of self-important attention guy who's decided that now's his moment to stand up and say the locals don't want this. Blah, blah, blah. We go. And again, whatever your politics are, you may not want it. I'm not besmirching it. I'm just telling you, let's not count any chickens. I got some eggs right now, and they look good. But we don't have chickens. When I can go to that stadium, it's a chicken.
I think that the team and the city both want it to happen. It's going to happen. There's going to be some obstacles, true.
Mm-hmm.
There might be a story or two or a press conference or two from self-important guy, true. But this is now a truck flying down a hill, wiping out small houses and Vin Diesel's in a movie or something. I don't know. But it's like going 90 miles an hour, and it's gaining momentum, and there will be a stadium in D.C. I feel it in my bones. He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan out here in New Orleans at Radio Row. Got a huge rest of the show for you today, including Trevor Sikma of PFF, who thinks Washington should absolutely try to trade for Myles Garrett. He went hard in the paint. Want you guys to hear what he thinks about that. Thomas Dimitroff at 5 o'clock today, the former GM of the Falcons who worked with Dan Quinn. And then Mike Florio at 6 o'clock stops by with some thoughts on Washington sticking with their name and the stadium that we are discussing potentially being back in D.C. We'll ask him about that as well as we continue today on Grant and Danny. Your double play is next on The Fan. Back live on Radio Row in New Orleans. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny hanging out in D.C. in our Half Street Studios. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So, Jeeps, I'd say this is a decent-sized double play for your pal, Randy Douye here. Something that you know, something that everybody that works here know. In fact, things that people that came to the 106.7 The Fan live event this past Friday are aware of. So, if you're listening to the show, first of all, thank you. We appreciate it. You might remember that I was absent from Caddies on Cordell for the Friday field trip series before the NFC title game, where Washington came in second to the stupid Eagles, right? I hate to miss that show. It's probably one of the biggest shows Grant and I have ever done together, and I didn't get to do it, which is kind of a bummer. But the reason, I would say, is pretty good. And that reason is we didn't, we kept it pretty close to the vest, didn't tell people, etc. But not this past Friday, but the Friday before, my wife and I welcomed our third child into the world. Little baby Rouye, number 3. Boy number 3 was born a couple Fridays ago, so whatever day this is, it's like day 14, 15. I can't even keep track. I also haven't slept. I'm bleary-eyed and exhausted, and it's too much. And what are we doing? I'm way too old to have a newborn, but I do. So we got 3 boys, and that is what's going on. That is the big announcement for old Randy Douye.
First of all, congratulations. Well done, Danny.
Thank you. Yes.
Absolutely. We're very happy. We're very proud of you that everybody is healthy. So a couple of things. I don't want to bury the lead, which is that you have a baby.
We have a baby.
And that's so cute. And, oh, my God, you have a baby. I want to reiterate that one more time. Danny Rouye, who is 46, right?
45.
46.
How dare you?
45.
Yep.
Has an infant.
An infant.
Like, when you sit on the couch, you hold a baby that is days old.
He's very
I want
tiny.
everyone to
He's just a little
acknowledge
fella.
that.
Yeah, as I said, it is too much. So I was actually talking about this with someone today. I had a meeting this morning, and they're like, "What's it like? How's everything?" And I go, "Well, I got a buddy that I play pickleball with. This dude named Michael Wardian, who's one of the great extreme athletes in human history, as far as I'm concerned. The guy runs 1 million miles and will take a nap on the side of the road, then run 1 million more. And one thing he said to me was, I do these extreme athletic events. He'll erg for 24 hours straight, or he'll run, 80 miles with a rucksack and all sorts of crap, right? And it's not that it gets easier. It's that your pain tolerance and your threshold, you get used to it. So in other words, I still cramp up at mile 17. I still can't feel my legs at mile 22. My head hurts so bad, I can't even see at mile 30. But you just are used to it and you keep going. This is my version of that. It's too much. It's chaos. There are so many boys in my house, and they all need something completely different. And it's loud, and then there's tears, and everyone's upset, and everyone's cranky all the time, and it's overwhelming. It's not that gets any easier. It's still overwhelming, but that just becomes your new normal, and you adapt in that way. So it's not easy, but we're doing it right now.
3 boys, man. Time to try for that girl, huh?
We're good. The vasectomy is 2 weeks away.
They made a valiant effort this time for the girl, I will say.
I'll be frank with you. We weren't really trying for anything. This is what we like to call an ambush. Surprise! That's what happened.
Here we go.
Yep.
Or should I say, here we go.
Here we go.
Al Michaels style. Well, if I could say, though, this is all very celebratory. But as an aside from just a sheer radio standpoint,
yep,
your handling of this has cemented you behind the scenes as one of the great wackadoos in station history. I mean, now Danny does his thing in general, whereas he's much more private than most of us are on the station, I would say. A little bit of an open book scenario here, in my case, or the junkies who are talking about, what games they're going to and their kids and whatever else. Danny, doesn't use his wife's name, his kids' names. He's a little more anonymous in that way, which is everyone should do what they want to do. To have navigated 9 months of pregnancy and a week, and to have not mentioned that you were expecting a child is quite a thing, man.
Yeah, I would say it was harder for you than for me, I think.
Well, here's what's really weird is that when Danny was going to miss this huge show and this big party, and he knew already, this Thursday before the next day when we were going to be out at Caddies in Bethesda, that he wasn't going to be there. Before we did the show on that Thursday, a couple weeks back, I said, so you're just going to announce today that you're not there because you're having the baby? He's like, no. And I said, okay, well, what about when everyone asks where you are the next day? Is it I'm supposed to tell them you had a baby the next day? He's like, no, don't do that. And I said, so what do I say? And Danny, this is what you said to me. You go, yeah, that's a weird spot for you, man. I'm sorry about that.
Anyways, have a good one.
I mean, now it's your child. It's that we should do what you're comfortable with. But
as I said,
no one at
tougher for
work
you than for
knew.
me. Yeah.
No one at work knew.
Mm-hmm.
Like the junkies were asking, like, "Where's Danny?" The EB comes to the Bethesda thing. It's just, I understand that this was a bit of a unique, I will say, situation for Mr. Rouye. But boy, did you keep a good secret around the office and everywhere.
We kept it whisper quiet. I mean, I had to inform direct superiors. I had to inform like direct coworkers. Hey, there may be some days and times I'm not as readily available. And
I think I found out only because there were some doctor's appointments, not in any way based on our 15-year relationship.
Exactly right. Yeah. I mean, it was one of those things where it's like, my wife said, you're pretty much going to have to tell them at some point.
This is one of those things, by the way, that people ultimately notice,
Yes.
Like based either on your wife looking like maybe she has a baby inside of her.
Would you look at that?
Or the child that's now at your house. Like someone at some point was going to come up to you and go, Danny, you guys had a baby? And you're like, what do you mean?
Huh?
As he's holding a baby in his hand.
Why would you say that? Is it because of the baby that looks like me, kind of?
But 3 children.
Three dudes. Yep, 3 boys.
Boys are handling it well.
They are. It is a major adjustment, especially for, I was going to say my youngest. He's not my youngest anymore. He's not the middle one. He's been the little prince for a long time, right? And everything is basically, and you guys know this, when you've got a youngest, they're the ones that you kind of have to be catered to more, because it's like they're the one throwing the tantrum, they're the ones squawking, they're the ones whining, they're the ones that, like, the older brother or sister or whatever picks on him, you have to deal with it. So like everything's been catered towards him being at peace, and now all of a sudden it's like, and nobody got time for it, dude. Like no one has time for your whining, and yet so it's been a slow process, I would say, but they're coming around. I even have a picture of him holding the little guy, which happened for almost 6-7 seconds. So we're getting there, man. It's it's a major adjustment.
I like it. So we're now tied, by the way, at 3 children apiece.
Mm-hmm.
Myself and Danny. Danny is, I'm going to say, based on you said you're having a vasectomy scheduled, it sounds like?
Absolutely, yes.
So I'm going to say that you're probably a plus 900 on the board to end up not having a 4th child. But hey, maybe you end up winning the competition. Nobody knows.
There is a friend of somebody. No, it's actually a buddy of mine who said, this is talking about himself. He goes, I am a vasectomy baby. And I went, excuse me? He said, yeah, my dad thought he was all done. Turns out he was not. So I'm going to triple check, quadruple, however many checks I need, just to make sure that there is nothing else coming.
Well, congratulations,
Thank
buddy.
you, buddy.
The Grant and Danny family, the 106.7, the family
Family.
grows just a little bit bigger. Another boy in the Rouye household, just the way it should be. We love that. Congrats to you. The Beltway Blitz is coming your way next. We're excited to tell you that we'll be covering, among other things, the Commanders, the NFL, and we'll even check in on the Wizards, who forgot that they're supposed to be terrible.
What are you doing, Wiz?
2 consecutive games, so they better nip that in the bud right here and right now. We've also got tickets as soon as we return to the weekend at Northwest Stadium. Be listening to G&D then on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's going on with Super Bowl week this week in New Orleans. Grant and Danny broadcasting. Grant is live from New Orleans with more guests coming up from the big game coming up this weekend, Super Bowl 59. There is some Commanders news today. They are hiring longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider to be the assistant special teams coordinator. He was most recently in San Francisco and had worked before with Dan Quinn several years. They were together as assistants in Seattle. Andy Reid said today in New Orleans he will return at least for one more season as Chiefs head coach next year. It's going to be Reid's 27th season as a head coach, 13 of those in Kansas City, the first 14, of course, in Philadelphia. Kirk Cousins said in an interview today he had an arm injury. That was a big reason, he says, for his poor play last season that led to his benching in Atlanta. Cousins said he suffered right shoulder and elbow injuries on a hit he took week 10 in a game against New Orleans. Kirk also admitted his future is now, quote, still kind of uncertain, end quote, in Atlanta. College basketball tonight, Georgetown's at Xavier. That's at 8:30 p.m. tip-off for the Hoyas over on the Team 980. We've got Caps hockey tonight on the Fan Capitals. Home trying to snap a two-game skid. Hosting Florida tonight. Caps have lost 3 of 4, but last 2 of those have been in overtime. They try to get back in the win column tonight. Caps hockey, 7 p.m. here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
At least one national NFL analyst thinks the Commanders should absolutely do whatever it takes to trade for Myles Garrett. You'll hear that coming up at 4:30 today on Grant and Danny. Welcome back live from Radio Row in New Orleans ahead of the Super Bowl. You're locked into the Fan. We are sponsored by the law firm Kondorian Murad. From estate planning and elder law to real estate transactions and probate administration, their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. They'll give you a discount if they know you're one of our listeners with Grant and Danny. Beltway Blitz time on G&D, covering the Wizards, the NFL, and the Commanders, coming your way in just a moment. Danny, I got to tell you, the positivity about Jaden Daniels and the Commanders out here at Radio Row has been absolutely awesome.
I love that. We saw it here, obviously. It took this area by storm. And you'd see it on national television or big games or pregame shows or the NFL or the shouty shows or, analysis shows, etc. And it was always so cool to hear it. But knowing that the whole NFL world was kind of gathered in that one spot, and they're still talking about it, even though they're eliminated and done and gone, because it's one of these stories of the league this year, is so refreshing and so fun.
Yeah, it's just been nice for people to not be joning and making fun. They're like, wow, you got a great quarterback. You
Yes,
got a
we
good
do.
team. They're fun to watch. As promised, real quick, caller number 10, 800-636-1067. Every day at this time ahead of the Blitz, we're giving away tickets to see the weekend at Northwest Stadium. So congrats, you're winning 2 tickets right now if you're caller 10. After Hours Tour. It's Saturday, August 2nd, Northwest Stadium with Playboy Cardi, which is one of Danny's favorites, and Mike Dean. Tickets are on sale Friday, February 7th, 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Let's talk Wizards basketball. Varun Shankar covers the team for the Washington Post, joins us now. Varun, they do know that they're not allowed to win, and they're not supposed to win. And that if they start winning, it's really going to ruin my mood because I need Cooper Flagg in 1-1. Why have they won 2 in a row? What is going wrong with this team?
They've shot well from 3 the last couple games, which hasn't happened much this season, and they've played some pretty good defense. Those are the 2 main reasons. I don't think you need to worry too much about the lottery odds. I think they still have a pretty sizable gap in the standings, and with the flat and lottery odds, you don't have to finish worst to get first.
Yeah, I feel like if they only played Charlotte, I'm sure that's a city. Charlotte, Varun, the Warriors' record would be in jeopardy. Like they played great against those guys. But let's get to the trade deadline this week. This, to me, is always the story. I think they've had a couple of guys that have not played themselves into good value in trade, unfortunately, that I'd like to see moved. But what are you hearing? Who might be on the move? What might they get back, et cetera?
Yeah, there's three names that I'm keeping an eye on. That's Jonas Valanciunas, that's Malcolm Brogdon, that's Kyle Kuzma. With Valanciunas and Brogdon, it's pretty simple. They're on the older side of things. Brogdon's contract ends after the season. Valanciunas has one more year after this, and then another year after that that's non-guaranteed. Neither of them fit the timeline for this team. What's interesting, so Valanciunas, it's a very easy fit for a lot of teams. He can help you out if you need a post presence. He can help you out if you need a defensive rebounder. He does have some pretty apparent limitations when it comes to just his ability on the defensive side of things, and he's not going to give you too much as a floor spacer. But he's a reliable player. I think he's played every game this season and every game last season, and you know what you're going to get from him. I don't anticipate the Wizards getting a first-round pick for him, just looking back on some precedent. I don't think you're going to see that. But he's someone that they don't have, they have some other centers on the roster that could get some run as the season goes on. Rashawn Holmes has had some nice minutes here and there, and obviously Alex Sarr is a player of the future at that position. With Brogdon, it's very interesting because he has this $22.5 million salary for the rest of the season. It's an expiring deal, so if at the end of the season it doesn't, the Wizards have the option to resign him, and even if they don't, that money just comes off the books. If they choose to trade him, they could have to take back some degree of salary, and if you're taking on a multi-year commitment, you have to be very cautious about that. What's really the thing with Brogdon, he's been super effective. He's a very steadying presence, can be a great backup guard for a really good team. He hasn't been healthy at all this year, and he's really struggled to stay on the court. So that's something that could limit his factor. So if you're Washington, are you going to get the requisite draft value that could validate you taking on potentially a unflattering contract? Kuzma's the most interesting because his value this season is so different. If you evaluate it based on this season, and if you evaluate his body of work over the last couple of years, you're looking at two different players just in the way that he shot and his offensive skill this season. But he's someone that can fit on a lot of different teams because he is versatile. He can play both forward positions. He's 6'10". He can defend. He can shoot. He can slash. He can do a lot of different things. So he's Washington's most valuable piece. The question is, does the rest of the league see him to the same value that Washington does?
Varun, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. Just tell them to relax a little bit with the win.
I gotcha.
See you, bud.
See you, pal. There you go. The Wizards on the Beltway Blitz. Let's talk football from Radio Row. Oh, pal, Nate Davis, USA Today, covers the National Football League, joins us now. Nate, I want to start with Travis Kelce saying last night that he thinks he could play at least 3 more years. I'm going to set the over-under at 2.5 seasons. Is Travis Kelce still playing football in the NFL?
At 2.5, I think I would probably take the under, Grant. I mean, I know some people speculated maybe this would be his last season. I mean, I definitely heard probably he'll play at least one more. But yeah, I mean, it seemed like Travis knows once this ride is over, it's over. And so many players lament the fact that you can't ever recapture that locker room kind of feeling and fill that void in your life once it's over. And I'm sure he's got a good sounding board in Jason, who's already kind of made that transition. So I think he'll probably ride it out a bit longer, but I would say max maybe 2 more years after this one.
Nate, I was talking to a buddy the other day about kind of the landscape of the NFC, and I was rattling off some of the teams, that I thought would be good again, even if with some of the coaching changes and the like. And he asked me, "What about San Francisco?" And I realized I'd kind of forgotten about them just because they had one of their, every so often they have that disaster year where nothing goes right and everyone's hurt all the time. And I actually kind of thought about that. I didn't have a great answer. Is San Francisco, in your mind, going to be big back next year, and not a team that's kind of an afterthought as they kept getting hurt? Or is this kind of the end of the run?
Yeah, I don't know, Danny. I hate to cap their potential in any way. Like you said, they have some down seasons that are usually kind of, generally the function of injuries. It has that this year, but this is a team that got to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo as a quarterback. So I mean, I do have a lot of faith in Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch to make them competitive. I'm not necessarily sure I'd make them a favorite next season, but I think the big shoe to drop there too is what are they going to do with Brock Purdy? I mean, he's now eligible to basically come off his NFL welfare level contract and get paid. And I think that I think that they want to do that. I mean, it's time to reward him. But of course, that's going to have, that's going to create problems elsewhere. I think probably a guy like Deebo Samuel might be kind of a logical guy to move on, and then maybe others. I mean, they've got a lot of guys with big contracts right now, and I think a Purdy contract or whatever they do at quarterback, if they possibly make a change, I'm not sure. I mean, he obviously had a little bit of a down season, but I think they're committed to him. But that's going to change the look of that team in some way, shape, or form.
Nate Davis, USA Today, with us on our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danning and Rita's work on the USA Today and all over their web offerings. Nate, I'm curious about Super Bowl 59 and whether or not your team, I just don't ever pick against Patrick Mahomes like a lot of people are, or do you actually still kind of look at these games as if the Chiefs are capable of losing and see the Eagles as a possible winner?
I mean, I definitely think it's a bit of a toss-up, Grant. I mean, I generally agree with what you said. I mean, it seems like, Patrick Mahomes never fails in these situations. I mean, the Chiefs somehow won the 15 regular season games and 2 more, even if it didn't feel impressive in spots. But, I mean, they also never had that game where they got blown out or quote-unquote exposed or anything. I mean, throw out the Week 18 game, of course. But it's hard to count against them. And I mean, I also just think it's hard to count against the continuity they've got there with Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo. I mean, those guys know how to game plan wins. But I don't know. I'm still slightly on Philadelphia just based on how good they are in both trenches. Obviously they almost won this game 2 years ago, and Jalen Hurts, I think, pretty decisively outplayed Patrick Mahomes aside from the fumble. You add Saquon Barkley to that mix. The defense is a bit different, but I mean, I think this defense is better than the one they had 2 years ago. So I think there's every reason to expect the Eagles can certainly win this game.
Nate, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Okay, thanks.
You got it, buddy. Hit that local 53 sounder, Topes. Yeah, that stupid name is here for good, but whatever. I'm still psyched to talk to my pal, Johnny Cakes Allville, a newly baptized Washington football fan. Welcome to the flock, young man. Thank you for being here.
Boys, thanks for having me. Thank you for allowing me to be part of the Commander family. I do appreciate that.
You are most welcome. Should Washington be pulling out all the stops to win the bidding for one Myles Garrett?
All the stops? I mean, if it's a real bidding war and then you're talking like 3 first-round picks, I don't know if I'm crazy about that. I mean, I can live with 2 first-round picks because you're talking about if it's this year's pick, it's 29, and then hopefully this Commanders team wins another double-digit games next year, and you're looking at another relatively low first-round pick. You might have to sweeten the pot with some additional picks and or a player. But if the bidding war gets too intense, I don't know that Adam Peters is going to want to part with all that capital. Like, I would love to have him. He's a great luxury item, but I don't know if they're going to be in the mix if 5 or 6 other teams are also in there trying to pry him free of Cleveland.
Cakes, do you view the NFC Championship game run as kind of this magical stretch Cinderella story, or do you think it's something that is replicable? What are your expectations now going forward?
I mean, I'm not going to bank on that happening every single year, but I just think it shows everybody that if you hit on the right quarterback, which they clearly look like they have after one season, that sustainable playoff runs should be the norm. Now, you don't know how every season is going to work out. Injuries hit, you underperform, some of the lucky bounces that went your way, and there were a good amount of them that went the Commanders' way in 2024, don't go your way in 2025 and beyond. Those 12 wins could turn into 9 or 10, and then you're scrapping a little bit more than you have. But I just think with Jaden, all things are possible, and I think we should be looking at double-digit wins most years of the next decade. I mean, there's going to be some down spots, but I think the future is super bright, obviously, with Jaden Daniels, and I think this thing is sustainable, unlike the run under RG3.
Flixie, I've got a dynamic receiver. I don't know that there's a star available. Like I like T. Higgins a lot, but I don't know if I can pay him to be questionable every week and like ruin my fantasy seasons as he has so often. But to me, I don't think you need a great receiver or a dynamic one or someone that can go to the house to beat Carolina or to beat Cleveland or beat Arizona in that week. I think you need it for the Philly game. So to me, that's a priority. I think it may be lower on some people's list because of the aforementioned Jaden Daniels and how special he is. Where are you at on that?
Danny, you are speaking my love language, my friend. All I've been saying for the last 6 or 7 weeks is, look, Olamide Zaccheaus, nice story. De'Ami Brown came alive toward the end of the season. Noah Brown was a nice addition off of the Houston Texans scrap heap. But I'm sorry, with Adam Peters in charge, I need my number 2 receiver to be better than that mishmash of guys that they tried to fit into that number 2 role. I need explosive offensive weapons surrounding Jaden Daniels at all times. And we've all talked about this. They're in the window where he's making peanuts relatively, because in 3 or 4 years, that dude's going to be making $70 million roughly, and it's going to be tougher to get that roster the way you want it. So, Danny, I am full steam ahead. Gather all of the offensive weapons you can to help make things easier for one JD5.
Cakes, I thought 106.7 The Fan Live was a blast and a really good time. Loved hanging out with the Junks, B. Mitch and Finley. It's a good little event we pulled off as a staff last week, huh?
Absolutely. Kudos to you guys for doing all the cat herding and all of the wrangling of the different shows that were up there. But I think it went off without a hitch. I mean, I think the fact that it was you guys up there for a while, you guys up there with B. Mitch, and then you guys up there with us instead of everybody everywhere all at once. I haven't seen that movie. I've heard good things. Haven't seen it. But that's what the event was like the prior year. So I think this year it was much more organized. The people at the Tally Ho were great. The Q&A at the end where everybody's up on stage, I think it's pretty close to seamless, I would say.
Yeah, you know who else hasn't seen that movie is your entertainment guy, old Eric Bickle.
I mean, there's a lot of movies that dude hasn't seen. Yeah. I could fill a book.
Movies have been in theaters, movie not in theaters, any movie besides Hoop Dreams, which is the Zing. But the one thing I said to GP the other day, I think it was yesterday actually, was there's no way when you get all 8 attention-starved dudes on stage who are just sitting there with a chamber full of zings, it's never not going to be chaotic at the end. You know, like there's nothing we can do to keep that organized, that part of it.
Sure. The Q&A, that part was a little bit wild, but like you said, like there's a lot of dudes that want to talk into the mic upon this, occupying the same space. But I think it was a great event. I think everybody that came out had a good time, and unlike the last time I was at the Tally Ho for a 106.7 The Fan event where I chucked a beer at somebody and they didn't catch it and it split their face open. This one went better. This one was smoother.
Better than that, yeah.
Yes.
Appreciate you, brother. It is always good catching up, Cakesy.
Boys, Danny, I know we're in lockstep with this. Commander stinks, but I'm a hypocrite because I'm wearing a Commander's beanie right now as I'm talking to you guys.
I know. What are you supposed to do?
You're part of the problem.
It's tragic.
Part of the issue.
I'm part of the problem. I am not the solution, Grant. I am part of the problem.
Cakes is always part of the solution. Sports Junkies, listen to him 6 to 10 a.m. right here on the Fan every single day. Trevor Sikma of PFF says it is time for the Commanders to go get Myles Garrett. That's next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. And my friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams specialize in selling homes that didn't sell the first time. They do this through their exclusive consumer programs that are simply not offered by other agents. These programs are proven to get their home sellers 6.1% more than the average agent. Think about that amount of money. That's thousands upon thousands of dollars for you. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their services, they will guarantee the sale of your home. When you sit down with them, you agree to a price and deadline by which to sell. If your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it. That is their guarantee. It's really that simple. Becky came to Reynolds' Power Home Team after a very frustrating and stressful experience with her first realtor. Debbie and Sarah were able to sell her home for top dollar in less than 10 days. Becky says that's what set them apart from other realtors was their vast experience, knowledge of the market. Results like this is why you should call my friends and my realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds' Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Lots of coaching news today. Let's start at the University of Maryland, where a longtime NFL coaching vet, former DC Defenders head coach Pep Hamilton has been named the Terps' new offensive coordinator in College Park. Commanders fill a coaching vacancy. They have hired longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider to be the assistant special teams coordinator now in Washington. Andy Reid said today in New Orleans he will return as the Chiefs head coach next season. It'll be his 27th season as a head coach in the NFL. LA Rams have made it known they're looking to deal wide receiver Cooper Kupp. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, saying today the Rams are willing to eat a chunk of the salary due to him over the next 2 years, about $40 million to help facilitate a deal and try to get something done, as Rap Sheet put it, immediately. Caps trying to snap a 2-game skid, home hosting Florida tonight, 7 p.m. Hoyas on the road at Xavier, 8:30 on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Live from Radio Row in New Orleans, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is back in D.C. I'm out here at the Convention Center in Louisiana, ahead of Super Bowl 59, tracking down some of our favorite guests, and in this case, most handsome guests that we talk football with all year long. Trevor Sikma of PFF stopping through to discuss a Commanders team. Looked like for a minute we'll be talking a lot about this week, but the clock struck midnight, Trevor, on old Cinderella.
Oh, it did. And honestly, it was tough to watch that game just because of the mistakes, right? The fumbles, the turnovers, and it was a big reason why they aren't victorious in that game, right? It was the rubber match of, all right, they took one against the Eagles, they lost one to the Eagles, and they were right there. And it's a team that they knew very well, and I felt like they were playing well enough to where, okay, maybe they could have been there at the very end. I don't know what would happen at the very end, but if you take away those turnovers, if you play a little bit cleaner of a brand of football, it would have been really exciting down to the end. So I think it's a shame that it felt like the Eagles didn't get the best of the Commanders, and that's always tough when that's the case. And so, it shouldn't damper an incredible year that they have had. It just goes to show you, a little new ownership, new head coach, new direction, new vibes, new quarterback. Obviously, if you hit all of those things, and if you hit even some of those things, how quickly it can turn around when you get the right guys in the right spots.
I don't even know if this exercise is worth doing, but I am interested in the idea of how to divvy up the success pie, so to speak.
Right.
The Harris ownership group at the very top, and then Adam Peters, who had a bang-up first offseason.
Yep.
Dan Quinn's hired as a second-time head coach and changed the culture, beloved in the locker room. And then, obviously, Daniels, as this historical year as a rookie quarterback we've never seen. I mean, where would you kind of start ranking import, if that's a thing?
Yeah, so the way that I kind of go about it now is like ownership and general manager set the culture. The coach sets the floor. The quarterback sets the ceiling. That's kind of the way that I look at it. I don't know what that comes out to percentage-wise, but the way that I think about these situations is you have these conversations. These are the fun conversations that you have with your friends out at a bar on the couch of like, oh, what's more important? And I think about how there is definitely a trickle-down effect when it comes to ownership and when it comes to the general manager. And you think about this in any organization, right? Think about any place that you work where you have some sort of hierarchy or structure of your boss and their boss and everything. A lot of times you take on the identity, the attitude, the work ethic of the people that are above you. And that trickles down throughout the entire organization. So it's important to have the right people at the ownership spot and especially the general manager spot, depending on how hands-on the owner is, to truly set the culture of what the organization is. You then go to the coach. The coach, to me, of course they can raise the ceiling. There's no doubt about it. But a great coach raises the floor. A great coach gets the most out of players that you would say, maybe they're fringe roster guys, but for us, they're impact players. They're important role players. They're important positional players. And then, of course, the quarterback, it raises the ceiling because even if you have a great coach, if you don't have a great quarterback, there's only so far that they can go. It's the quarterback that really brings you to the ceiling of where you want to be. So I don't know where that comes out percent-wise, and I honestly think that might be a bad way to go about the exercise. The way that I always just think about it is Guys at the very top, they set the culture. The coach sets the floor. The quarterback sets the ceiling.
Trevor Sikma of PFF with us here on Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan in D.C., live from Media Row in New Orleans. What did you make of Daniel's rookie season, and when did you kind of start buying into how uniquely special he might be?
Yeah, so I'll be honest. As a draft analyst, he was my QB3. I had him ranked in the 20s on my big board. Very clearly had Caleb Williams and Drake May ahead of him. And I appreciated everything that Daniels did in his Heisman Trophy winning year at LSU. But I went, all right, you got Malik Neighbors, you got Brian Thomas Jr., you're throwing the slot fade, you're throwing the deep ball a lot. Obviously, it was a fantastic, potent offense. But I go, okay, how translatable is that to the NFL? Of course, he goes into a good situation where Cliff Kingsbury knows what he does very well. And I think both of how they approach offenses line up very well. And you saw that this year. But I'll tell you, there was a moment, and I won't say that this was like the moment, but it was the first moment. Preseason game. They're playing Miami. Daniels he played like what? 1 series, 2 series, whatever. He didn't play a lot. There's a comeback route that he throws that was on a rope straight to his wide receiver's hands. Brilliant timing. Full confidence on the throw. And I go, that's a rookie? Because when you think about comeback throws at the NFL level, they're dangerous. If you hint at those throws at all whatsoever, if you are late, if you are off target, that cornerback's going to undercut that, and guess what? It's a pick six the other way around, and nobody wants to throw pick sixes in your rookie season. And so I watched him throw that throw with so much confidence perfectly, and I go, this dude's having fun. This dude's already playing free. He's already playing loose, because you look at the other guys around the league. Think of Caleb Williams. Think of Drake May. We saw great moments for them, but they're playing a little tight this year. They're rookies. They don't want to mess up. They're seeing things new for the first time. It's often that lack of confidence that really shows up the most for rookies. And for Jaden Daniels to show that in one of his first preseason games of action, to me, I go, okay, we might have something here. Then obviously the Bucs game, you lose that game, but he looks pretty good there. And then you get the Bengals game a couple of weeks later, or whatever it was, the next week, a couple of weeks later, whatever it was, and you go, okay, this kid's special, right? Then you go, okay, that was the confidence that I saw in the preseason, but for an entire game, when it mattered most, lights are brightest, going up against Joe Burrow, all that good stuff. So it really was the culmination of a couple of preseason moments that gave me a hint, and then that Bengals game that you go, all right, this kid's for real.
In terms of surrounding him, he's on his rookie deal, making no money. So there's an aggressiveness maybe that you can have for a few years. Offensively, what should they be looking to do you think, this offseason?
Well, I think that they were able to get a good amount out of some role players that were there. It was great to see the year that Terry McLaurin had. Obviously, Diami Brown had a couple of big moments for them. You're hoping that Ben Sennett obviously becomes a big-time tight end for them and just a sort of a versatile piece along that offense. Zach Ertz, great production this year, was able to play a crucial role in some key moments. He's not getting any younger. I'm not breaking any news by saying that. I think the run game was good. It could get a little bit stronger, but I think that was a really important part of their offense this year. The offensive line, I think through the first 8-9 weeks of the season, our grades had them as like a top 5 offensive line in the NFL. And then second half of the season, it was more close to probably like middle of the pack, a little bit top 20, but a little bit closer to 20. Obviously, the Sam Cosmi injury is tough because that's an injury that's going to linger into next year. So you got to think about that. You were already kind of thinking, all right, what's the long-term plan with Brandon Coleman? Are you going to play him in tackle? Are you going to move somebody inside? Or you're looking to draft another offensive tackle there? But when I look at this team, I think another stud wide receiver would be great to really be able to pair with Terry McLaurin. And then do you need to invest a major asset, whether it's free agency capital or a higher draft pick on the offensive line, if that's something that you need to do there. So in order to sustain that success for them, I think that's important. There were a team that was reported to be in on Brandon Ayuk, so we know that they're thinking about it as well. They're looking to go that direction. I'm sure that they'll test the waters on T. Higgins and see if he's viable for them to bring in. But there's a lot of really good wide receivers that they could potentially get even at the back end of the first round. But that's not even to talk about the other side of the ball. I think they need a premier pass rusher still. They're in a great spot at the back end of the first round to be able to get one of those guys. You probably want another outside corner to be able to start and have true versatility with Mikey Sanders still, be able to play him as a slot, as an outside, maybe some moonlight plays at safety as well, just because of how great of a football player he is. And so that's sort of what comes to my mind with Washington. It's like, all right, these are the next steps for him.
Trevor Sikma of PFF on Grant and Danny. What's your philosophy, and I'm asking you to speak for now, like the whole analytics community. Yeah. But no, more so you, honestly.
Yeah.
I've kind of come around on drafting running backs early, and here's kind of my thought on this. I was a never do that guy.
Yeah.
I now am more the never pay the guy the second contract guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Jahmyr Gibbs, you look at how some of these weapons, like I'm just viewing it more like I don't really care what position you play. If you have speed and you score touchdowns, like that's what I care about. Would you have an issue with them drafting a home run hitter earlier and that late first round, second round, whatever, at running back?
No, I would not. I think that there are. I would lean corner, pass rusher, wide receiver a little bit more than running back, just because running backs are always so plentiful. Because I think that's where the value part comes from. It's not like we think that running backs aren't valuable to the game of football. It's a supply and demand thing. It's a capitalism thing. It's how often you can get a running back that can do so many things for you. Every year, you have the opportunity to either draft one or sign one, probably. So, the guys that are at the very top, they're special. We understand that. But a lot of guys can be serviceable for you and do what you need to do from the running back position. So it's more of the fact that there's just so much more of a supply than there is a demand for exactly what you would need out of a bell cow back. But that's not to say that, especially if you get into the back end of the first round, because this is the other part of the formula. If you're drafting Saquon Barkley at 2 overall, his rookie contract is way different than if you were drafting a running back at the back end of the first, right? So you can't just sit here and say, well, you never draft a running back in the first round. Well, these are two totally different conversations. If you're drafting Saquon or Zeke Elliott or Leonard Fournette in the top 5, you are then immediately paying them because of the guaranteed money that's on the rookie deal. You are paying them as if they are a top 5 back in the NFL already, like right there. Right. So when you bring up the second contract conversation, you're basically already in the second contract. So if you are waiting till the back end of the first round, well, now you get a steal. And now you can get a guy like, I don't know, Marion Hampton from UNC. I don't think Josh Genti is lasting that long, but like somebody like that, or a Cam Scatterbo in the second round, or something like that. Like that is the point of the conversation that I think needs more nuance. It has to do with the supply versus the demand, and then what the free agent market is telling us about how you should value them compared to a cost-controlled rookie contract, that the only thing that matters is where you are picked. So I think that's the formula when you really talk about guys in the first round.
If you're Adam Peters,
yeah.
So Trevor Sikma, congrats, promotion, GM.
Yeah. Yes.
Washington Commanders, you did it.
Not as handsome.
It's close. You guys are both very handsome, but I'll give the nod to Adam Peters for now. What is your interest level in Myles Garrett, and what would you be willing to trade for him? I'm just throwing this out here because I saw like 33rd team had 2 firsts.
Yes. So that's what I think it is. I think that when you were talking about Cleveland, the only way they trade Myles Garrett, because there's kind of a lot that goes into this. Myles Garrett, from a team acquiring him perspective, is actually on a pretty team-friendly deal. He's got
huge 2 years of.
He's got 2 years, very low cap.
I think it's like 19 and 20.
It's 19 and 20, and all the guaranteed money is off of the deal. So the team trading for him it loves it. Like, does not really care.
But I'd imagine has to extend him.
It's kind of the answer is probably, but Myles wants to go to a contender so bad he might not hardball that too much because he knows how good he is anyway. So maybe it does come with an extension, maybe not. But the team that's trading for him, sometimes you get these guys who have signed these massive deals or whatever, and you're almost, the trade price goes into, well, I've got to pay him a lot of money, so I'm obviously not going to give you as much in return because I'm going to have to pay him a lot of money. The opposite is true in this regard, because the Cleveland Browns would have to pay basically all the money. They're accelerating almost $36 million. I think it's right around $36 million on the cap if they trade him. And the problem is they could designate him as a post-June 1 trade, which that means you can spread the money out over 2 years. But he has like a roster bonus or a contract bonus that happens in March that basically neutralizes all that. So in order for the Browns to even trade him, you've got to jump through some hoops. You got to fully extend, I think Jason from Over the Cap was tweeting this out. He was basically like, you essentially have to restructure Deshaun Watson, you have to restructure Denzel Ward, and you probably have to cut Jack Conklin, even to make it feasible to trade him. Wow. So there's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through here, which get us to the price. What makes that worth it for Cleveland? And that price is, without question, in my opinion, 2 first-round picks at a minimum.
And if you're Washington, is that too steep?
Yes. No question. I'd make this deal because one of your first-round picks is already at the very end of the first round.
Yeah.
The one that next year you're hoping is starts with a 3, right? You're hoping the number starts with a 3. So you don't care. You're signing a pass rusher who's still in his prime, is one of the best players in the world, defensive player of the year caliber type of a player, and addresses one of your biggest needs at a premium position at a cost-controlled environment. I'm not thinking twice if I'm Washington and they have the opportunity to do this, especially if they don't have to give a player in return. If Cleveland tries to play hardball about it and they're like, well, we want Johnny Newton in return, or like we want a young guy in return, something like that, then I think that's really where the negotiations start. But for Cleveland, a trade for Myles Garrett only makes sense if they are tearing all of it down and they are looking to gain ammunition for 2026 to move up to get some sort of quarterback that they want, because they're probably not going to be good next year anyway. So I think that it has to be a 2 first-round pick conversation, because they're going to want the one this year to rebuild as much as they can. And then they're going to have to want the one next year to have ammunition to potentially move up to get the quarterback that they want, because it just looks like Deshaun Watson's time there is running out.
Trevor, I've loved your work for years. Keep doing good things.
Appreciate it, brother. Anytime.
No question I make this deal, Sikma said. One of your first-round picks is already getting to the first round. Says the next one might be in the 30s. You get a pass rusher in his prime, one of the best players in the world, address one of your biggest needs at a premium position. I'm not thinking twice if I'm Washington. He is ready to trade 2 1s for Myles Garrett.
All in.
We'll get Danny's reaction to that next right here on The Fan. Guys, it's GP for Co-Pair. This is the old EMP 180. I put on too much weight, wasn't feeling good, was getting too tired, playing with the kids, needed to drop LBs. So before the holidays, I decided to start the program, make sure that I did not gain any more weight during the holidays. Did a nice job, down almost 20 pounds, now in New Orleans on some helpful injections that keep me from overeating and being hungry all the time. Feeling good about myself.
Well, GP, my turn. I saw the success you had and inspired me to jump back on too, because I've done some meds, I've tried some things by myself. And for some of us, it's just too much. It's too overwhelming. And Co-Pair offers, this is what's so cool about it, the coaching, as you said, the meds, there's ways to do it on medicine, without. The whole point is you need that guidance, you need that extra push, you need that accountability, and Co-Pair provides that.
Yeah, this program that they put you on is catered specifically to you. So if you're like Danny and you want the injections, you can get them. If you are someone who doesn't, I think 59% of their new customers don't use the injections. They just use the coaching, the weigh-in, the program that you and I have used successfully for years. So do what we're doing. Start now. Tell them we sent you. Learn about their special offer just for fan listeners. 855-888-0180, 855-888-0180, or go to copairhealth.com. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny, we're going to take calls on Myles Garrett as a possible option for Washington next hour, but you just heard the interview I did with Trevor Sikma out here. He made no bones about it. PFF's lead analyst saying, no question I make this deal. Says, I'm not thinking twice if I'm Washington. You're addressing a major need, premium position. Thinks the contract is uber friendly. Now, you probably have to extend him and give him a deal, but even still, because of the friendly nature of the first 2 years, it makes it ultimately a better contract than it would be otherwise. He's all the way in. He's going 2 first-round picks. No problem.
I totally get
Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I totally get it. I mean, we spoke about this a little bit yesterday, and I've heard some other shows and voices I respect and folks locally, nationally speak about this too, and you kind of come back to the same thing here. The iron is as hot as it can be. Now, it doesn't mean that you're a player away, because some of what you did was charmed, some of what you did was incredible and miraculous and maybe not repeatable, but you're above a threshold of legitimacy and quality play based on the quarterback, somebody based on the general manager that you would trust to unearth that the next Brandon Coleman with that mid-round pick, right? If you've got Vinny Mumbat's in charge, I don't trust him with any draft pick. So there's no point in anything, really, right? But you've got a competent front office here in place who will have to find value elsewhere. You've got to find your next Terry McLaurin as a third-round pick or fourth-round pick, et cetera. Easier said than done. But they've already shown some aptitude in that regard. You have the rookie quarterback who is excellent, who is ascending to a potential MVP candidate if all goes according to plan. A player of this caliber should not be available to you. I understand saying, yes, go win the bidding for that. I get it.
I do too, and I think I'm willing to possibly even change my mind after listening to Trevor Sikma. You'll remember, Danny, yesterday I said I would not trade 2 1s for Myles Garrett and then have to extend him. But what I did acknowledge is if there's ever a time where I'd be willing to do something like this, it is now while Jaden Daniels is on a rookie deal. And because of that, A, I have some expendable money, and B, I should be more aggressive. So for him to talk about, well, look, it's a premium position, check. It's a massive need, check. He also talks about their data suggesting that Garrett is still very much in the prime of his career, that this is not much of a risk of a significant fall off, that you're not concerned really about him, dipping in production. I'm not saying I would pick up the phone and say, can I please give you 2 first-round picks?
Right.
But I might be more inclined as we talk right now to be willing to be talked into that deal if I'm Grant Peters on the phone.
And listen, I'm going to explore every avenue, right? But my thought is other teams are going to be in. Like if I'm Detroit, I'm doing this, right? Right now, I'm going, I don't care about my first-round pick this coming year. I've got everything I possibly need. I need one more Havoc Wrecker opposite Aiden Hutchinson. If I'm pick your team that's ripe and ready to go win a Super Bowl and could use a game wrecker like this, you go do it. You make these kinds of plays.
The only difference between me and Sikma, let me say this too, maybe you can weigh in on this, is he said, well, you're picking 29th this year, no problem. The goal is that you're picking in the 30s next year. I think there's a chance they could pick 16th next year. I mean, I know that that's some cold water this week.
No, it's within the realm, sure, yeah.
And that's a big, big difference, as we talked about at another point in that interview, in terms of drafting a running back early, mid, late first round. So if you're picking 14th or 17th or 22nd or 31st, like those are very, very different things. Whereas trading the 14th overall pick, the value is unbelievable compared to, say, if you lost in the Super Bowl next year or won it,
right,
and you're picking 32.
Totally. And, to say you hope to pick in the 30s, well, hope ain't a strategy. Realistically, I think this is a group that's probably going to pick in the 20s. So your first-round pick, less valuable to you, or maybe some people could say more, given the fact that you need young players at a premium as you go out and spend the salary, or salary cap, rather. So it's a tough challenge just to make all the puzzle pieces fit, but this is one of those I break glass for.
Myles Garrett, by the way, 14 sacks this past season, which by his standards is down a little bit. Second in the NFL. Only Trey Hendrickson with 17.5 for Cincinnati had a higher sack count than Myles Garrett this past season. More on him in just a little bit here on Grant and Danny. But next, Thomas Dimitroff, who was the GM with the Falcons while Dan Quinn was the head coach there. Obviously, Dimitroff has been on our show before, worked with Adam Peters in New England for many years as well, knows everybody in Washington's building inside and out. Always a tremendous guest. He will stop by next right here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Let's start with some NFL news first concerning the Commanders, who filled a coaching vacancy today. Commanders have hired longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider to be the assistant special teams coordinator in Washington. He had worked for several years with Dan Quinn in Seattle. Andy Reid made it known today at the Super Bowl he will return for at least one more season as the Chiefs head coach next year, which will be his 27th season as a head coach in the NFL. Will be year 13 for Andy Reid in Kansas City. Some college football news locally today as well. Longtime NFL coaching veteran, former DC Defenders head coach Pep Hamilton has been tabbed by Mike Locksley to be the new offensive coordinator at the University of Maryland. Capitals are back on the ice tonight, trying to snap a 2-game skid, hosting Florida, 7 p.m. face-off here on the Fan. College hoops, Georgetown at Xavier tonight, 8:30 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And the Athletic reporting today, the Wizards have discussed a possible Kyle Kuzma deal to Milwaukee with the NBA trade deadline coming up on Thursday. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries, retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
The Tuesday before Super Bowl 59, live on Radio Row in New Orleans. Grant Paulson, Danny Rouillet. You're listening to G&D on the Fan. Danny back in our Half Street studios. I'm out here with Darius Dameron, tracking down some of our favorite people in football to have on the show, and one of them joins us right now from Sumer Sports. Thomas Dimitroff, the former general manager of the Atlanta Falcons and longtime NFL executive. We've had on the show a few times over the last several years and thoroughly enjoyed chatting ball with. But, Thomas, it is great to see you again. How are you?
I'm good. As long as we found our hotels, we're fine.
That's right. So, Danny, I was checking in or trying to check in to a hotel, and Thomas is right in front of me when I'm checking in. And he goes, I think I'm at the wrong place. And I said, I think we're both in the wrong place. And I stayed to try to sort it out. He's like, you want to take the Uber to the right place? So I had to. Yes, so, but we both figured it out.
We figured it out.
Yeah.
There are 3 Omnis in the same span of a mile, though, so I don't, maybe we weren't that far off.
I don't think we're the first people to make that mistake. But I will say you were one of the first people to come on our show and tell us that you really liked the brain trust that Washington put together. And for you, there was some experience that came with that. You worked hand in hand. You were the Peters and the Quinn in Atlanta. You were the Peters part as the GM with Dan. And obviously you worked with Peters in New England. I didn't love the Quinn hire. I think I even addressed this with you on the air. I don't love defensive coordinator hirings and retreads, and I'm an offensive-minded, pair it with a number 2 overall pick quarterback guy. But I've been eating some crow. I mean, he had a hell of a year. He built a great culture, and God bless him. I mean, he might be the coach of the year for a team that just got to the NFC title game.
Well, you watch him. You watch what he brought to the table. It's an interesting role of reversal. When he came into Atlanta, I was a 7-year veteran. He was the rookie. Now he's the 7-year vet, basically, and AP's the rookie, right? So I think it works really well when you have, it's just a really good mix on that level. Dan is 100% leader. And by the way, I think I told you this. I don't know how many players came to me on the side and said, I will play for Dan Quinn for less money. That's how much I appreciate this guy. And oh, by the way, if I can stay here for my career, he's got a real hold on the players. You know that.
Thomas, for this Final Four, maybe even by the playoffs extended, or looking at a team like Detroit that by all accounts probably should have been playing in a game like this, what's kind of our theme? What's our takeaway for how these teams are built? Easiest thing to say is have a great quarterback, will travel. But looking at how these rosters are constructed, right? And I'm kind of looking here for takeaways and ideas maybe for Washington that they can apply. But looking at some common themes, where do you go? You know what? This is what's winning in the league right now.
Well, I mean, look, we know the trench thing. Look, I've had people battle with me for years that I've spent too much time putting tools around Matt Ryan, right, to keep that young quarterback growing. Let me start off with a tight end. I mean, your tight end performed very well. When I was looking at it going in, I'm like, ooh, I don't know, Zach. I don't know if he's at the tail end. He obviously is. I think continuing to grow that tight end role and the athleticism for a young quarterback to have that high percentage shot is always huge for me. We did it with Matt Ryan again and Tony Gonzalez, right? Those are big things. I think both of these teams. We'll start with Philly. As you know, they're built with such a strong offensive and defensive line. Let's call the trenches the way they are, right? I'm basically getting there and saying if I ever were to have come back as a GM, and I was talking indirectly with Tony Baselli because Tony Baselli took over that president job, right, in Jacksonville. You know there are people out there that believe 100% believe building through the trenches. Jumping around a little bit here only by saying I love that how he does that. I love that they're aggressive with how they put that together. They have strong stoutness there, toughness there. That sets the tone for a really good quarterback that you guys have. I think on the other side, you have coaches like on Andy Reid's side, a coach who is trusted, who is respected, who is believed in from the players, which is really, really important. So that when you bring people onto your roster, they're going to follow Dan Quinn like they follow Andy Reid in a different way. Don't get me wrong. So what I will say, and I could go round and round, I've talked to a million people today, so I apologize for this. Both of these GMs are at the top of their game, and they're aggressive with how they put together their team. They don't look back. They're not worrying about what fan base and media say respectfully. They're going to do what's best for the team, and I think that's really important. You guys don't have – I mean, there are not holes – But you guys, I keep saying you guys, like I think that your local team, is it a you guys?
Give me a you guys.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I did some we all stretch long, Thomas. Like I was doing it,
Yeah.
I
was the left guard. Danny was the nose tackle.
Yeah, I get it. I think my end all be all on this is I really do believe that you guys have some areas that you can build with. Gosh, you guys almost have $100 million, right? Isn't there
third most cap space?
Third most cap space. Get aggressive. Don't spend it. I mean, I'm not, I know you need receivers as well. I don't, to go out there and spend it on T. Higgins, that's a lot of money. That cap may be nearing, $40 million. I don't believe that. I think you can be really creative with that money to the positions that you can get. And there's a really strong draft class in pass rushers, which I'm sure you guys would continue to want to have. I don't know if you're going to bring me back to the pass rush situation that's available.
We
now.
will. Absolutely.
Okay. And that may be one.
Yeah. So I want to tackle that. But before we get back to even additions, you said something I've got to double click on before Danny went kind of league wide there. You said you had players come to you willing to take pay cuts to play for Dan Quinn. I know you're not going to get into specifics and you shouldn't, but I want to hear more about that. I mean, just because they liked the guy that much?
Well, because they thought that given his approach to everything, his positive, passionate, persevering approach, that's what they built. They bought into. They knew that he was going to do all that he could to help them be the best player they could be, even as a head coach, right? He wasn't out there, of course, coaching the wide receivers, but his presence, I think that's where it came from, because I think they have never been around a coach that had their best interest in mind, at least in their opinions. And these were legit players. I won't get into the details on it, but I was always amazed at that. Meaning I knew that Dan was special that way, but people were telling me, like, even I want to finish my career, but taking the pay cuts for that, that's a big, big deal for.
It's a huge compliment.
Yeah. It's a huge compliment.
So is that what it is? Like when I'm trying to figure out the secret sauce, my brother-in-law is a high school football coach, and he called me one night and he's like, what makes Dan Quinn such a good coach? Why did all these players love him? Why do guys like Logan Paulson, who I think you were there, maybe when he came in as a third tight end now in DC, he told us there's never been a coach he was around that like he just enjoyed playing for more. And you hear that from everybody. He's like, what is that? What's that secret sauce? So I don't know the answer, but it sounds like maybe from what you just said, it is the feeling that they think he believes in them or wants the best for them. Or
look, I think he is that guy, and it is authentic. He wants to come in there, and he also will hold them accountable, which they love, right? They know in the end, Dan has a tough ass side if he needs to be that way. He's not going to go out and play it up and act like the contrived tough guy. But if he needs to address someone, and I've been in those situations with him, which I think, there you go, man. As positive as you are with everyone and upbeat as you are, when it's time to turn the screw a little bit, he will do that when appropriate. And they believe that. And that's for the best of them as well. So if they're lacking a little bit and he presses them, they know on the other side, he's also going to pat them on the back, give them a hug and say, okay, let's go. Let's jump in. There's something special about a leader like that, I think.
Thomas Dimitroff with us here on Grant and Danny. So repeating this act and maybe even exceeding it here after year one, which was such a wild success, exceeding everybody's expectations, What's the biggest challenge now that you're the hunted going into sort of year 2 of this program?
Well, I think, everyone went in this year not thinking, they were thinking, we'll see how this plays out. If they can get to 500, that's a big deal. And I don't even know where you guys all were on that, of course, because I wasn't listening regularly. But I think these are the kind of things now where you can't sit back. This is coming back to what my earlier rambling point was, being aggressive, making sure you're making sure that you are forward thinking on all of those holes, like the O-line. Get that for years to come. Get that tight end situation taken care of, because before you know it, you could be in the second half of next season. You have an injury here and there, and all of a sudden you are in a really different spot. So I think it's being aggressive with your forward thinking on making sure that this team stays together and builds it on the front end of it.
You mentioned the word aggressive. You were one of the few GMs I remember that was kind of like a wheeler and dealer in the NFL. The NBA is so different. I think I had you on at trade deadline time, and I mentioned to you, I'm like, when I go back and look, you treated it almost more like baseball or basketball. And a lot of NFL GMs just don't do that. I don't really know why that is. But how do you know when it's time to push the faders up a little bit? Like Peters probably had a 3-year plan or 5-year plan or 1 year, 3 different plans, whatever. And now you just accidentally, whoopsie daisy, we got to the NFC Championship game. Jaden Daniels might actually be one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. So, like, how do you now recalibrate? Because you're saying, let's not waste the momentum here. Let's go. What if he's sitting there going, I don't want to push it because we probably are more of a 10-7 team in our, method. And maybe this year with a tougher schedule, we're just trying to stay at 10-7. Like, how do you do that math in your head?
Yeah, I think the big thing is we've said this time and again, this is a not for long league. Dan Quinn has a really strong grasp of that. I believe Adam Peters does. You can't just sit back on your hands. You have to make the most out of your opportunities. And again, in 2 years, that could change. So that's where I continue to say, when you're looking at potential trades, either acquiring them, which I'm sure we'll get into, or when you're looking to trade your own players, right, or move on from players, it starts with, when you're outlining it, starts with the fact that whether these guys are performing or not, right? And that's a big thing. And then it is, let's call it the way it is. If it's a character issue within your locker room and you're just not getting out of that person, he's not a program type of person. That's another thing. And then, ultimately when you're talking about money, I mean, some of these things, if they're just not producing to the level they should be producing and their money is exponentially higher than it should be, it's time to truly look at that. And I think Adam Peters has a really good feel for that. It's just a matter of taking action on it, right, when it's presented that way. And that's important.
How did you weigh draft picks, salary cap, just everything, the full puzzle piece of building that roster where, I may have to get worse here or have less to work with in a certain area to build my team versus a need? Like what would win in kind of those different tug of wars in terms of improving the football team? Just thinking about where Washington is now and how they can apply that.
Well, I would just say, if I'm understanding your question correctly, I mean, everyone knows you can't get it all, right? You can't go in any given year this year, even though there's a lot of cap space here. What we did is we were really big on scenario building, and I think Dan would talk to you about that, or not. Maybe he wouldn't, but that was a big part of what we did. We would go through scenario after scenario about the best way to build our football team, where we're going to allocate our resources, where the best places to go in free agency are, value, of course, and where the best places are to draft. And I think that is something that a GM and a head coach have to be on the same wavelength. You can't just bring in players, as you guys know, that are just talented players but don't fit in the scheme of what they're doing, and that's a whole other topic of conversation. If you are lucidly clear with lucid with each other and clear with each other on how you're going to build that football team as a GM and a head coach, then I think you have a fighting chance to take care of a lot of business in 1 year and understand the next year you can address some of the other issues. I think it takes a really smart internal office, head coach and GM, to have foresight on it, and you never can predict the injuries, of course. You can predict some of the financials, of course, and the value of it all.
Thomas Dimitroff, who ran a front office with us on G&D. So we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you about putting a GM hat on here for the big story in town now, which is a lot of people are linking Washington as a fit to Myles Garrett. He wants to be traded. So I guess first maybe you can act like you are the GM of the Browns. I mean, is that something that you would even do? What would it take to get him? I saw a couple of different sites floated 2-1s as kind of the starting point for the negotiation. And if you're Peters, is that something you'd be willing to pay?
So I just say, first of all, as you know, you think about the GM from the Browns, right? And you think about how tough that is to hear. I mean, they've run through a lot there. Kevin Stefanski and you know, how they're doing things there. They're good people and they know football well. Andrew Berry's a smart guy. He's a Harvard guy, right? But they're going through a lot. The first thing is, oh my God, someone's really telling us that they don't want to be here like that, of that caliber. That's a real stick in the whatever it is, right? That feels bad. Your initial is, all right, if you don't want to be here, screw you. That's what the initial is. And then you come back a little bit. You're like, all right, let's see how we can make this work, right? You put the ego aside and the emotions aside. How can we make this work? But it seems as though it's time, right? It seems as though that's what his statement was. I'm talking about player, not GM, of course. And I think at that point, you step back and you start really thinking about how you're going to get this deal done. And can you get it done, right? How many people are going to be out there willing to take 2 2s and potentially, 2 1s and potentially a 3? It might even be more. You never know. Like that, this is a big deal. And it's a big deal for Andrew Berry and company, but also on the receiving side, right? That costs a lot, and you're going to have a big ticket.
So if Barry calls you, and you're the GM of Washington, and the deal works, it's, you know, you guys are on the phone a bunch, but it comes down to a 1, a 1, and let's just say a 4. Would you do that?
I would strongly consider it if, you know, given the money you guys have here space-wise, given the money that Washington has, I think that is something that I would seriously consider. Where on the other side, like I said a little earlier, I would not consider a receiver in that spot. Of course, I think this is a different. And Dan thrives on these kind of guys, right? And I think
what work goes into that, Thomas? Like my concerns, just like you then be the GM, just sitting here is, I got to first find out that he is not declining, which doesn't seem like he is,
right?
But like, what GM work goes into that? And now I've got to figure out, okay, what is my team's evaluation of him? So like, you know, you guys at Sumer Sports will come out with what you think he should be traded for. Someone else might have. Like, what does that GM work look like before? I'd imagine it's not just Peters on the phone making his own decision.
No. And I think this goes, when I'm talking about scenarios, this kind of plays in as well. You look at the entire organization, you run the mapping over the next few years of where your money is and where your declining players are. And that's part of your job as a general manager to project along with the head coach. And you continue to work through all of those issues and all of those elements of your roster to determine, is it worth us? We have a quarterback. Like you guys, I mean, Washington has a quarterback right now they can build for, God willing, for 10 plus, whatever it is, years. Mm-hmm. You know how much stress-free or how much less stress that is? That's a great spot to be. That's why I would say this is a good city and a good franchise to consider that. Where I also think, Detroit, it's a little different there because I don't know where their quarterback situation. The quarterback situation to me dictates this to be a much deeper consideration than some of the other teams you're talking about. Because you still 2-1s is a big deal. It is a big deal, and there are still holes in the roster that they need to take care of. But my biggest thing is you have a quarterback and you have a damn good head coach, and I think those are two things in a situation that I think you can build with.
Thomas,
but it's not easy.
Yeah,
sorry guys.
No, it's all good. My last real quick here is looking at last year's market, for example, for tackles, and looking at last year's market for wide receivers. There wasn't a lot of top end. Right, in terms of what I think now kind of those premium positions where guys are making $25, $30+ million, kind of non-quarterback division. Does the marketplace and maybe kind of predicting what it's going to look like influence how you acquire players? In other words, where I go, I can't go get a left tackle. I got to do it through the draft, right? I may not be able to go get a defensive end. I got to do this in trade. Does that kind of influence things when you're in that seat?
Oh, no question. And I think it's up to, again, you guys know that I'm working for a data football analytics company. I mean, there's a lot of really cool data out there that's indicating where the good value positions are in any given draft and any given free agency period for sure. We know that. And I think that's being very smart about it, right? You don't want to just go out there. And this is where I disagree on the market side of free agent wide receivers. It's really expensive. So, I'm not a big fan of, I was in the past, not a big fan of running backs in the free agent market. My God, I mean, what Howie did here is a world-class move here, as you know, but you are exactly right. And I think that's very important from year to year. And you also contrast that with truly getting from your scouting staff the strengths of the draft. We know this is a very strong tight end draft. We also know it's a very good pass rush draft. That might be part of this where you would sit down and say, okay, we can pull off a really good pass rusher in this year's draft, and we don't have to do this 2-1 deal. So that's how this all goes on. It goes back and forth a lot with the staffs.
Sumer Sports, love everything you guys are doing, the knowledge, the information. President over at Sumer Sports. What do people need to know about the outlet? It's growing.
It's growing. We grew from 3 to 75. We have all kinds of great information on online. We are, just so you know, we deal NFL, of course, but we also deal NIL portal. And that's a big thing now, right? It's all intertwined, even though they're both one's NCAA and one pro. We love where we're going with that. And we continue to build. We're going to be adding probably another 10 scouts to our organization. And we have a good solid stall of guys right now that are really good. So it's a great combination in my mind of subjective football knowledge and wildly intelligent people.
Yeah, the data just makes you smarter. Thomas, love chatting. Thank you. Of course, you're so plugged in with everybody in Washington's organization. It's always great to have you on. Thomas Dimitroff with us, Sumer Sports, here on Grant and Danny. I want to get deeper into the Myles Garrett conversation with DR next. Is this something the Commanders need to get serious about? You're listening to The Fan. Hey there, it's GP for Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Metropolitan Moving and Storage has moved just about everybody at the radio station. So I call them the official, unofficial mover of 106.7 The Fan. They moved me. They moved JP Flame multiple times. Abby T-shirt. CK the Boss. They have moved Danny Rouillet, his pops. They've moved my in-laws. You name a person at our station, they've probably moved them. Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They want to share 3 decades of best-in-industry service and experience with you. Doesn't matter if you're going local, you're going long distance, residential, commercial. Take it from me. Metropolitan Moving and Storage should be your number one pick. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is going to help you stage your house. They'll pack your boxes, which is seamless and awesome the way they do it. They'll pick up 6 boxes at a time, these little straps they wear. They will build a custom crate for your chandelier, your sculpture. Love me some Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Call my guys over there, 301-279-0090. Justin will take care of you. 301-279-0090. Tell them GP sent you. It's DC, metropolitanmoving.com.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Lots of football news off the field today. The latest, the D.C. City Council has now unanimously approved legislation to transfer jurisdiction of the RFK Stadium site to the District of Columbia. So the ball's now in D.C.'s court with the Commanders. We heard Josh Harris talk about it this week, looking at a possible RFK site for the new stadium in D.C. It's official now. D.C. is in control of that property. Commanders fill a coaching vacancy today, hired longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider to be assistant special teams coordinator here in Washington. In New Orleans, Andy Reid said today he will return as Chiefs head coach next season. It'll be his 27th year as a head coach in the NFL. Longtime NFL coaching vet, former D.C. Defenders head coach Pep Hamilton named the new offensive coordinator today at Maryland. College hoops, Georgetown Xavier tonight, 8:30 on the team. Caps and Florida tonight, Caps hockey, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I'm in New Orleans. Danny's in D.C. Live coverage of Super Bowl 59, Radio Row. The week leading up to the big game on the Fan will be here all week long from 2 to 6:30 every single day. Big thanks to Thomas Dimitroff, who just stopped by the program. In about a half hour, we'll talk to Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk here on Grant and Danny. Danny, if you're curious, they're doing the bit where they sing really loudly.
Who's
over
there
at
again?
the Philly?
Who does that? The Philly ones?
It's Philly. It's Ike Reese and Spike Eskin. And
Yeah.
the worst part is not that they sing, because that's bad and like, oh, okay, you're the first radio guys to sing coming back from break. It's very loud.
Mm-hmm.
And then they celebrate all the people that look at them and like gave them any attention. And for some reason, like there's a guy right now who's recording them on his phone, giving them exactly what they want. I'm talking about them, so that's probably
So they've won already, yeah.
a loss, but I'm not letting them know it. But just insufferable.
So I don't know what I like less, that one or the when we were doing middays and you hear the Dallas radio station like with the hog call or whatever, the Suey. What, remember that thing? You know what I'm talking about? Where like the whatever the Dallas show was called, like the midday mess or the morning mess or the mess hall, and the guy would go wee.
Oh yeah,
for like an hour at the top of every hour.
Suey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It can all go away as far as I'm concerned. You
There
know
was
what
clapping.
I like?
People stood
Yeah.
around and acted like it was a good idea. I don't know.
I'm weird, and I fully
Yeah.
acknowledge this. Here's what I like. So you know how you're Grant, right? You know how Grant will go, welcome back. It's Grant Danny here on the Fan. If you missed this, check this out. Here's what's coming up. Weirdo. You know what I mean? I'm just weird. I'm weird.
We'll go
but I
with that.
like that. You know, it's what we like to call just regular old radio. That's me.
But I don't know if I made this clear enough. The singing
singing.
itself stinks, to be clear. Like, that's a bad bit. It's the celebrating the attention you get for the singing after that really annoys me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, what do you expect? We're all 5 feet apart. You think we're just going to look away from you?
Yeah.
You know, yeah, anyone could. Yes, you got attention by screaming in the middle of a public
You
area.
could be on the subway where everyone's minding their business. They're like, look at this happy dance. Like, okay, you got attention. That's what you wanted, I suppose. Congrats.
I don't know.
Yeah.
How about Dimitroff making it now back-to-back guests? That seems like they would trade a couple first-round picks for Myles Garrett. Danny, I'm starting to think, thing or not a thing, this could be a thing here.
The odds makers still have Washington as one of the leaders. There are several teams that with that kind of cap space who could, who could sign a modified extension, rework the salary a little bit, keep it affordable for a while. I mean, again, this is all. These are these, and I asked Dimitroff about this, and I'm sure the question was muddled, but he spoke Danny there for a second and understood what I was trying to get at. Like, there are so few premium players at and then you especially consider when you have so few premium positions where there's anybody available. I keep pointing this out. Last year, the best free agent left tackle was Tyron Smith, who signed a 1-year deal for like $11. Like, the good left tackles do not become available. You have to seek one elsewhere. If Myles Garrett was a left tackle, you'd go, you got to go do it, right? See Trent Williams or something like that. A wide receiver marketplace T. Higgins is the best available free agent wide receiver in some time. It doesn't happen. Last year it was like, I think Calvin Ridley was the best name that got that signed for an astronomical amount. Same thing with defensive end. This is a premium position, obviously a premium player for a team that has a huge need, the means to do it, and cap space. There's a lot of things that make sense here in terms of making the puzzle pieces fit.
Certainly are, and I believe that, if Adam Peters wants to make a splash via either trade or free agency, there's no better place to do it than defensive end, in my opinion, in terms of overall need, importance of the position, and area where you can most quickly improve this ball club. Like if you were to add a superstar, I would make the case, take quarterback out of it where they've got Daniels anyway, but I just think it's an unfair comp. But I would make the case that the most direct path to improvement with an NFL team in terms of adding a position, if you look at it that way, I think you could make a real argument that a game-changing, heat-seeking missile, elite defensive end who eats worlds and just wrecks games could be the fastest path. Like if you take TJ Watt or Myles Garrett, who's basically the similar guy, comparable player. Like you've seen the clips, I'm sure, Danny. I have these saved and bookmarked actually, where he'll go from one side of the formation to the other defensively, and teams will shift two tight ends back and forth, and then he'll just keep running back and forth so that they keep shifting until they get a delay game or call a timeout. That's what we're talking about. That's the value of this player. What position could they go add the best player in the league at where it would more directly influence this team in 2025 than defensive end? I don't think there is one. A running back where they need speed and a home run hitter? No chance. A wide receiver opposite McLaurin would be a great addition. Again, I'm arguing against things that will make them better. But will a quote-unquote number two or a co-number one? No chance. There's not a single position where going and getting a star makes them immediately better than doing it at defensive end. And now the guy that you might get is the best player in the league at the position and a perennial DPOY type. I mean, that argument alone makes it a reasonable thing to consider.
Yeah, and I think your point is actually a really good one in terms of, obviously, there's no position where if you improve it, you improve the team more so than quarterback. That's the one seed. You take it out of there. After that, what's the most premium thing? If you didn't have a good receiver in McLaurin, I would say that, maybe. But the guy that hits the quarterback, the guy that disrupts offense, that led the league in tackles for a loss, the guy that commands double teams at all times. The next leading sacker at the end of the season on that roster had 3 in Cleveland. He had 14.
It wouldn't be crazy if he had 15, 16 sacks and 29, 30 quarterback hits next year. Just think about what that means to a defense and the number of games that you just completely changed.
And that's what it is. So even if we talked about this leading up to the Philly matchup with Jalen Carter, even if Jalen Carter's not killing you, the fact that you absolutely have to double team that guy, pay close attention to that guy, make the entire emphasis of your blocking scheme, design, play calls, and influence by dealing with that guy, not letting him ruin things. This is what Lawrence Taylor did in the 80s. I mean, Joe Gibbs invented a position to try to deal with the fact that Lawrence Taylor ruined offenses. He invented the H-back because of it, right? They ran entire schemes and designs differently to try to account for the fact that this one player was so dominant. And there are many Lawrence Taylors running around, but there have been Aaron Donalds. There are guys that are right now the pinnacle of their position. And I think Garrett's still got a window like that. Now, I'm not a doctor. I couldn't give you like a CAT scan of him, a physiological exam to find out if he's still going to be the same guy in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5. I have no idea. Okay. But right now, this minute, he's still playing at that level. And I care a lot more about right now, this minute, where in other years, I care about 2 years from now, 3 years from now. I care about right now for this football team more than I have in terms of how I'm going to build and design. 99% of the time, I advocate patience and building soundly, and I'm as scared of free agents and big money spending as a lot of you guys. I was scared too. I was there for Mark Carrier. I get the Bruce Smith and Deion Sanders things. I'm telling you, now that you have Daniels and the 60-minute style clock is ticking on these 4 years where you've got him at a ridiculous below market rate, you get aggressive. And this is aggressive to me.
Very aggressive. I think I'm changing my mind from yesterday. I think talking, not just to the 2 interviews you've heard, but just throughout the day to different people around here, and now just continuing the dialogue with you, I think I'm in on trading for Myles Garrett.
Look at this.
I think I'm giving up 2 1s, and I am Mr. Conservative. Don't get the superstar. I am Mr. Whatever you think you are in terms of not wanting to go get big name players. I am way, way, way more extreme, even less likely to do it than you. I think I'm in. It's time to trade for Myles Garrett, boys and girls. Give him a massive contract.
Here we go.
You got the third most cap space. Let's go round the horn here. Darius, 2 1s and a new contract for Myles Garrett. Are you willing?
I'm willing. I want an elite player on that side of the ball.
They don't have that.
They don't have that. Myles Garrett gives me that. Give me Myles
He'd
Garrett.
be the best player that would wear that uniform
100%
since Darryl Green in his prime.
Yeah, I can't recall the last time.
Who's the last Hall of Famer they've had?
I mean, since Sean Taylor, honestly. I mean, that's the caliber of defender you're talking about. Different position, obviously, but that's what it is to me. Yeah.
I mean, Bobby Wagner's a Hall of Famer, but he's not at the peak of his
London
powers.
Fletcher should be, but again, but your point's like still wrecking worlds. That's what it is.
And you said yesterday you're doing it.
Yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is Toby Altizer trading 2 1s and giving a market contract to Myles Garrett this offseason?
In a heartbeat. I was doing the post-game show after the playoff run in the last couple of weeks of the regular season with Doc, and he said, there's only a couple of dudes like that, and when you get a chance to get one, you can add them to your football team. It changes so much about what the offense has to do, how they have to scheme, and then what the rest of your guys can do on the defensive side, because they're showing so much attention to that guy. When you get a chance to go get one of those dudes, especially when you're still going to have money to go spend elsewhere because you've got the rookie contract, because you've got cap space, absolutely 100% do it.
Are we going clean sweep here? Corporate Clary, are you trading Jared Goff and 2 1s, basically just the 2 1s, for Myles Garrett and giving him a new deal?
Well, I would trade for Myles Garrett in a heartbeat without the Jared Goff scenario in there. He's a Detroit Lion. Not sure if everyone's aware of this, but
that's your team.
With that said, I would trade anything for Myles Garrett. I need a deep boy on this team. I think Myles Garrett will be a Hall of Famer someday. I think everyone thinks he's going to be a Hall of Famer someday, and we just need a game changer, and that is what he is. So sign me up for Myles Garrett any day of the week.
I want to know if people are a little surprised to hear, whether it's Sikma from PFF, former GM Thomas Dimitroff from Sumer Sports, both saying, yeah, you got to make the trade, you got to get aggressive. That is the perception here initially about Washington and Garrett. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. 20 minutes from now, Mike Florio joins the show. We're Grant and Danny. In case you're curious, black polo shirt, jeans, white Nike kicks. The black polo shirt has a pocket on the left breast.
Let me see that.
And now you know what I'm wearing.
Yeah, that is correct. This is the Vipers Under Armour style shirt that a guy gave to us at Charlestown Races and Slots.
I remember that.
Remember that? Very nice guy. It's like a
probably
beer
10
league
years
hockey
ago.
team. Yeah, it still fits. It still works. It's very nice. And I got my my blue Under Armour sweats going. Dressing up for today's program.
Oh, we're going comfy today, aren't we?
Yeah, we're comfortable.
Sweatpants and dry fit Rouillet. He's in baby mode. If you missed the double play,
That's right.
You missed the development on this here radio program. I guess, are we ever going to mention it again? Was it just the people that listen to the double play they get to know?
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, there's no further discussion. No, I mean, it's I cat's out of the bag. I said it today. I've told people, but everybody knows. I got a third son who arrived not this past Friday, but the Friday before. So however many days that is however many nights since I've had a good night's sleep. And I don't remember what we did today. Like you and I have done a show. It's almost 6 o'clock. We're about 4 hours in. If you it was like, Danny, I'll give you $1 million right now. Just go through what we've done today. I couldn't tell you. My brain doesn't work.
You won't need to, luckily, because we've got Mike Florio at the top of the hour. So rather than having you just recap the show, we'll give more quality content. Pro Football Talks, Florio swinging by here in New Orleans on Radio Row on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go to Dave in Silver Spring on line 2. Wants to hop in. Are you surprised with some of our super plugged-in guests saying if they were Adam Peters, they would try to trade a couple of first-round picks for Myles Garrett?
No, I think we go 3. Danny, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
I think we go 3. We do it while Howie Roseman's in New Orleans, distracted, and we get this done. I mean, he immediately makes all our linebackers 10 to 20% better. He makes Lattimore's hamstring that much better. Sanderfield picks up 3 more picks in the slot here with this guy rushing the quarterback. We have to get it done now.
You know what it is too, Danny? It's another way to view this, I think, through this lens. It is an endorsement on the operation that everyone's saying they should go do this. Because forever, of course, Washington's not going to trade for Myles Garrett. Why? They're not a player away.
Right.
They're not an elite defensive end from maybe being in a conference championship game or a Super Bowl type team. But they just got to one on accident. Maybe they are a Myles Garrett away from feeling like they could win a Super Bowl with a decent offseason otherwise.
Yeah, they wouldn't just
And I
wash their
think all these
hands.
people
Right.
saying this, it's just an endorsement of that's a really good team. Why shouldn't they go get a great player?
It's an endorsement of the process, Peters, Quinn, and company, the staff that's pretty much all intact returning next year, and Jaden Daniels. Yes, these are not flashes in the pan. There's no 5-game win streak just to make the postseason. There's no 3-6. We're evaluating the team miracle run with Dick Crawford returning a punt against Baltimore to win it. This isn't some mirage. The nuts and bolts for excellence are here. Yeah, a couple guys punched above their weight class this season. And I don't know how repeatable it is to have Olamide Zaccheaus have an enormous game against the Eagles in a 30-point comeback. Okay, that's a little bit crazy. Doesn't mean your offseason's done as well if you go get Myles Garrett. There's still plenty of roster building to be done, and they won't rest until it's complete. But there's a reason Adam Peters goes, we're better than we thought. Let's go get Marshawn Lattimore. Whether that one works or not, I don't know. But you can see he has that understanding of, maybe I didn't plan on being here, but I am here. Let's act accordingly.
Richard Crawford from
SMU.
Attaboy.
Boom,
Who,
goes the
eh?
Dynamite. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know why I remember that one. That was part of that whole.
Blown away by you.
That was when a third of their roster was SMU guys for some reason.
Yeah.
It was like the dude, Ribeye, that would curse on our show every time he came
Josh
on.
Laribas.
Yeah, we had to dump him. And then they went and got a bunch of players from a program that won 3 games in a million years. I'm like,
Wasn't Aldrick Robinson also SMU?
Feels right to me.
I think he was. Now, if you get this one, I will mail you. I'll go to. I don't even know where you get one. I'll go and find a $2 bill, and I'll get a crisp $2 bill and mail it back to you with a postcard. What number did Richard Crawford wear?
36.
Wrong. 39.
35. Oh!
Wrong. Dickie Crawford wore 39.
My man, Dick Crawford.
You're not a numbers guy.
No. I
You're
knew
not
it
a
was
numbers
3 something.
guy.
It's 3 something.
But that's what I was about to say. I was about to give you a compliment. You were so close.
Yeah.
I almost had to go find a $2 bill to mail to you.
Actually,
I used
love
to have
that
this
honesty, by the
great
way.
uncle You did what?
I said I would have loved that Odyssey for you to find a $2 bill, then like use the mail. Look who's done that.
Oh, it would have been terrible. I used to have a great uncle who would send me 5 crisp $1 bills on my birthday growing up. And they would I don't know how he did it. He'd go to a bank, I guess, and get never before used ones,
Give
but
me
they
the
were
new
super,
ones. Yeah.
the crisp ones, the best. But then I had a great aunt who would send me a $2 bill every year for Christmas. I always thought that was the coolest thing.
Dude, they were so awesome. I don't know why they took them out of circulation. You know, the one thing that Canada's got that's pretty cool, they're coins, which is but annoying. So you have to sit there and study them until you get used to it. They got loonies and toonies, the $1 coin and the $2 coin. That's helpful to have an odd unit and then an even unit that's still pretty low to make some change and to be able to purchase stuff. The $2 bill should be in circulation. That's my hot take.
Canada, you're talking about our friends to the north, our allies.
America's hat.
We're big friends of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't want to annoy anyone. I agree with what you guys agree with.
What are you getting at, dude?
And I disagree with what you guys disagree with. Canada, our friends.
Our friends.
Indeed. For Danny Rie, I'm Grant Paulson telling you that Mike Florio comes your way next from Radio Row here at Super Bowl 59 in Nolens, Louisiana.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. We heard new Commanders owner Josh Harris talk at length about a possible new stadium on Monday. Well, today, by unanimous vote, the D.C. City Council has now officially approved the transfer of control of the RFK Stadium site from the federal government back to the District of Columbia. So yet another step toward the potential return of the Commanders to a new football stadium in D.C. Commanders also filled a coaching vacancy today. They've hired longtime special teams coach Brian Schneider to be an assistant special teams coordinator in Washington. He worked for several years with Dan Quinn when they were in Seattle. Andy Reid said today he will be back for another year as Chiefs head coach. Next season, it'll be his 27th as a head coach in the NFL, 13 of those in Kansas City. Kirk Cousins said in an interview today an arm injury was the reason for his poor play that led to his benching late in the season in Atlanta. Cousins said he hurt his right shoulder and elbow after a hit in Week 10 in a game against New Orleans. College football news today locally as well. Longtime NFL coaching veteran, former D.C. Defenders head coach Pep Hamilton has been named the new offensive coordinator for Mike Locksley at the University of Maryland. College basketball, Georgetown's at Xavier tonight. Hoyas on the road, 8:30 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. We've got Caps hockey. Caps trying to snap a 2-game skid, hosting Florida tonight, 7 p.m. on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny. We are taking you up to 6:30 tonight, live on the Fan. I'm in New Orleans at Radio Row. Danny is back in the Navy Yard in our Half Street studios. The show today and every day is sponsored by our friends, the law firm of Kandori and Murad. From estate planning and elder law to real estate transactions and probate administration, their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We've got your Caps power play and some news and notes before we say goodbye at the end of this year's segment. But speaking of attorneys, one that practiced in his past career before becoming the leader of the Pro Football Talk operation, Mike Florio, joins us now on Radio Row in New Orleans. Mike, we found out yesterday via owner Josh Harris at a press conference that the name Commanders is here to stay. Washington will not be changing their name again anytime soon. What do you make of that?
Well, it's funny. As the Commanders were progressing toward the postseason and beginning to have success, I remembered a discussion Chris Sims and I had 3 years ago because he hates the Bengals uniforms, the helmets, everything about them. But as they were winning in 2021, he said, nothing makes a bad uniform look better than winning. And nothing makes a name that people aren't warming up to sound better than winning. And all of a sudden, there's a legacy and a future that's attached to that name that transforms it into something larger than what it was. And it makes that connection to the DNA of the fan base. And now it's just Commanders. It's Commanders all the way. And this doesn't surprise me at all. Unequivocal, clear. Commanders is the name, and they've got an immediate future. And really, for as long as Jaden Daniels is healthy and playing like he played last year, they've got a future that's going to be very bright.
And Harris came out and essentially said that quiet part out loud, so there's now some positive connotation with it. And I would imagine, he didn't mention this, but the jersey sales of Jaden Daniels, the merchandise, you never saw Commanders anything a year ago. We had rallies going up to the NFC Championship game as a station. Everyone was in Commanders gear. So they saw some type of tangible, I'm sure, realization that the name maybe isn't popular still, but people were more able to tolerate it.
Oh, absolutely. And it's only going to get more popular because they're going to be a team that is talked about throughout the offseason. They're going to be one of the trendy picks to maybe get to the Super Bowl next year. You look at the NFC, it's much more wide open than the AFC because you don't have to deal with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. So I think that it's just going to continue and they see where it's going. And last year was, let's just wait and see. They waited, they saw, and they realized that the name is putting down roots. That's what it's all about, putting down roots. It's putting down roots into the minds and the wallets of the fans. And so why would you even consider changing it?
Pro Football Talks Mike Florio. one of the concessions that they are willing to make, it seems like, for the disenfranchised generation of fans who don't like the name and didn't like that it was changed, is that they are trying to do more to reach back to the old era. And they're talking about uniform changes. Curious what you know about like some of the policies. Apparently it's really hard to change uniforms within a couple of years of when you just did it in terms of a full-time uniform. But what insight can you shed on that?
Well, the one thing that I know that makes it easy to answer this question is the league has to approve everything that you do. And at a minimum, it's 1 year in advance. You know, there's always, or at least there should be, a greater sensitivity to the fact that you have fans who go out and spend money on the current uniform, and then they get the rug pulled out from under them with a new uniform. And I always, when I know a team is going to change its uniform and it's out there, I make sure I'll remind fans from time to time, don't go buy that jersey unless you want to have as a memento or a souvenir the old uniform, because new ones are coming. Wait for the new ones. So I think that's part of it. And any fans who would start plunking down money for Commanders gear now would have every right to be upset if they pull the rug out from under them and change the name later. So I think it's all part of this broader process of when's the right time to do it? When's the league going to approve it? What are we going to do? They work with Nike. I call it the Nike-fication of the NFL, and it drives me crazy. We got all these different combinations. Like the Broncos had 9 different uniforms. They're like Oregon. I always feared when Nike got involved that teams were going to be like Oregon. And I just like to, and it's not like a get off my lawn thing, although some would say it is. I just like to be able to turn on a game and know who's playing. Right. And when I grew up, you knew who was playing when you turned on the TV. And now you got to sit and ask yourself, who is that team? Wait, which team? There's a Broncos uniform that looks like the Texans. And if you have to check the score bug to see who's playing, there's something that isn't satisfying about that. So regardless, I could see some changes coming. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I kind of, that's it. But why would you, like, along with the name becoming popular now, the uniform looks better. When you see the Commanders, you're more inclined to like perk up than when you used to. And that uniform just takes on a better vibe when the guys that are playing it are winning games.
Mike Florio is with us on G&D here in D.C. So the other of the big three back home that non-football everybody cares about, covered the name, covered the uniforms, is the stadium. And you cover the league globally. So you've seen over the last few years a bevy of stadium deals come and go, and some teams will decide and then pretty quickly figure it out. This is years and years of politics in the making in D.C., but they are at a glacier pace moving toward having a stadium in the city maybe. Roger Goodell spoke about that yesterday, said it would be great for the league, great for the country, I think he even said. What do you make of where they're at now in their quest for a stadium in 2030?
The one thing that we have to remember, because this bubbled up when Elon Musk decided to chime in on the RFK bill and said no taxpayer money should be devoted to this. And the blowback was there is no taxpayer money in the bill that would give DC the ability for 99 years to basically do what it wants with that land. The reality is they're not putting a shovel in the ground unless the NFL has some public body that is paying a crap load of money. They won't allow it. They won't approve it. There are very rare circumstances where you know going in, like when Stan Kroenke wanted to go to LA, I'll pay for it all myself. I'll do it all myself. I'll keep all the revenue streams. A very small percentage of owners want to own and operate their own stadium. They don't have to worry about public bodies. They don't have to worry about committee meetings. They do it however they want to do it. The Patriots are an example of one of them. The Rams, another. Most teams want public money as a subsidy for the building of the stadium. And what they're doing now is, and it's a broad business transaction. Anytime you start talking about football being business, fans don't want to hear it, but it's huge business. You got DC, you got Maryland. I think they'd like to get Virginia to the table. They're not going to move. It's a matter of leveraging one location against the other to get the best possible deal. And yeah, there might not be a single taxpayer dollar that's ever devoted to the DC effort, but the possibility of them choosing DC and maybe privately financing it gets you a better deal to stay in Maryland, where they will give you taxpayer money. So there will be taxpayer money devoted to this. They are not going to pay for the stadium by themselves. It's just a question of how much. And even after they do the deal, the Jaguars had to do this. They got a deal where the city and state, and I don't know how much the city, state, county was involved, but public money was involved in this renovation of their stadium. The owners still have to approve it. And the owners can say, you can get a better deal. Go back and get a better deal. So somebody is going to be giving the Commanders a better deal. And winning and having a great team and having a bright future, That's a way to get people to say, sure, let's give them public money for this thing. We all love this team. Let's see it be as good as it can be.
So I was told over a year ago that they would have a roof on the stadium, wherever it was, and that it probably wouldn't be a retractable roof. Because the idea I was explained, retractable roofs, when you have the ability to close it, they're closed almost all the time anyway. It's too much money, but that the roof is necessary to host the events. Is that kind of what you see now, or is that not the same thinking as other teams?
I think more and more of these teams, when it's time to sit down and crunch the numbers and engage in the business of football, if you have a venue that can be used all year long for concerts, Final Four, etc., you can put projections together that will get you a better net result, more profit, more justification for the public money. Now, I know in Cleveland, they're insisting on doing this. They want to build a dome stadium in Brook Park outside of downtown Cleveland, and it sparked litigation under the law that was put in place after Art Modell took the team to Baltimore back in '96. But there's some pushback on this idea that just having a dome stadium automatically means all this money is going to rain from the sky. There's only so many events. There's only so many bands that are going on tour that can fill a football stadium. But that's the idea. You put a dome on it, you can maybe get a Super Bowl. You can get concerts in December, January, February, March. You can maybe get Final Four. You can do all sorts of things beyond just have, 10, 11 football games a year.
One of the things that might be coming to D.C. sooner than later is the draft, obviously. How is that event traveling benefited the league, or what's the business of that look like? Because the numbers every year that go out that they announce are astronomical.
The commissioner gets a lot of credit for the NFL draft becoming a traveling roadshow. What happened was they did it every year at Radio City Music Hall. There was a scheduling conflict one year that Radio City Music Hall would not clear. So the NFL said, screw it, we'll go to Chicago. And they were in Chicago for 2 years. And after that second year, they realized we could take this show regularly on the road. And I think the moment, if you remember the crowd shot in Philadelphia, of all those people, that I remember watching that thinking, holy crap, this is never going to go back to New York City unless it's open air somewhere with 100,000 people. And they're going to go from city to city, from town to town, from team to team. And it gives all of the teams that don't get a shot at hosting a Super Bowl something where they become the focus of the entire NFL and even beyond it. Because the draft, even though it's meaningless, you could do it by a group text. You don't have to have, I call it the ultimate reality show about nothing. You don't have to do this. You don't need a stage. You don't need a band. You don't need the commissioner there. You don't need the prospects there. It can all be done via social media and cell phone. But they've transformed this thing into an event that now gets thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. The Detroit crowd was amazing. Lambeau Field is going to probably have more. And then Pittsburgh. And then, it'll be in Washington. And it'll just make its way around. And it's a way that the NFL, they always say the best thing you can do is make money while you're sleeping. The NFL sleeps from February to September. Any money they can make when the league is in hibernation is free money. And now they've got like these various tent poles in the offseason. That's the biggest one. And it draws in more people than the Super Bowl from the standpoint of people there. And Washington will have it at some point, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger because I think every city wants to try to outdo the cities that hosted it before.
A couple of moments left with Mike Florio. Whenever I have you on the show with Danny, we always like asking you, based on your legal background, about whatever's going on in the league. This Justin Tucker situation right now, we've seen teams immediately release guys. Like Washington did this with Brandon McManus, and then eventually charges get dropped, and obviously that doesn't mean he didn't do anything. But there's some blowback on the back end. How do you think this goes with Tucker, who's got a long runway with the Ravens? They know the guy very well. This is very different than even the Deshaun Watson situation, as linked as they are.
I think one of the reasons Washington moved so quickly with Brandon McManus is you can throw a rock and find a kicker. They're interchangeable. They're everywhere. So am I going to take a kicker who's, middle of the pack, who has baggage, or am I going to take a kicker who's middle of the pack, who doesn't have baggage? And that becomes a very simple proposition. I think with the Ravens situation, what will happen is at some point it's going to reach critical mass for them, and they're going to make a decision. And I wrote about this over the weekend. From a cap standpoint, it makes sense for them to try to kick the can into March. When the league year begins, there's a way to cut him. It's the post-June 1 designation where the cap charge splits over 2 years. It's a more manageable way to exit. If we get more reports from the Baltimore Banner, which has been doing incredible work on this, of more people making these accusations, then maybe they have to move sooner. And I know it's he said, she said, and I know people always say, well, it's about this, it's about that. Why'd you wait so long? Look, the argument is the person who's making the accusation is lying. You can only make that argument for so many people before it hits a critical mass, where we just know there can't be that many people that are engaged in this conspiracy to gang up on this guy and lie about it. And I don't know what that number is.
I was going to say, from your background,
Watson was clearly on the wrong end at 25.
Two that, like in law generally, is 1 to 2 the biggest leap, or like 9 is a ton, obviously. But someone could argue, and I'm not trying to say that anybody's lying. Someone could say, well, it's easier to jump in when more people are. It's like, what's the number that you think is like, okay, this is not just a he said, she said. Now it's a he said, a lot of she said.
You know, you remind me of the old commercial, and I'm going to date myself by saying this, where the kid asks the owl how many licks to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop. Yeah. I think it's somewhere between 2 and 7. And 7 is relevant to me because the last case I ever tried involved a manager who was fired ostensibly because she didn't do a good enough job on her performance reviews of the 7 employees who reported to her. And each and every one of them said she didn't do a very good job with our performance evaluations. And when it was time to try the case, it's like, you know what? I'm not going to fight that battle. I'm going to say that others have done the same thing and they got to stay, because 7 people aren't going to come together and tell the same lie. It's just not going to happen. So somewhere between 2 and 7. And if that's true, Tucker's up to 10. And I just think that you got to strip. They do it for every other guy. You strip away the history, you strip away the name, and you ask yourself, going forward, what's best for us? And I think for the Ravens, if I'm making that decision, you say $4.2 million. Tucker's on the downward slope of his career. You can find another kicker who doesn't have baggage. And I think where we are right now, I'll be surprised if they don't cut him when the new league year begins. The only question is, can they delay it until the middle of March?
All right, finally, I'll let you steer this last one. What is the business of football storyline? Like, what are you most interested in covering in the next year or on the horizon now in terms of where this league's headed moving forward?
Well, 18 games is inevitable, and I know that it's been characterized that the commissioner tapped the brakes on 18 games yesterday. I don't believe it. I think that there's an effort behind the scenes to get the union to agree to 18 games. And one of the most fascinating pieces of evidence, Grant, is that 2 weeks ago, there was a ruling in a collusion grievance filed by the union regarding the failure of teams to give guaranteed contracts to certain veteran quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, and Russell Wilson. And the union lost. Now, the union proved there was some effort to collude, but ultimately there were no damages. The NFL won, and the NFL hasn't done a victory lap. The NFL isn't crowing about it. I think they're working with the union to try to not embarrass the union. There's a 61-page ruling out there that I'm waiting to see, and I think people who cover the league and care about the league should want to see it and see what the evidence was, and et cetera, et cetera. I think the league is cooperating with the union to set the tone. I'm told there's a laser focus to get an agreement to 18 games. I think it could come by the end of the year, and I think 2027 is the year to watch, because the 2026 season, Super Bowl's set, and it's President's Day weekend. 2026 season. 2027, we know the location of the Super Bowl. It's Atlanta. We don't know the date. I'm watching 27 as the first year for 18 games. I think it's a real possibility, and I think the commissioner is trying to just kind of downplay it. Don't create some big headline. 18 games coming into. You don't want to give up your leverage in the negotiations, but I think it's much farther along than he alluded to yesterday.
Enjoy the week. Enjoy the game. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Bob.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, right here on Grant and Danny live from Radio Row on 106.7 The Fan. A lot of meat on that bone, Danny, but I want to go back to the beginning of the conversation. His thoughts on the stadium and the name, and he's super plugged in on those types of things. It is funny to me the difference between the national narrative about the name Commanders and local, whereas I really believe nationally people are not in the weeds on how unpopular it is.
Right.
They don't think it's a bad name. That I don't hear a whole lot of joning on the name from national people, but man, locally is it unpopular?
Yeah, and I get that, because to me the whole import of it is this is a brand This is something that you have a fandom with, an association with, whereas nationally, it's just a data point, right? Like the Arizona Cardinals. I don't know how many Cardinals are in Arizona. I don't think that matters at all. But like locally, they could go, I can't stand it. There's never been a single Cardinal in the whole state of Arizona or whatever. I'm making something up. But here we have this thing that was ripped away. We have other things that have been dangled, and then we have this bad process at the very end. So I totally understand that nationally, it's just, I don't know, they play in the same division as the Giants and the Eagles, and they play the Cowboys twice a year. What's the big deal? It's just, again, factual. Here, it carries so much more weight than it should.
Andy Reid said today that he would coach at least one more NFL season. That launches us in to a couple of headlines here on the way out. Where does he rank all time for you among NFL coaches, Danny?
I haven't really given that a ton of thought in terms of where. I'm always thinking like at post Super Bowl, I'll probably start to do those kind of not autopsies.
But
you know what
think
I mean?
about it this way.
But he's up there.
What if they win another ring?
Yeah. Then you've got to start, and even if they don't win, like if Philadelphia makes the field goal at the wire, doesn't mean he was a bad coach all of a sudden. But we're talking all-time greats here. So to me, that list for my lifetime, I never saw the Vince Lombardi coach, and you obviously need to consider guys like that, innovators and the like. But it's Walsh, it's Belichick, it's Gibbs, and I think Reid needs to be in that Mount Rushmore kind of conversation, right? There, Shula needs to be considered. There's a number of other guys, but he's now in the all-time situation where I guess he already was. But you go, well, think about the achievements now in Philadelphia. Look at him in a different light. When he was there, they're getting to 4 straight NFC title games, not winning any Super Bowls, and it was a but. Now you revisit that and look back on it, you kind of go, oh, there's a commonality here, right? This guy's really, really good, getting more out of people than maybe we even realized at the time, right? I mean, that's an achievement, obviously. 4 NFC title games is nothing to show for it. He didn't have that great of a rep as a head coach. He's a guy that struggled with clock management at times and, it messed up some in-game things here and there. I think he's cleaned all that up to the nth degree, and now is this brilliant innovator as he continues to adapt as anybody's ever been entering whatever it is, almost 30 years of coaching, right? So he needs, I don't know if I've got him 4th or 5th or 6th or 7th. Point is, he is in an all-time type conversation.
Yeah, if you look at Super Bowls, if he wins this weekend, he will have won 4 Super Bowls. Only Bill Belichick has more. Chuck Noll with the Steelers, when they ripped off 4 in short order in the 70s, if you remember, he's the other guy with 4. But Reid right now is in a tie with Joe Gibbs and Bill Walsh with 3. If you look at all-time wins in the coaching ranks, Don Shula, George Halas, Bill Belichick, and Andy Reid is 4th. I just don't think he comes up when we talk about the greatest coaches ever. And, in D.C., obviously, we say this. Joe Gibbs is unbelievably underrated. But Joe Gibbs is 23rd all-time in wins with 150-ish. Andy Reid's closing in on 300 wins, man. Playoffs?
Yeah.
When you look at his success, a lot of it's going to just be chalked up to Patrick Mahomes. Conference championship games, you know who's got the most wins? It's Andy Reid, outside of Bill Belichick. Andy Reid's got 6 conference title game wins. And as you said, how many losses? He's had to have coached, I have to think about it, but maybe 10 or 11 conference championship games over the years.
So I think he was 1-3 in Philadelphia, right? They got to the Super Bowl that one time where they had that epic back and forth with New England.
So then he's been 7 in Kansas City. So that's 11 appearances in conference championship.
And they dropped 2, one to New England, again to Brady, and 1 to Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. So what is that, 8-3?
Wow.
or 7-3, something like that?
Yeah, I just think if he wins another and he gets to 4, you're going to start hearing about him being talked about in that way, and it hasn't really happened yet. Let's get you a Caps power play ahead of their game at home tonight. If you guys are making your way to Capital One Arena for the game, Alex Ovechkin's hunt continues. 36 games left this season for Ovi. He has 24 goals on the season, so some quick math would say that he needs 18 goals to break Wayne Gretzky's all-time goal-scoring record, 17 to tie. He is on a .67 goals per game pace. He needs to score at a half goal per game pace the rest of the way. He's currently projected, Danny, to break the record in game 79 of the 82-game season. So with all those numbers said, I don't understand this. Why is it that The Athletic today did a bunch of math and had an algorithm that gave him like an 11% chance to break the record?
11 is very low.
He's on pace to break it in game 79 of 82. He needs to score 0.5 per game. He's currently scoring 0.67 per game. I know he's going to probably slow down from that pace because he hasn't had that pace his whole career. But come on, it's got to be a better chance than that.
Yeah, that's a little low. Bet against him at your own peril is what I always say. But maybe it's baked into the, hey, this isn't sustainable, right, kind of thing. But I don't know. I would have a higher than 11% chance, just sort of given the fact that he's got a nose for it.
Danny Rouillet, what's on the docket for you in the big city tonight?
I am headed home. I'm not headed home. I actually headed directly to my son's first outdoor soccer practice of the season. So they finished the indoor bits, and now they're doing the outdoor situation right now in a matter of minutes. So I'll be headed out there, and I'll be freezing as the sun goes down. But they are starting their outdoor practices, my friend.
All right, well, enjoy yourself. For Danny and our crew back in the DC studios, Toby, Ryan, and company out here helping us out there. Dameron, Denton Day and the crew, Grant Paulson saying so long, and thank you for listening to G&D. We're back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Got an excellent show planned for you here on The Fan, live from Radio Row with outstanding guests. So make sure you're locked in at 2 o'clock. We'll have another chance for you to win tickets to see the weekend over at Northwest Stadium as well. Until then, enjoy your evening and enjoy Caps hockey.